Business cycle.
Introduction, depression, waste. TR business cycle. The discussion on growth and development has shown their internal interdependence. If the quality of life in an economy is to be enhanced, there is a need of conscious public policy which can spend and invest in areas like food, nutrition, health, education, shelter, social security, etc. But for such expenditures and investments, the economy needs equitable level of income, too. The income enhancement in any economy takes place via increasing the level of production in the economy, i.e. real gross national product, GNP. It means, development requires higher growth, i.e. higher levels of economic activities. With the help of suitable kind of economic policies, the government of an economy keeps trying to maintain a higher level of economic activity. But, at times, economy keeps failing in this objective. And, thus economies fluctuate between the best and the worst levels of economic activities, which is known in economics as boom and depression, respectively. They can be called different phases of the economic activities of the economies. In between boom and depression, there might be many other situations of the economic activities, such as stagnation, slowdown, recession and recovery. The fluctuations in the level of economic activity between the depressions and booms has been called by the economists as business cycle or trade cycle, with recession and recovery as the main intermediate stages. 71. Stagnation 72 and slowdown may be considered as other intermediate stages of the business cycle. We intend here to understand the actual meanings of each of the stages. The economists have pointed out that the business cycle is characterized by 4 phases or stages in which economies alternate, i.e. depression 2, recovery 3, boom 4, recession. Though depression has visited the world economy only once in 1929, economists have pinpointed enough number of traits to recognize it. The major traits of depression could be as given below. A. An extremely low aggregate demand in the economy causes activities to decelerate. B. The inflation being comparatively lower. C. The employment avenues start shrinking, forcing unemployment rate to grow fast. D. To keep the business going, production houses go for forced labor cuts or retrenchment. 2. Recovery boom cut down the production costs. ANID send. BVWW.com aside PNGT in T every INGI.N net K market, etc. The economic situations become so chaotic in the phase of depression that the governments have almost no control over the economy. The Great Depression of 1929-73 gave rise to the ideas of strong government intervention. 74 in the economy, such as deficit financing, monetary management, etc. What the governments may do if depression visits the economy. The simple answer the world has been able to find is to repeat the policy measures of 1929. The best way to avoid depression is not to let it visit. This is why every modern economy keeps extra vigil on the major symptoms of its economy so that the prevention measures can be taken in time and depression is avoided. An economy tries to come out of low production phase to survive. The low production phase might be depression, recession or slowdown, with the former being the worst and rare. Governments take many new fiscal and monetary measures to boost demand and production, and ultimately a recovery in an economy is managed. The business cycle of recovery may show the following major economy traits. A. An upturn in aggregate, total, demand which has to be accompanied by increase in the level of production. B. Production process expands and new investments become attractive. C. As demand goes upward, inflation also moves upward, making borrowing cheaper for investors. D. With an upturn in production, new employment avenues are created and unemployment rate starts declining, etc. With the above symptoms, people's income go for a certain increase which creates new demand, and a cycle of demand and production, supply, starts playing hand in hand to recover the economy. To recover an economy, governments usually go for tax breaks, interest cuts, an increase in salaries of its employees, etc. Assimilation of innovations by the entrepreneurs and search for new frontiers of enterprise do play a very vital role in the process of recovery, provided these activities are at first incentives by the governments. The Euro-American economies recovered out of the Great Depression with the help of the measures cited above. Such recoveries have been seen many times around the world when economies recovered from slowdown or the recessionary phases. The best example of the recent times could be cited from India of 1997 to 2002, when the economy suffered severe bouts of slowdown and recession. 75 A strong upward fluctuation in the economic activities is called boom. 76 As economies try to recover out of the phases of slowdown, recession and depression, at times the measures taken by the governments as well as the private sector might put the economic activities as such which the recession economic systems fail to digest. This is with SHT, LWH.is-ASYONF get NHE RNB go.no etma. The major economic traits of boom may be listed as given below. A. An accelerated and prolonged increase in the demand. B. Demand peaks up to such a high level that it exceeds sustainable output production levels. C. The economy heats up and a demand-supply lag is visible. D. The market forces mismatch, i.e. demand and supply disequilibrium, and tend to create a situation where inflation start going upward. E. The economy might face structural problems like shortage of investable capital, lower savings, falling standard of living, creation of a seller's market. The phase of recovery is considered good for the economy and it reaches the stage of boom, which is considered better. But the boom has its negative side also. Boom is usually followed by price rise. 77 As a boom is a strong upward fluctuation in an economy, the supply side pattern of the economy starts lagging behind the pace of the accelerated aggregate demand. 78 But the dilemma of recovery puts every economy on the path to boom. This has been the experience in the developed world during the 1990s, especially in the US economy. The same scenario developed in India after the economy recovered from the recessionary period of 1996-97 by the year 2002-03, when the rate of inflation peaked to almost 8% for a few months. Majority of the experts felt that Indian economy at that time was passing through a phase of boom, and we have seen how the government has been facing difficulty in containing the inflation around the 5% mark. Even the government accepted that the economy was overheating by mid-2007. The symptoms of overheating are as follows. 79. A. There is a downturn in the aggregate demand on overall fall in the demand. B. As demand falls, the level of production, output, in the economy also falls. C. As producers cut down their production levels, new employment opportunities are not created, thus employment growth rate falls. D. As demand keeps on falling, usually producers start cutting down their labor force to adjust their overhead expenditure and the cost of production. Labor cut is not forced here but voluntary, resulting in increase in the unemployment rate. E. If the government fails to rescue the economy from the phase of recession, the dangerous stage of depression remains the logical follow-up. F. The rate of inflation always remains at lower levels, discouraging new investments and lending. This is somewhat similar to the phase of depression. We may call it a mild form of depression, fatal for economies, as this may lead to depression if not handled with care and in time. The financial crisis which followed the US subprime crisis in almost the whole Euro-American economies has basically brought in a severe recessionary trends there. Major traits of recession, to a great extent, are similar to that of depression, except the point D of the depression, discussed earlier, may be summed up as follows. Wist, tr. Growth recession. A. There is a general fall in demand. B. Is sent. AUCWON.ESYICNG of inactivity. INAX takes a downturn. B. Inflation remains lower and shows further signs of falling down. C. Employment rate falls, unemployment rate grows. D. Industries resort to price cuts to sustain their business. In the financial year 1996-97, The Indian economy was taken up by the cycle of recession, basically due to a general downturn in domestic as well as foreign demands, initiated by the Southeast Asian currency crisis of mid-1990s. The whole plan of economic reforms in India was derailed, and it was only by the end of 2001-02 that the economy was able to recover. What may a government do to rescue the economy from the phase of recession? The usual remedies are given below. Direct and indirect taxes should be cut down, so that the consumers have higher disposable incomes. Income after paying direct tax, i.e. income tax, on the one hand, and the goods should become cheaper on the other hand, thus there is hope that the demand might pick up. 2. The burden of direct tax, especially the income tax, dividend tax, interest tax are slashed to enhance the disposable income, i.e. income after direct tax payment. 3. Salaries and wages should be revised by the government to encourage general spending by the consumers, as the Government of India implemented the recommendations of the Fifth Pay Commission without much deliberation in 1996-97. 4. Indirect taxes such as custom duty, excise duty, Senwork, sales tax, etc. should be cut down so that produced goods reach the market at cheaper prices. The government usually goes on to follow a cheap money supply policy by slashing down the interest rates across the board, and the lending procedure is also liberalized. 6. Tax breaks are announced for new investments in the productive areas, etc. All the above given measures were taken up by the United Front government in 1996-97 to pull the economy out of the menace of recession. 81 The forthcoming government took several other such measures by the end of 1998-99 onwards, the NDA government. Ultimately, the measures taken up by the governments accompanied by a general recovery in the world economy, the Indian economy started recovery from the bout of recession. Many experts had already predicted a possibility of depression with a 0% rate of inflation. 82 Although this did not happen. 83. An expression coined by economists to describe an economy that is growing at such a slow pace that more jobs are being lost than are being added. The lack of job creation makes it feel as if the economy is in a recession, even though the economy is still advancing. Many economists believe that between 2002 and 2003, the United States economy was in a growth recession. In fact, at several points over the past 25 years, the US economy is said to have experienced a growth recession. That is, in spite of gains in real GDP, job growth was either non-existent or was being destroyed at a faster rate than new jobs were being added. Experts have revived this term in the wake of ongoing financial crises in the Euro-American economies since 2010. The situation is better described by the term double-dip recession. Business cycles are basically fluctuations in the production levels of economies above and below the trend of the equilibrium levels. 84 But why do economies fluctuate? There are many factors which are said to be responsible for it. As per the experts, economic instability and uncertainty, due to logical or illogical expectations, may discourage investments, thereby reducing growth in the long term. 2. A lack of the creative destruction, i.e. innovation, may put the economy in a slump or slow down in its overall production. 3. Anti-inflationary government policies, especially when general elections are nearing, may direct the attraction of investors in the economy. 4. Unforeseen disasters may cause economies to fluctuate. 71 Collins Internet-linked Dictionary of Economics, Glasgow, 2006 and Oxford Business Dictionary, N. Delhi, 2004. 72 Cox, Simon ed. Economics, The Economist, London, 2007, p. 60. 73 A very lively description of the Great Depression has been presented by Lee Iacocca in his autobiography. This is known as the Great Depression due to its length and depth. The economies could recover fully out of it only by the mid-1940s. Stiglitz and Walsh, OPCIT, p. 495. 74 Suggested by John Maynard Keynes in his seminal work The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, Harcourt, New York, First published in 1935. 75 Economic Surveys, 1996-97 to 200203, Moef, Goi, N. Delhi. 76 Stiglitz and Walsh, OPCIT, p. 945. 77 Samuelson and Nordois, OPCIT, pp. 680-84. 78 Stiglitz and Walsh, OPCIT, pp. 495796. 79 Ivid, p. 495. 80 Economic Survey, 1996-97, Moef, Goi, N. Delhi. 81 Economic Survey, 1996-97, Moef, Goi, N. Delhi. 82 It should be noted here that as an impact of recession the rate of inflation, at WPI, had been falling down throughout the mid-1998-99 fiscal finally to the level of 0.5% for a fortnight. Economic Survey, 1998-99, Goi, N. Delhi. 83 The literature of economics and the empirical world experiences suggest that the phase of recession has all the symptoms of depression except one. Everything being the same till producers are cutting the labor by force, involuntarily, i.e. forced labor cut. It is the starting of depression. To be competitive in the market every producer starts forced labor cuts, ultimately putting the economy into the grip of a full-grown depression. 84 Cox, Simon, OPCIT, p. 58. Wist, tr. Conclusion. Wist, tr. Wist, tr. Wist, tr. Wist, tr. Agriculture remains the most important sector of the Indian economy, whether it be the pre-independence or the post-independence period. This fact is emphatically proved by the large number of people who depend on it for their livelihood. Before starting any discussion on Indian agriculture, we must look into its special features. Times from monetary point of view, the share of agriculture sector in the economy remains at 14.1% of the GDP. In the fiscal 1950-51, agriculture accounted for 55.4% in the GDP. Times the share of agriculture has been falling in the country's gross income, while industrial and services sectors' shares have been on a rise constantly. But from the livelihood point of view, still 58.2% people of India depend on agriculture sector. This makes it a more important sector than the industry and the services. For Nepal and Tanzania, the dependency for livelihood on agriculture is still higher at 93% and 81%, respectively. It means that 58.2% of the population lives with only 13.9% of the total income of the Indian economy. This fact clearly substantiates the reason why the people who depend on agriculture are poor. In the developed economies such as the USA, France, Norway, the UK and Japan, agriculture contributes only 2% of their GDP, with only 2% people dependent on this sector for their livelihood. Times agriculture is not only the biggest sector of the economy but also the most free private sector, too. It is the only profession which still carries no burden of individual income tax. Times this is the biggest unorganized sector of the economy, accounting for more than 90% share in the total unorganized labor force. 93% of the total labor force of the economy, i.e. 39.7 crores, is employed in the unorganized sector. 3. Times India is among 15 leading exporters of agricultural products in the world. As per the International Trade Statistics 2011, published by the World Trade Organization, WTO, India's agricultural exports amounted to $23.2 billion, with a 1.7% share of world trade in agriculture in 2010. On the other hand, India's agricultural imports amounted to $17.5 billion, with a 1.2% share of world trade in agriculture in 20,104. Times according to the export figures, agriculture is deeply related to industrial growth and the national income in India. 1% increase in the agricultural growth leads to 0.5% increase in the industrial output growth. and 0.7% increase in the national income of India. 5 times the industrial sector was selected as the prime moving force of the economy in the late 1940s. But due to market failure, the sector failed to lead the economy. Without increasing the income of the people who depend on agriculture for their livelihood, the market was not going to support the industries. As a result, the government of India announced agriculture as the prime moving force of the economy in 2000 and 2.6 times with 1% increase in the share of agriculture in India's total exports. The money which flows to the agriculture is calculated to be as 8,500 crores. 7. Waste. TR Introduction. Food philosophy of India times agricultural growth rate has LVW ISTA, YWSWWB.EEASNY Nagim Ni TITNEGR NEOTF concern for the economy. As per the advanced estimates for the 11th FAL 2007-12, whereas the economic growth rate is supposed to be 8.6%, the agricultural growth rate is estimated to be at only 3.6%. Times productivity gap between on-the-field and ideal farm practices decreasing. As per the recent release of the GOI, the average productivity of rice, wheat and pulses, which was 2,202 kilograms, 2,802 kilograms and 625 kilograms per hectare in August 2007 increased to 2,346 kilograms, 3,026 kilograms and 649 kilograms per hectare during 2011 to 129. Times food grains production touched an all-time high of 259.32 metric ton in the year 2011 to 12, while it is estimated to moderate in 2012 to 13 to the level of 250.14 metric ton due to deficiency in the southwest monsoon and the resultant acreage losses. As per the Economic Survey 2012 to 13, P175 times nearly 66% of the cropped area in the economy still depends on the uncertainties of monsoon for their irrigational requirements. 10. Kharif and Rabi. There are certain special terms used to understand the cropping seasons of India. The agricultural crop year in India is from July to June. The Indian cropping season is classified into two main seasons, I. Kharif and 2. Rabi, based on the monsoon. The Kharif cropping season is from July to October during the southwest summer monsoon, and the Rabi cropping season is from October to March, northeast returning winter monsoon. The crops grown between March and June are summer crops, known as the Jayards. Pakistan and Bangladesh are two other countries that are using the term Kharif and Rabi to describe about their cropping patterns. The terms Kharif and Rabi originate from Arabic language, where Kharif means autumn and Rabi means spring. The Kharif crops include rice, maj, sorghum, pearl millet, bajra, finger millet, ragi, cereals, ahar, pulses, soya bean, groundnut, oilseeds, cotton, etc. The Rabi crops include wheat, barley, oats, cereals, chickpea, gram, pulses, linseed, mustard, oilseeds, etc. Indian food philosophy 11 is generally seen divided into three phases with their own objectives and challenges. The first phase. This phase continued for the first 3 decades after the independence. The main aim and the struggle of this phase was producing as much food grains as required by the Indian population, i.e., achieving physical access to food. The idea of Green Revolution at the end of this phase at least gave India the confidence of realizing the objective. At the end of 1980s, India VW ISTA, SWW House.EEALSFYES New GF in IEC Re in EGL.N test country regarding food. The second phase. Meanwhile, India was celebrating its success of the first phase. A new challenge confronted India, achieving economic access to food. The situation went on worsening, and by early 2000 there was a paradoxical situation in the country when it was having more than 3 times buffer stocks of food grains in the central pool, but in several states people were dying due to lack of food, a complete mockery of the logic behind maintaining buffer stock, success of Green Revolution and the concept of India being a welfare state. 12. The Supreme Court intervened after a PIL was filed by the People's Union for Civil Liberties, PUCL, and a national-level food for work program came up, to be merged with the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme now. The courts took the governments on task if food grains rot either in godowns or destroyed in oceans to manage market price for the food grains, or if the center had to go for exporting wheat at very low price. In this process India emerged as the 7th largest exporter of wheat, 2002. Basically, we were exporting the share of wheat which was not consumed by many Indians due to lack of economic reach to the food. As the inputs of the Green Revolution were costlier, its output naturally were to be costlier. To fight the situation there should have been a time-bound and target-oriented macroeconomic policy support which could deliver comparative increase in the purchasing capacity of the masses to make the food affordable for them. India badly failed in it. The crisis was managed by throwing higher and higher subsidies, ultimately affecting government expenditure on the infrastructural shortcomings in the agriculture sector. Even after providing higher food subsidies, some people failed to purchase food and they were left with no option but to die of hunger. India is still in this phase and trying to solve the crisis through twin approach: firstly, by creating maximum number of gainful employment, and secondly by cutting cost of the food grains, via the second Green Revolution based on the biotechnology. It must be kept in mind that the food self-sufficiency happiness was a temporary thing for India. By the mid-1990s India realized that its food grain production was lagging behind its population increase. It means India is still fighting to achieve physical reach to the required level of food. The third phase, by the end of 1980s, world experts started questioning the very way world was carrying on with the different modes of production. Agricultural activity was one among them, which had become hugely based on industries, chemical fertilizers, pesticides, tractors, etc. All developed economies had declared their agriculture to be an industry. 13. It was time to look back and introspect. By early 1990s several countries started going for ecologically friendly methods and techniques of industrial, agricultural and services sector development. The much-hyped Green Revolution was declared ecologically untenable and the world headed for organic farming, green farming, etc. It meant that achieving physical and economic reach to food was not the only challenge India was facing, but such aims should not be realized at the cost of the PRESEVOIUSTS, WAUCWO.LEOS YYNRGIN NADI Arab NGI.O NADI Diversity. A. Land Reforms New Challenge. India needed a new DBNID Senate, OWFWWG.RE as EYNENRG Inventory EORIL New GTNIOTN, which could deliver it the physical, economic as well as ecological access to the food. The second Green Revolution, an all-in-one approach towards the agriculture sector. All economies were agrarian before they were industrialized, only their periods vary. Once democratic systems developed, the first thing the developed countries of today did was to complete the agrarian reforms in a time-bound way. As land remains the means of livelihood for the larger section of society in an agrarian economy, the successful completion of agrarian reforms benefited the maximum number of people, thereby improving their economic conditions. At the time of independence, India was a typical agrarian economy and had inherited a very inequitable agrarian system. Land reforms will be a major plank of the independent India, and as part of the agrarian reforms it was made clear by the pledge of the Indian National Congress in 1935 itself. Land reforms in India had 3 objectives similar to the other economies which opted for it in the past: I. Removing institutional discrepancies of the agrarian structure inherited from the past which obstructed increasing agricultural production, such as the size of agricultural holding, land ownership, land inheritance, tenancy reforms, abolition of intermediaries, introduction of modern institutional factors to agriculture, etc. 2. The other objective of the land reforms in India was related to the issue of socio-economic inequality in the country. The high-level inequality in land ownership had not only its negative economic impact on the economy, but it was badly intertwined with caste system of India and the allocation of social prestige and status by the society at large. 14. More than 80% of the population from its livelihood inherited the agrarian system, which had inequitable ownership of the asset, i.e. land, to earn income. The government wanted to go for a restructuring of the land ownership in the economy on the logical grounds and with public welfare approach. This objective of the land reforms got enough socio-political attention as it tried to dismantle the age-old agrarian structure in the country. It became such a hot issue that land reforms in India got a bad name, synonymous to land grabbing by the government and allotting them to the landless masses. 3. The third objective of the land reforms in India was highly contemporary in nature, which did not get enough socio-political attention. It was the objective of increasing agricultural production for solving the interrelated problems of poverty, malnutrition and food insecurity. To realize the objectives of the land reforms, the government took 3 main steps which had many internal sub-steps. 1. Abolition of intermediaries. Under this step, the age-old exploitative land tenure systems of the Zamindari, Mahalwari and Ryotwari were fully abolished. 2. Tenancy reforms waste. Under this broader step, 3 interrelated reforms protecting the land tenants were effected. I. Regulation of rent so that a fixed and rational rate of rent could be paid by the sharecroppers to the landowners. 2. Security of tenure so that a sharecropper could feel secure about his future income and his economic security. And 3. Ownership rights to tenants so that the landless masses, i.e. the tenants, the sharecroppers, could be transferred the final rights for the land they plough, land to the tillers. 3. Reorganization of agriculture. This step again has many interrelated and highly logical provisions in the direction of rational agrarian reforms. I. Redistribution of land among the landless poor masses. After promulgating timely sealing laws, the move failed badly with few exceptions such as Bengal, Kerala and partially in Andhra Pradesh. 2. Consolidation of land could only succeed in the regions of the Green Revolution, i.e. Haryana, Punjab and western Uttar Pradesh, and remained marred with many loopholes and corruption. 3. Cooperative farming, which has a high socio-economic moral base, was only used by the big farmers to save their lands from the draconian sealing laws. The whole attempt of land reforms in India is considered a big failure by the majority of experts. Many consider the issue of land reforms in India as the most complex socio-economic problem of human history. 15. The data regarding the numerical achievements of the land reforms have been highly discouraging. 16. I. Tenancy reforms made tenants have their rights but only on 4% of the total operated area of India, 14.4 million hectares of operated area by the 11 million tenants by 1992. 2. Redistribution of ownership rights of land took place but on only 2% of the total operated area of the country, less than 2 million hectares among the 4.76 million people by 1992. 3. Taken together, the whole process of land reforms could benefit only 6% of the operated area of the country with a negligible socio-economic positive impact. It was the failure of the land reforms which made the government easily attracted towards the new policy of the Green Revolution in the coming times. Land reforms had failed to increase the agricultural production, thus the government opted the route of increasing the productivity to reach the same goal, i.e. the initiation of the new techniques of agriculture. Reasons for failure of land reforms. Out of many reasons forwarded by the experts responsible for the failure of the land reforms in India, the following 3 could be considered the most important ones. I. Land in India is considered SBM Cent B. WOLWO.EFAS UECNGIIA Nailur Pinar.NS et Taj. Status and identity. Unlike the other economies which succeeded in their land reform programs where it is seen as just an economic asset for income earning. 2. Lack of political will which was required to effect the land reforms and make it a successful program. And 3. The rampant corruption in public life. political hypocrisy and leadership failure in the Indian democratic system. Land reforms and Green Revolution. Once the government launched the Green Revolution, GR, the issue of land reforms, LR, almost got marginalized due to the following reasons. There is an inherent diabolic relationship between the GR and the LR, as the former suits to bigger and economic land holdings, the latter intended to fragment the land among a large number of the masses. 2. The LR was socially opposed by the landowning caste lobbies, while there was no such opposition to the GR. 3. The level of legislative attempts taken by the governments regarding the LR till date had almost no positive socio-economic impact on the country, while the GR was having all potential of proving higher yields of the food grains. 4. The subsidized supplies of food grains under PL 480 were hampering India from carving out its independent diplomacy, as well as there has always remained a doubt about the regular supplies of wheat. International pressure as well as the suggestions from the World Bank, besides the success stories of the GR from the countries where it had increased the yield of wheat. Land reforms and economic reforms. Once economic reforms started in early 1990s, the issue of the LR looks logically going to the back burner. Though many state governments have revived their new commitments to the matter of the LR, the market economy approach to reform hardly got materialized. The central government is doing everything to increase agricultural production, especially to achieve food security. Besides, unless India grows surplus agricultural produce, the benefits of globalization in the WTO regime would not be accruing to the agriculture sector, and the masses who depend on it for their livelihood would miss the train to their prosperity and development. The government's emphasis and permission for corporate farming and contract farming has been praised by the experts in India and abroad alike. Yet, socio-political acceptance of these new methods of farming are yet to crystallize. Meanwhile, the soul of the land reforms needs modification to go parallel with the process of economic reforms. Agriculture holdings. The average size of land holding in NDB ICTS, WCWON.ETN New Geese NLE Arid NGE.NC are teasing due to rapid and high population growth. The continuous division and fragmentation of holdings has increased the number of holdings, obviously of smaller size. According to the results of Agriculture Census 199091, times the total number of operational holdings in the country had increased from 972 million in 1985-86 to 1066 million in 1985-86 to 1066 million in 199091. Times operated area, on the other hand, had risen only marginally, i.e., by about 0.6%. Rise in the number of holdings without corresponding increase in area clearly showed pressure of population on land, with average size of holding declining from 1.69 hectare in 1985-86 to 1.55 hectare in 1990-91. 59% of total operational holdings in 1990-91 were of size less than 1 hectare, i.e., marginal holdings. 32.2% of size between 1-4 hectare, i.e., small holdings. 7.2% of size between 4-10 hectares, i.e., medium holdings, and only 1.6% of size more than 10 hectares, i.e., large holdings. Times in 1985-86, Rajasthan had the highest average holding size of 4.34 hectares, followed by Punjab having an average size of 3.77 hectares. Contrary to it, Kerala was having the lowest average holding size of 0.36 hectares. 1985-86 data are the latest. Agricultural holdings have been classified into 3 categories. 1. Economic holding. It is that holding which ensures a minimum satisfactory standard of living to a family. In other words, economic holding is a minimum essential area for profitable agriculture. 2. Family holding. Family holding is that holding which gives work to average size family having 1 plough under traditional farming system. In other words, family holding is a plough unit, which is neither less nor more for an average size family to cultivate it properly. 3. Optimum holding. Maximum size of the holding which must be possessed and owned by a family is called optimum holding. Computerization of land records. 2 centrally sponsored schemes with I. Computerization of land records, CLR, and 2. Strengthening of revenue administration and updating of land records, SRA and ULR, are being administered by Land Reforms Division in the Department of Land Resources. 17. The centrally sponsored scheme on computerization of land records, CLR, was started in 1988-89 with 100% financial assistance as a pilot project in 8 districts, viz. Rangareddy, AP, Sonepur, Assam, Singhbhum, Jharkhand, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, Morena, MP, Wardha, Maharashtra, Mayurbhanj, Orissa, and Dungarpur, Rajasthan, with a view to remove the problems inherent in the manual systems of maintenance and updating of land records and to meet the requirements of various groups of users. It was decided that efforts with SF, OWLWD.EV is YM and GNDE.GO.NECT on computerize. Green Revolution core data contained in land records, SWOIST, our SWW2.ESYSAS in TDRA-NGV.NEL document planning and to make records accessible to people planners and administrators. At present, the scheme is being implemented in 582 districts of the country excepting those districts where there are no land records. A decision was taken during 1997-98 for operationalization of the scheme at the Tahsil Taluk level for facilitating delivery of computerized land records to users and public at large. Under this program, funds are released to the state governments for purchase of hardware, software and other peripheral equipment. It is the introduction of new techniques of agriculture which became popular by the name of the Green Revolution, GR, around the world in early 1960s, at first for wheat and by the next decade for rice, too. It revolutionized the very traditional idea of food production by giving a boost by more than 250% to the productivity level. 18 The Green Revolution was centered around the use of the high-yielding variety, HYV, of seeds developed by the US agroscientist Norman Borlaug doing research on a British Rockefeller Foundation scholarship in Mexico by the early 1960s. The new wheat seeds which he developed in vivo claimed to increase its productivity by more than 200%. By 1965, the seeds were successfully tested and were being used by farmers in food-deficient countries such as Mexico, Taiwan. Components of the Green Revolution. The Green Revolution was based on the timely and adequate supply of many inputs components. The components of the GR and a brief introduction follows. 1. The HYV seeds. They were popularly called the dwarf variety of seeds. With the help of repeated mutations, Mr. Borlaug had been able to develop a seed which was raised in its nature of nutrients supplied to the different parts of the wheat plant, against the leaves, stem and in favor of the grain. This made the plant dwarf and the grain heavier, resulting into high yield. 19. These seeds were non-photosynthetic, hence non-dependent on sun rays for targeted yields. 2. The chemical fertilizers. The seeds were to increase productivity provided they got sufficient level of nutrients from the land. The level of nutrients they required could not be supplied with the traditional composts because they have low concentration of nutrients content and required bigger area while sowing. It meant it will be shed by more than one seed. That is why a high concentration fertilizer was required which could be given to the treated seed only. The only option was the chemical fertilizers, the urea, N, the phosphate, P, and the potash, K. 20. 3. The irrigation waste, TR for controlled growth of crops and adequate dilution of fertilizers, a controlled means of water supply was required. It made 2 important compulsions. Firstly, the area of such crops should be at least free of flooding, and secondly, artificial water supply should be developed. 21. 4. Chemical pesticides and germicides. As the new seeds were new and non-acclimatized to local pests, germs and diseases than the established indigenous varieties, use of pesticides and germicides became compulsory for result-oriented and secured yields. 5. Chemical herbicides and weedicides to prevent costlier inputs of fertilizers not being consumed by the herbs and the weeds in the farmlands. Herbicides and weedicides were used while sowing the HIV seeds. 6. Credit, storage, marketing, distribution for farmers to be capable of using the new and the costlier inputs of the GR. Availability of easy and cheaper credit was a must. As the farmlands suitable for this new kind of farming was region-specific, as it was only Haryana, Punjab and western Uttar Pradesh in India, storage of the harvested crops was to be done in the region itself till they were distributed throughout the country. Again, the countries which went for the GR were food deficient and needed the new yield to be distributed throughout the country, and a proper chain of marketing, distribution and transport connectivity was necessary. All these peripheral infrastructure were developed by the countries going for the GR with softer loans coming from the World Bank, India being the biggest beneficiary. 22 Impact of the Green Revolution. The GR had its positive as well as negative socio-economic and ecological impacts on the countries around the world. We will specially study India here. 1. Socio-economic impact. Food production increased in such a way, wheat in 1960s and rice, 2 by 1970s, that many countries became self-sufficient. Self-sufficiency of food must not be confused with the idea of food security, and some even emerged as food exporting countries too. But the discrepancy in farmers' income it brought with itself increased the interpersonal as well as interregional disparities, inequalities in India. 23. Rise in the incidence of malaria due to waterlogging, a swing in the balanced cropping patterns in favor of wheat and rice, putting pulses, oilseeds, maj, barley on the margins, etc. were the negative impacts. 2. Ecological impact. Minimum support prices, MSP. The most devastating negative impact of 6 TSHTE, WGWWR.ASRYDENBGNAENRIND.NE ecological 1. When the issues related with it were raised by the media, scholars, experts and the environmentalists, neither the governments nor the masses, what to say of the farmers of the GR region, they were not educated enough to the side effects of the inputs of the GR, were convinced. But a time came when the government and the government agencies both started doing studies and surveys focused around the ecological and environmental issues. The major ones among them may be glanced in their chronological order. Critical ecological crisis. On the basis of on-field studies 24, it was found that critical ecological crises in the GR region are showing up. A. Soil fertility being degraded, due to the repetitive kind of cropping pattern being followed by the farmers as well as the excessive exploitation of the land, lack of a suitable crop combination and the crop intensity, etc. B. Water table falling down, as the new HIV seeds required comparatively very high amount of water for irrigation, 5 tons of water needed to produce 1 kilogram of rice. C. Environmental degradation due to excessive and uncontrolled use of chemical fertilizers, pesticides and herbicides have degraded the environment by increasing pollution levels in land, water and air. In India it is more due to deforestation and extension of cultivation in ecologically fragile areas. At the same time, there is an excessive pressure of animals on forests, mainly by goats and sheep. 2. Toxic level in food chain. Toxic level in the food chain of India has increased to such a high level that nothing produced in India is fit for human consumption. Basically, unbridled use of chemical pesticides and weedicides and their industrial production combined together had polluted the land, water and air to such an alarmingly high level that the whole food chain had been a prey of high toxicity. Conclusion: the above studies and the report were eye-openers in the area of ecologically non-sustainable kind of agriculture as well as a big question mark on it. This was the time when agro-scientists suggested for a really green, eco-friendly, green revolution, which is today known among the experts with many more names: the evergreen revolution, the second green revolution, the green farming. The government of India started announcing the minimum support prices, MSP, in 1966-67 for wheat, which was expanded to cover many more crops in the coming years in the wake of the Green Revolution, which might have resulted into fall in prices of wheat, depleting farmers' profit. It is a minimum price at which the government will purchase farmers' crops, whatever may be the market price for the crops. 25 Procurement prices. Issue price economic cost of food grains besides the minimum support prices. Wheat, ISMT, SWWPW, .EWACEINGHNEURINAGS.net announced before sowing started. The government started announcing procurement prices after the harvesting of the crops, at which it purchased the crops from the farmers. Procurement prices were announced higher than the MSP since the government was lagging behind when its food grain procurement required to maintain the buffer stocks. But this increased price hardly served the purpose as a suitable incentive to farmers. It would have been better had it been announced before sowing and not after harvesting. Since the fiscal 1968 to 1969, the government announced only the MSP, which is considered the procurement price. 2.26 The price at which the food grains are allowed by the government to offtake from the FCI. This is the price at which the FCI sells its food grains. The FCI has been incurring huge losses in the form of food subsidies. 27 The government procured food grains are stored temporarily in the concerned states of their purchase and then transported to their decided FCI godowns as part of the buffer stock. From here they head to the sale counters. The transport godowning, the cost of maintaining the FCI grain losses make the food grains touch higher price that are never affordable by the masses. That is why the issue prices have never been market-based prices. The gap is considered as the element of the food subsidy in India. Buffer stock. India has a policy of maintaining a minimum reserve of food grains, only for wheat and rice, so that food is available throughout the country at affordable prices round the year. The main supply from here goes to the public distribution system, now TPDS, and at times goes to the open market to check the rising prices if needed. As per the current buffer stocking policy 28 of food grains, the minimum stocks on different dates is required to be mentioned given below. Date: wheat, rice total 1 cent, April 4.0, 12.2, 16.21 cent, July 17.1, 9.8, 26.91 cent, October 11.0, 5.2, 16.21 cent, January 8.2, 11.8, 20.0. The economic cost of food grains consists of three components, namely the MSP and bonus if applicable, as the price paid to the farmers, procurement incidentals, and the cost of distribution. The economic cost for both wheat and rice witnessed significant increase during the last few years due to Decentralized Procurement Scheme. National Food Security Bill increase in MSPs and proportionate in VC is RTE. W as www.encfnginrcINIGD.NA Etentals between the period March 2002 and 2010 to 11 per kg. Burden on wheat and rice has increased to 15 rupees, from 9 rupees, and 20 rupees, from 12 rupees, respectively 29. The decentralized procurement scheme of the Government of India that is in operation since 1997 has evoked good response from the state governments. Under this scheme, the designated states procure, store and also issue food grains under TPDS. The difference between the economic cost of the state governments and the central issue price, CIP, is passed on to the state governments as subsidy. The decentralized system of procurement helps to cover more farmers under the MSP operations, improves efficiency of the PDS, provides varieties of food grains more suitable to local taste, and reduces the transportation costs of the FCI. 30. Rising food subsidy, provision of minimum nutritional support to the poor through subsidized food grains and ensuring price stability in different states are the twin objectives of the food security system. In fulfilling its obligation towards distributive justice, the government incurs food subsidy. 31. While the economic cost of wheat and rice has continuously gone up, the issue price has been kept unchanged since 1st July 2002. The government, therefore, continues to provide large and growing amounts of subsidy on food grains for distribution under the TPDS, other nutrition-based welfare schemes, and open market operations. The food subsidy expenditure 31 has increased substantially in the past few years, putting severe strain on the public exchequer. From a total of 17,494 rupees crore in February 2001, it has gone to the level of 62,929 rupees crore by 2010 to 11. The fiscal outgo is expected to be more once the proposed National Food Security Act is implemented. The National Food Security Bill was introduced in the Lok Sabha on 22 December 2011. As per the provisions of the bill, it times is proposed to provide 7 kilograms of food grains per person per month belonging to priority households at prices not exceeding 3 rupees per kg of rice, 2 rupees per kg of wheat, and as 1 per kg of coarse grains, and to general households not less than 3 kilograms of food grains per person per month at prices not exceeding 50% of the MSP for wheat and coarse grains and derived MSP for rice. Times it will benefit up to 75% of rural population, with at least 46% belonging to priority households, and up to 50% of urban population, with at least 28%. Belonging to priority household. VD is sent www.sa@najib.na.riv.ngi.dna.itng nutritional support to women and children and meals to special groups such as destitute and homeless, emergency and disaster affected, and persons living in starvation. Pregnant and lactating women will also be entitled to maternity benefit of 1,000 rupees per month for 6 months. Times in case of non-supply of food grains or meals, entitled persons will be provided food security allowance by the concerned state UT governments. Provisions for reforms in the TPDs such as doorstep delivery of food grains, application of information and communication technology, ICT, including end-to-end computerization, leveraging Aadhaar, for unique identification of beneficiaries have also been made in the bill. Provisions have also been made for transparency and accountability, including disclosure of records relating to the PDS, social audits, and setting up of vigilance committees besides an elaborate grievance redressal mechanism. Sugar sector reforms. India is the largest consumer and second largest producer of sugar after Brazil. Sugar and sugarcane are notified as essential commodities under the Essential Commodities Act 1955. The production of sugarcane during 2012-13 is estimated at 334.54 million tons. However, the Indian sugar sector suffers from policy inconsistency and unpredictability. The sugar industry in India is overregulated and prone to cyclicality due to price interventions. Deregulation of the sugar industry has been widely debated for a long time. From a purely economic point of view, greater play of market forces would provide better prices and serve the interests of all stakeholders. The government should come into the picture only in situations where absolutely necessary. Export bans and controls could be replaced with small variable external tariffs to stabilize prices. A report on regulation of the sugar sector in India, The Way Forward, has been submitted by the committee under the chairmanship of Dr. C. Rangarajan, Chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. The measures suggested are as follows: A. Phasing out cane reservation area, B. Dispensing with minimum distance criteria, C. Dispensing with a levy sugar system, D. States that want to provide sugar under the PDS may procure it from the market according to their requirement. Fix the issue price and subsidies from their own budgets, till April 4, 2013, when the GOI decontrolled the sugar industry from the burden of levy to the tune of 10% of their total production. There was an implicit cross-subsidy on account of the levy as sugar mills were under a transition. The report suggested some level of central support to help states meet the cost to be incurred on this account may be provided for a transitory period, which has been announced on 4 April 2013, E. Dispensing with the regulated release mechanism of non-levy sugar, F. Stable trade policy, G. No quantitative or movement restrictions on byproducts like molasses and ethanol, and dispensing with compulsory jute packing. Waste. TR. Age is stable, predictable, and consists VTISTN, TWWPWO.LAIASYNRGE if no ERIM NGS.NATE to be brought about in a fiscally neutral manner and issues considered for implementation in a phased manner. In the meanwhile, following on the path of ongoing factor markets reforms, the GOI decontrolled the sugar industry in April 2013 effective for the sugar year, September 2012, August 2013. It abolished the decades-old practice of regulating how much sugar a mill can sell in the open market, and the levy system in which a company is forced to sell 10% of the output at a loss to the FCI for supplies through the PDS, public distribution system. They will be no more under the levy obligation. The next move of reform may be linking sugar and sugarcane prices. To continue subsidized supply to the poor, states will now have to buy sugar at market rates and maintain the existing PDS sale price of 13 rupees and 50 paise per kg, which has not been revised for a decade and is substantially lower than the average market price of 35 rupees per kg. Edible oil economy. India is one of the largest producers of oilseeds in the world. However, 50% of its domestic requirements are today met through imports, out of which crude palm oil and the RBD, refined, bleached and deodorized palmolene constitute about 77% and soybean oil constitutes about 12%. The Economic Survey 2012-13 provides some valuable and timely advisory inputs on the edible oil sector of India in the following way. Import dependence was about 3% during 1992-93. The production of oilseeds, though it has increased in recent years, from 184.40 lakh tons in January 2000 to 297.99 lakh tons in 2011-12, it has not kept pace with the demand for edible oils in India. Imports have helped raise the per capita availability of edible oils, which has increased from 5.8 kilograms in 1992-93 increased to 14.5 kilograms in 2010-11. One instrument for promoting future domestic production is calibration of the import duty structure. Large imports of edible oils are primarily due to competitive prices of edible oils in the international market and the import duty structure, which has been sharply reduced to near zero levels over time to protect consumers. India has such a high market share in the world edible oil imports that allows it to set some independent tariff policy that can meet both goals better. 3. Considering the situation, it is time to frame a price band for edible oils in a manner that harmonizes the interests of domestic farmers, processors, and consumers through imposition of import duty at an appropriate rate. 4. The import duty would also generate revenue, which could also be utilized for an oilseeds development program. Recently the tariff value of all edible oils, which had remained unchanged since 2006, was updated to market levels. This is a right step for aligning the tariffs to current prices for edible oils in the international market. By freezing the tariff value, imports had become more attractive than domestic refining. Over time, domestic oil palm production may also gain. 6. India is also fortunate in having a wide range of oilseed crops grown in its different agroclimatic zones, including high-value premium crops. Recently, export of edible oils in agricultural marketing branded consumer packs up to 5 weeks TG, WHYWS.EB Gina LL Rio NWG.NET without any quantitative limit having minimum export price, MEP, of $1,500 per ton in order to encourage export of high-value premium edible oils. Farmers respond to prices. The aim of policy is to consistently enhance their competitiveness. The role of the agriculture market 32 is to deliver agricultural produce from the farmer to the consumer in the most efficient way. Agriculture markets are regulated in India through the APMC Acts. According to the provisions of the APMC Acts of the states, every APMC, Agricultural Produce Marketing Committee, is authorized to collect market fees from the buyers traders in the prescribed manner on the sale of notified agricultural produce. The relatively high incidence of commission charges on agricultural horticultural produce renders their marketing cost high, which is an undesirable outcome. All this suggests that a single-point market fee system is necessary for facilitating free movement of produce, bringing price stabilization, and reducing price differences between the producer and consumer market segments. Another point to be highlighted is that the cleaning, gridding, and packaging of agricultural produce before sale by the farmers have not been popularized by these market committees on a sufficient scale. Nevertheless, there have been some achievements in leading states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Gujarat since the Model APMC Act 2003 has been implemented in those states. Some state governments have granted licenses to the private sector for setting up of markets and direct purchase from the farmers in order to provide alternative marketing channels. There is considerable potential for agricultural markets to be competitive. As the APMC was created to protect the interests of farmers, it will be in the fitness of things to give farmers the choice of going to the APMC or not. In the light of this, the need is to pursue further reforms in the state APMC Acts. ECHUPAL 33. The ECHUPAL, the first private sector initiative by the private sector in agricultural marketing, is a business platform consisting of a set of organizational subsystems and interfaces connecting farmers to global markets. This common structure can be leveraged to provide a host of products and services for the farmer as a producer as well as a consumer. The ECHUPAL business platform consists of 3 layers, each at different levels of geographic aggregation. Each of the 3 layers is characterized by 3 key elements: a. The infrastructure, physical or organizational, through which transactions take place; b. The entity, person or organization, orchestrating the transactions; and c. The geographical coverage of the layer. The first layer consists of the village-level kiosks with internet access, or ECHUPAL, managed by an ITC-trained local farmer, called a Sanchalak, and within walking distance, 15 kilometers, of each target farmer. The relatively sparse population density in rural India justified the location of one Tribe Agricultural Credit ECHUPAL per cluster of 5 villages. F. Wastes. AUCW ONDUSTRIAL net aero STTs of a bricks and mortar infrastructure, called hubs, managed by the traditional intermediary who has local knowledge skills, called a Samyojak in his new role, and within tractorable distance, 25-30 kilometers, of the target farmer. The ITC chose to operate the platform on the following 3 business principles: a. Free information and knowledge which ensures wider participation by the farmer. b. Freedom of choice in transactions. Farmers, after accessing information at the ECHUPAL, are free to transact their own way. c. Transaction-based income stream for the Sanchalak by tying his revenue stream to the transaction, on a commission basis. The government established TRIFT, Tribal Cooperative Marketing Development Federation of India Limited, in August 1987. The basic aim of TRIFT was to save TRVBILs from exploitation by private traders and to offer them remunerative prices for their minor forest produce and surplus agriculture products. TRIFT started functioning in April 1988. TRIFT has also been declared an important agency for collecting, processing, storing and developing oilseeds products. TRIFT plays the role of an agent of FCI for government purchase of wheat and rice. It is also an agent of Agriculture and Cooperation Department of Government for purchase of cereals, pulses and oilseeds. Agriculture Ministry gives it to TRIFT for compensation loss incurred due to price fluctuations. NAFED, National Agricultural Cooperative Marketing Federation of India Limited, has been established in cooperative sector at national level for marketing of agriculture products. Storing facilities for agriculture products to promote storing facilities for agriculture products. National Cooperative Development and Warehousing Board, 1956, and Central Warehousing Corporation, 1957, were established. State warehousing corporations were also established. Presently FCI has its own warehouse. Three types 34 of loans are provided to Indian farmers to meet their financial requirements. A. Short-term loans. B. Medium-term loans. C. Long-term loans with TR short-term loans. Short-term loans are provided for a period of less than 15 months to meet out expenses of routine farming and domestic consumptions. This type of loan is demanded by farmers for purchasing seeds, fertilizers and for meeting out family requirements. Medium-term loans are provided for a period of 15 months to 5 years to purchase.
हेलो, ग्रामीण बैंक से बोल रहे हो सर? एजुकेशन लोन की किस्त जमा कराई थी, वो डिपॉजिट नहीं हुई है। और वो इंटरनेट बैंकिंग के लिए अप्लाई किया था, तो ना मोबाइल बैंकिंग हुई है ना इंटरनेट बैंकिंग हुई है। ये गुरुवार को, पिछले गुरुवार को किया था शायद। कल भी कॉल किया था, तो वो तो फील्ड ऑफिसर में बोले थे, तो वहाँ पे फील्ड ऑफिसर बोल रहे थे कि भाई फील्ड में हूँ मैं, तो वहाँ पे कॉल कर लीजिए। और वो एजुकेशन लोन की किस्त भी नहीं कटी हुई है अभी तो। पता नहीं है क्या नहीं कट रहा है। एंड में लोन वाले तो पता नहीं है मेरे को, वो बोले पता है जिसमें पेमेंट डाला है मैंने। एंड में 58 है, 9458। हाँ, ठीक ठीक, थैंक।
Agricultural equipment, animals and for land improvements. Long-term loans are provided for a period of more than 5 years. This type of loan is taken by the farmers to purchase land and expensive agricultural equipment and for repayment of old loans. Source of loans: the Indian farmer can acquire the above types of loans from two sources. A. Non-institutional sources like money lenders, landlords, big businessmen, etc. 35. B. Institutional sources like commercial banks, cooperative banks and government sources. Policy on agriculture credit aims at progressive institutionalization of credit agencies for providing credit to farmers for raising agricultural production and productivity. Agricultural credit is disbursed through a multi-agency network consisting of cooperatives, commercial banks and regional rural banks, RRBs. Commodity futures market: the commodity futures market facilitates the price discovery process and provides a platform for price risk management in commodities. Currently, 113 commodities are notified for futures trading, of which 50 are actively traded in 5 national and 16 commodity-specific exchanges. Agricultural commodities, bullion, energy, and base metal products account for a large share of the commodities traded in the commodity futures market. The total value of trade in the commodity futures markets rose significantly in 2011 compared to that of the previous year due to increased awareness, the advent of new commodity exchanges, increase in global commodity prices, and improved regulation. To strengthen and broad-base the market, the Forward Markets Commission, FMC, which is the regulator for commodity futures trading under the provisions of the Forward Contracts Regulation Act 1952, has taken many initiatives. 36. I. Conducted awareness programs during 2011 such as a media campaign under the Jago Grahak Jago program about the do's and don'ts of trading in the commodity futures. Irrigation market with TR 2. Police training programs in the states of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Tamil Nadu, and Delhi with regard to dabba trading, illegal trading. 3. A massive awareness and capacity building program for various stakeholder groups, with primary focus on farmers. 4. On the regulatory front, The FMC undertook measures for the development of the commodity futures market, which include ensuring more effective inspection of members of the exchanges on regular basis and in a comprehensive manner covering all aspects of regulatory regime. Bringing out a guidance manual for improving audit practices, prescribing penalty structure for client code modification and for executing trade, and 6. Granting exemptions for short hedge for soybean oil futures. Issuing directives for segregation of client accounts. Farm waste debate. A recent study 37, undertaken by the Central Institute of Post-Harvest Engineering and Technology, CIFIT, a government-run institute, has estimated the value of farm waste in India at 44,000 rupees crore, at the prices of 2009, that is around 7% of the total produce, which is much lower than the oft-stated 40% level. Old raw cereals, such as wheat and rice, pulses and oilseeds accounted for around 2/3 of the wastage. The loss in case of fruits and vegetables was the highest at up to 18% of the total produce. Attending the causes of storage and processing facilities, something the GOI is emphasizing, this level could come down significantly and can serve great purpose in helping the economy to fight the repeated price shocks of the past 2 years in case of fruits, vegetables and food grains to a great extent. The losses take place in almost all stages of farming, but the study looked at harvesting, collection, gridding, cleaning, packaging, transportation and storage. If cultivation was also included, the loss figure would be much higher. The GOI has said that availability of better technology and their adoption has brought about a reduction in losses. The Planning Commission 38 classifies irrigation projects schemes in India on the following lines: 1. Major irrigation schemes, those with cultivable command areas, CCA, more than 10,000 hectares. 2. Medium irrigation schemes, those with cultivable command areas, CCA, between 2,000 and 10,000 hectares. 3. Minor irrigation schemes, those with cultivable command area, CCA, up to 2,000 hectares. Expansion of irrigation facilities, along with consolidation of the existing systems, has been. National Food Security Mission, NEF, Macro Management of Agriculture, MMA, the main part of the strategy for NICSTR, AUSW in .eg ASPARN OGD in OEC 2 NOG.N NATO food grains. With the view to ensuring early completion of projects for providing irrigation benefits to the farmers, Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, RIDF, has been in operation since 1995-96. The government launched Accelerated Irrigation Benefits Program, AIBP, in 1996-97. The Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program, AIBP, was launched during 1996-97 to give loan assistance to the states to help them complete some of the incomplete major medium irrigation projects which were in an advanced stage of completion. The NEFSM, launched in 2007, is a crop development scheme of the Government of India that aims at additional production of 10, 8, and 2 million tons of rice, wheat, and pulses, respectively by the end of 2011-12. The mission interventions consist of 39, A. Seeds of improved variety, B. Soil ameliorants, C. Plant nutrients, D. Farm machines implements, and E. Plant protection measures. In addition, a special initiative under the name of the Accelerated Pulses Production Program was initiated in 2010 to boost the production of pulses by active promotion of technologies in 1,000 clusters of 1,000 hectare each. Considerable achievements under the NEFSM have been recorded during the course of implementation of the program, such as new farm practices, distribution of seeds of high-yielding varieties of rice, wheat, pulses, and hybrid rice, and treating area with soil ameliorants to restore soil fertility for higher productivity. Through targeted interventions, the mission has already achieved, a year in advance, 25 million tons of additional production of food grains, exceeding the target of 20 million tons of production set for the terminal year 2011-12 of the 11th plan. The MMA was revised in 2008 to improve its efficacy in complementing the efforts of the states towards enhancement of agricultural production and productivity. 40. It also provides opportunity to draw upon agricultural development programs out of 10 sub-schemes relating to crop production and natural resource management, and give it the flexibility to use 20% of resources for innovative components. The revised MMA scheme has formula-based allocation criteria and provides assistance in the form of grants, loan to the states UTs on 90:10 ratio basis, except in case of the northeastern states where National Horticulture Mission, NHM, the central share is 100% grant. WIST, the RKVY was launched in August 2007 for incentivizing states to enhance public investment to achieve 4% growth rate in agriculture and allied sectors during the 11th Plan. 41. The RKVY format permits taking up national priorities as sub-schemes, allowing the states flexibility in project selection and implementation. The sub-schemes include I. Bringing green revolution to Eastern region. 2. Integrated development of 60,000 pulses villages in rain-fed areas. 3. Promotion of oil palm. 4. Initiative on vegetable clusters. Nutri-cereals. 6. National Mission for Protein Supplements. 7. Accelerated Fodder Development Program. 8. Rain-fed Area Development Program. And 9. Saffron Mission. The RKVY links 50% of central assistance to those states that have stepped up percentage of state plan expenditure on agriculture and allied sectors. States have indeed increased allocation to agriculture and allied sectors from 4.88% of total state plan expenditure in July 2006 to 6.04% of in 2010 to 11, as per the revised estimates, Economic Survey 2011 to 12. ISOPOM. The centrally sponsored ISOPOM, integrated scheme of oilseeds, pulses, oil palm, and MAJ, 42 have been under implementation during the 11th plan in 14 states for oilseeds and pulses, 15 for MAJ, and 9 for oil palm. The pulses component has been merged with the NEFS with effect from 1st April 2010. Oilseeds are raised mostly under rain-fed conditions and are important for the livelihood of small and marginal farmers in the arid and semi-arid areas of the country. The horticulture sector includes a wide range of crops, such as fruits, vegetables, roots and tuber crops, flowers, aromatic and medicinal plants, spices, and plantation crops, which facilitate diversification in agriculture. It has been recognized that growing horticulture crops is now an ideal option to improve livelihood security, enhance employment generation, attain food and nutritional security, and increase income through VVISTL. There have been noticeable achievements and significant improvement in the production and productivity of various horticulture crops. The NHM scheme was launched 43 during the 10th Plan for Holistic Development of the Horticulture Sector, duly ensuring forward and backward linkages by adopting a cluster approach, with the active participation of all the stakeholders. The supply of quality planting material through establishment of nurseries and tissue culture units, production and productivity improvement programs through area expansion and rejuvenation, technology promotion, technology dissemination, human resource development, creation of infrastructure for post-harvest management and marketing in consonance with the comparative advantages of each state's region and their diverse agroclimatic conditions are the major programs of the mission. A major initiative has been taken during 2011 to 12 for enhancing the supply of good quality vegetables to metro cities under the Vegetable Initiative in Urban Clusters, WIOC. National Bamboo Mission, NBM. The NBM, a centrally sponsored scheme of the Ministry of Agriculture for harnessing the potential of the bamboo crop in the country, is under implementation in 27 states. It envisages promoting holistic growth of the bamboo sector by adopting an area-based, regionally differentiated strategy to increase the area under bamboo cultivation and marketing. 44. Under the mission, steps have been taken to increase the availability of quality planting material by supporting the setting up of new nurseries, tissue culture units, and strengthening existing ones. To address forward integration, the mission is taking steps to strengthen marketing of bamboo products, especially those of handicraft items. Besides, the mission has provided financial assistance to different institutions, universities for 23 R&D projects aimed at higher productivity of bamboo. Agroforestry trials comprising bamboo grown along with agricultural, horticultural crops and medicinal plants under different agroclimatic conditions in various states have been initiated. Union government has announced new national agricultural policy in the Parliament on 28 July 2000. This policy has been planned under the provisions of World Trade Organization so as to face the challenges of agriculture sector. This policy gives emphasis on promoting agricultural exports after fulfilling domestic demand. The salient features 46 of this policy are: times 4% growth rate PA for the next 2 decades. Times 4% growth rate PA target to be achieved by 2005. Times land reforms to provide land to poor farmers. Times consolidation of holding in all states of the nation. Times promoting private investments in agriculture. Waste, TR. Agricultural insurance times to provide insurance umbrella VFO STR. CWROWP.ES ASTIO NFG in REM array INRGS.N.at times to promote biotechnology. Times promoting research for developing new varieties and ensuring protection to the developed varieties. There are various major crop insurance schemes under implementation in the country. National Agricultural Insurance Scheme. NACE. The NACE is a government-sponsored central sector crop insurance scheme being implemented in the country since 1999 to 2000 season. The erstwhile Comprehensive Crop Insurance Scheme CISIS of 1985 was merged into it, with the objective of providing financial support to farmers in the event of failure of crops as a result of natural calamities, pests, and diseases. The Agriculture Insurance Company of India Limited, ACIL, is the implementing agency for the scheme. At present, the scheme is being implemented by 25 states and 2 UTs 47. 2. Modified NACE, NES with the aim of further improving crop insurance schemes. The NES is under implementation on pilot basis in 50 districts in the country from Rabi 2010 to 2011 season. Some of the major improvements made in the NES are 48 times actuarial premium with subsidy in premium at different rates times all claims liability to be on the insurer times unit area of insurance reduced to village panchayat level for major crops times indemnity for prevented sowing planting risk and for post-harvest losses due to cyclone times on account payment up to 25% advance of likely claims as immediate relief times more proficient basis for calculation of threshold yield and times allowing private sector insurers with adequate infrastructure only upfront premium subsidy is shared by the central and state governments on 50/50 basis and claims are the liability of the insurance companies. The scheme has been notified by 17 states by now. 3. Pilot weather-based crop insurance scheme, GIS being implemented as a central sector scheme from Kharif 2007 season. The Scheme 49 is intended to provide protection to farmers against adverse weather incidents, such as deficit and excess rainfall, high or low temperature, and humidity that are deemed to adversely impact crop production. This is based on actuarial rates of premium, but to make the scheme attractive, premium actually charged from farmers has been restricted to be on a par with the NACE. 4. Krishi Shramik Suraksha Yojana, the multi-benefit scheme 50 for the agricultural workers, commenced on 1 July 2001, provides life insurance protection, lump sum survival benefit and pension to those who were between the age of 18-50 years, functions on group basis with minimum of 20 members. No new lives are added even under existing schemes at the time of renewal. Gram Panchayat acts as the nodal agency and with the help of NGO, SHG or any WIST, TR. Extension Services other agency which identify the AVG is RT, CW Lieutenant W.era Asli EW NGO in Rec area NGS.net. We Farm Income Insurance Scheme. The scheme 51 commenced in January 2004 for providing insurance safeguards and economic security to farmers run by the Ministry of Agriculture and Indian Agriculture Insurance Company Limited jointly. Times provides broader risk insurance. Times conceived to provide income protection to the farmers by integrating the mechanism of ensuring production as well as market risks. Times farmers' income is protected by ensuring minimum guaranteed income. Times subsidy in premium payment. Times available for all the states and compulsory for farmers availing crop loans. NACE will be withdrawn for the crops covered under it but would continue to be applicable for other crops. 6. Varsha Bima, rainfall insurance scheme introduced in 2004. Southwest monsoon period covers all natural rainfall risks and provides 5 different options suiting varied requirements of the farming community. Times seasonal rainfall insurance based on aggregated rainfall from June to September. Times sowing failure insurance based on rainfall between June 15th and August 15th. Times rainfall distribution insurance with the weightage assigned to different weeks between June and September. Times agronomic index constructed on the basis of water requirements of crops. Times a catastrophe option covering extremely adverse deviation of 50% and above in rainfall during the season. This scheme covers all natural rainfall risks at the following stages. Times failure of seed crop either in full or in part due to natural risk. Times loss in expected raw seed yield. Times loss of seed crop after harvest. Times at seed certification stage. The support to state extension programs for extension reforms scheme was launched in June 2005, aiming at making the extension system farmer-driven as well as accountable to farmers by providing for new institutional arrangements for technology dissemination. This has been done through setting up of agricultural technology management agencies, ACMA, at district level to operationalize the extension reforms. The ACMA has active participation of farmers, farmer groups, non-government organizations, NGOs, and other stakeholders operating at district level and below. Gender concerns are being mainstreamed by mandating that 30% of resources on programs and activities are utilized by women farmers and women extension functionaries. Certain other schemes 53 which support agriculture sector are WIST, TR. Times Mass Media Support to Agriculture TSUTR. EWWFWO.ECOSSY in NG Guinea and Ring D.NA Autodarshan Infrastructure and All India Radio, AIR, broadcasting agriculture related information. Times Kisan Call Centers, KCC, to provide agricultural information to the farming community through toll-free telephone lines. Times Agriclinic and Agribusiness Centers by agriculture graduates to provide extension services to farmers on payment basis through setting up of economically viable self-employment ventures and information dissemination through agri-fairs. Times Extension Education Institutes at Niloka, Haryana, Rajendra Nagar, Andhra Pradesh, Anand, Gujarat, and Jorhat, Assam, are operating at regional level to improve the skills and professional competence of extension field functionaries of agriculture and allied departments. Times there are model training courses on thrust areas of agriculture, horticulture, animal husbandry, and fisheries with the objective of improving the professional competence, upgrading the knowledge, and developing technical skills of subject matter specialists, extension workers of agriculture and allied departments. And Times Manage, Hyderabad, an Apex Institute at the national level, provides training to middle and senior level officers of agriculture and allied departments of the state's UTs 54. National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, NMSA. The NMSA, launched in 2011-12, aims at enhancing food security and protection of resources such as land, water, biodiversity, and genetic resources by developing strategies to make Indian agriculture more resilient to climate change. 55. The Economic Survey 2011-12 discusses the impacts of climate change on Indian agriculture in the following points.
Vulnerable to
Various vagaries of monsoon, besides facing occurrence of drought and flood in many parts of the country. Natural calamities such as drought and flood occur frequently in many parts of the country. Times climate change will aggravate these risks and may considerably affect food security through direct and indirect effects on crops, soils, livestock, fisheries, and pests. Building climate resilience, therefore, is critical. Times potential adaptation strategies to deal with the adverse impacts of climate change are I. Developing cultivars tolerant to heat, moisture, and salinity stresses.
2. Modifying crop management practices, improving water management. 3. Adopting new farm practices. Crop diversification.
Improving pest management. Making available timely weather-based advisories. 6. Crop insurance, and harnessing the indigenous technical knowledge of farmers.
Second, Green
Revolution. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research IRSCC, HWHRWS.ESNYIETNIA-GIT-NE-ED-ERIN-AG.SNC theme on National Initiative on Climate Resilient Agriculture, NICRA. The initiative has been planned as a multidisciplinary, multi-institutional effort covering crops, livestock, and fisheries and focusing mainly on adaptation and mitigation of climate change in agriculture. It also has a component for demonstration of climate coping technologies on farmers' fields in 100 most vulnerable districts. State-of-the-art infrastructure is being set up at key research institutes to undertake frontier research on climate change adaptation and mitigation. Use of all eco-friendly means in cultivation is the second green revolution or evergreen revolution or sustainable agriculture. For experts 56, it includes the agricultural practices such as I. Replacing chemical fertilizers by biofertilizer. 2. In place of chemical pesticides using biopesticides. 3. Conserving water, balanced cropping pattern, proper crop combinations, etc. Such agricultural practices are popular in developed economies as organic farming. 57 Second Green Revolution in India. The second green revolution in India is a concept as well as the name of a program. It was suggested as an idea of sustainable agriculture in mid-1990s by the agro-scientists as the ongoing GR was not based on sustainable agricultural practices. When the Indian President, Dr. Kalam suggested for the same, he attached much wider meaning to it. For him it consisted, crop management, cost reduction, value addition, processing and marketing other than the green farming. In January 2004, the Government of India announced a major agricultural program named as the Second Green Revolution with an initial fund allocation of 50,000 crore. This program was so exhaustive that it had hardly left any problem area of Indian agriculture untouched and had every potential of solving all long-standing problems. In a sense, it was a complete agricultural policy based on the concept of sustainable development and well equipped to fight the challenges posed by the WTO and capable enough to make Indian agriculture to emerge as a winner in the globalizing economy. As there was a government change at the center, the complete details of the program were not made available. The present government at the center has not been referring to this program, but in practice it looks like promoting the same causes more vigorously. In the meantime, the president has been quoting the need for a second green revolution time and again. Summing up the second green revolution, if we add up the different announcements by the governments time to time and the propositions of experts, we may sum up the idea of the second green revolution in India with the help of its three broad coordinates. 1. Increasing agricultural production. It includes four major things. A. Unlike the Green Revolution WHVIISTH, www as.elcumnigtindeut.nontly 5 food grains, wheat, rice, jowar, bajra, mash. The second Green Revolution includes all agricultural products, cereals, cash crops, animal husbandry, dairy, goatry, piggery, poultry, etc., fisheries, sericulture, etc. It is rightly called the Rainbow Revolution. Naturally, it is the most ambitious idea in agriculture sector of India ever formalized. B. It deals with suitable kinds of cropping pattern, crop diversification, crop management, plant protection, checking per-harvest losses of agriculture products as well as post-harvest, integrated pest management, soil conservation, etc. C. Initiation of sustainable practices in agriculture are all instrumental factors of sustainable agriculture to be utilized. D. One very important point should be noted here that India cannot afford to go for only green farming or organic farming in the name of sustainable agricultural development, as the replacement of chemical inputs by the organic ones has every chance of reducing production, and with use of costlier inputs, the produce of such a farming will not be economically accessible by the vast poor population of India, already due to costlier outputs of the GR masses lack the required purchasing capacity. That is why cost cut is an integral part of this revolution. And that is why agro-scientists have suggested to base our agriculture on biotechnology. Use of biotechnology in agriculture does not only open new dimensions for it, but it has every potential to cut costs of the agricultural products by doing miraculous and unthinkable kind of research and development. India is very much aware of this reality that without an active support of biotechnology, sustainable agricultural development will have only elitist value and nothing else. 58.2. Value addition. Indian agriculture has been lacking the aspect of value addition. In Indian agriculture sector, right from farmers to the traders, there has been a tendency of deposing agricultural goods in its primary form. That is why the real potential of Indian agriculture to create gainful employment has never been tapped. This green revolution tries to go for it in a big way. In this direction there will be an increased emphasis upon agro-processing, beverages and drinks industries. 3. Strengthening the infrastructural institutional aspects. The last coordinate of the second green revolution is related to the aspects of timely and adequate infrastructural institutional support, without which it cannot happen. A. We need to strengthen the credit delivery aspects for the agriculture sector, both at micro level and at macro level, for corporate farming. B. The storage facilities for agricultural products in India is among the weakest in the world. India does not have adequate capacity of dry godowns and cold storage. In the area of refrigerated storage, much needs to be done. A beginning has been made recently by the railways with the initiation of the refrigerated station wagons. Basically, private sector participation is considered very vital for the growth of this segment. C. The country lacks a suitable kind of transport connectivity, for which superhighways and rural connectivity programs are today the high priority areas for the government. The private sector is also being encouraged, though at present it too seems to have a limited role in this area, especially in urban areas and at micro level only. D. The development of telecom movie N2SCT. AWTWIOWN.EOSY it NHGN A Lailrine G.ONAD turn means are necessary preconditions for the timely development of agriculture sector and for the empowerment of the farmer. E. The irrigation preparedness of India needs grassroots level approach, already part of the Bharat Nirman, and needs a foolproof systemic approach. It becomes specially important once the climate has started showing its vagaries more and more in recent times. F. Everything done till date in the area of developing an adequate kind of marketing network for agricultural products has not been capable of delivering the same. And that is why the profession of agriculture has been failing to emerge as an economic and profitable area for the farmers. We need to restructure and strengthen it right from the grassroots level to the national level. Only then can we internationalize, globalize our agriculture sector. G. If there has been any one area which has failed to have the proper care and support of the insurance, it has been the agriculture sector. Even after covering all agricultural activities and products under the Agricultural Insurance Scheme, the National Agricultural Insurance Scheme, 1999, it has very low penetration, basically due to lack of awareness among the farmers' beneficiaries. Now the government is trying hard to do the same, which also depends upon suitable level of insurance sector reforms. State governments, care to the sector and awareness among the beneficiaries. At present, India has insurance coverage for the crops, seeds. Now there is a proposal to cover even the marketing risk, too. If we make some statements about the SGR, there must not seem any exaggeration in it. Times, the SGR is capable of solving the whole gamut of problems related to Indian food philosophy. Times, the SGR will give agriculture and rural development the due it deserves. Times, the SGR will make Indian agriculture face the challenges of the WTO and emerge as a net gainer in the process of globalization. Times, the SGR is the best route to make economic reforms reach the masses and benefit those who consider it anti-poor, anti-agriculture and anti-rural areas. Times, the SGR is the best way to let people feel that economic reform has a human face and very much essential for rich and poor alike. Times, the SGR is undoubtedly the best and the ultimate as well as a complete agriculture policy of India. In recent times, the governmental approach has gone for a complete change in favor of agriculture sector and the SGR. It is clearly visible from the streamlining of the new agricultural policy, 2000, the union budget, foreign trade policy, the credit and monetary policy. What would be the future requirements of the SGR? Impact of Second Green Revolution. The Second Green Revolution has every prospect of revolutionizing the agriculture sector of India with multi-dimensional positive impact on agriculture in particular and the economy in general. 1. As agricultural production will increase, India will be safe from food security concern. This will provide India physical access to food.
To every Indian will have economy ISTA.
wcwcs.esustyoenf of increase in production and cost cut due to genetically modified foods, GMFs, will make food cheaper. 3. As this is a sustainable kind of agriculture revolution, India will also be able to make its agriculture sector ecologically safe. The achievement of ecological access will become possible. 4. The surplus agricultural produce will enter the world market and agriculture sector will be able to tap the benefits of globalization. Thus, farmers, rural areas and agribusiness will be able to feel the benefits of economic reforms and globalization. 5. It will create gainful employment sources in the agriculture sector on which more than 58% of the population depends for its livelihood. It will serve the purposes of poverty alleviation, bridging economic inequality, boosting rural development, solving the curse of unemployment, etc. 6. It will eliminate hunger and malnutrition from India. 7. India won't be an example of market failure. Its market will succeed by increasing the purchasing capacity of the population. 8. Living standard of the population will improve and development has to show up. Thus India's rank on the Human Development Index, HDI, will improve for sure. Other than the above given points, there will be numerous related positive effects on the economy as a whole and on the agriculture sector in particular. Second Green Revolution strategy adopted in 11th Plan 59. The urgent need for taking agriculture to a higher trajectory of 4% annual growth can be met only with improvement in the scale as well as quality of agricultural reforms undertaken by the various states and agencies at the various levels. If the WTO brings high prospects for the Indian agriculture, it also brings in some hard-boiled challenges in front of it. These could be seen as individual challenges of the similar economies as well as joint challenges of such economies. The first category of challenges pertains to the area of relevant preparations, investment and restructuring of the agriculture. And the second category of challenges are nothing less than a revision in the very agricultural provisions of the WTO itself, around which today revolves the success and failure of the organization itself. We may take a look at the challenges before the Indian agriculture, i.e., self-sufficiency of food. Due to inflow of cheaper food grains from the world, it would not remain economically viable in India to produce them, and farmers might incline in favor of the profitable agri-products. This will make India heavily dependent upon the world market for its food supplies, marring its achievement of food self-sufficiency. This will have serious political and ethical outcomes for India. 68. 2. Price stability. Dependence on the world market for the supply of agricultural products and especially for food grains will never be safe for India. As the international market for the products is highly speculative and full of variations, due to natural factors, the price stability will be always in danger. Fluctuations hamper the producers and consumers of the agri-goods in India. It would be very tough fighting dumping of the surplus agri-goods from other countries. 3. Cropping pattern. The cropping pattern of agriculture might take a very imbalanced shape which will be highly detrimental to the ecology at large. 69 As the farmers will be always in favor of going for the crops and commodities which have comparative price advantage. 4. Weaker sections. The benefits of globalization may not be neutral to areas, crops and the people. There will never prevail a certainty as to which area, region or crops or the people are going to benefit from globalization in which year. At the same time, globalization is a process where profits can be made, but it is a market-based concept. Those who are unable to produce due to lack of capital, investment and entrepreneurship will have no gains from it. They will be net consumers or buyers. Since India has a vast population of the weaker sections, as other third world countries have, this population will neither be able to increase its income nor able to purchase the agri-goods, having no price stability. It means that the weaker sections of India might miss this chance of growth and development. We need to make the benefits of globalization reach these people, too. This could be done by a timely and society-oriented public policy, which is a big challenge. 70.
We, WTO commitments.
There are CVSRTT, AWMNWT.IM, ACENGB in OEUNNG.NOFT legatory commitments of India towards the provisions of WTO in the area of agriculture which are highly detrimental to the people and the economy. We may see this challenge from two angles. A. According to the agricultural provisions, the total subsidies forwarded by the government to the sector must not cross 10% of the total agricultural outputs. At the same time, exemptions to farmers are to be withdrawn, hampering the public distribution system badly. India's subsidies are still far below this limit but pose a threat to the sovereign decision of need to be increased. B. The subsidies, with different names, to agriculture which are forwarded by the developed countries are highly detrimental to Indian agriculture and they are very high. 271. None of the above given challenges are easy to fight. These are not to be fought by India only, but almost all developing countries are to face it. Once the WTO comes into operation, many experts from India and abroad have provided ways to fight these challenges which may be summed up in the following way. I. To fight the challenges related to self-sufficiency in food, the price stability and the cropping pattern, a judicious mix of suitable kind of agricultural policy and the trade policy will be the need of the hour. To the extent agricultural policy is concerned, India has a limited level of freedom. But the WTO regime does not allow the member countries to impose higher tariff or tariff itself to ward off cheaper agri-goods from entering the economy. This is the main reason behind the above challenges. It means it is essential to modify, change or revise the provisions of the WTO. Similarly, the issue of agricultural subsidies, the boxes, need to be equitably defined so that they do not look biased. Here also the provisions of the WTO need revision. To fight out this typical challenge, experts suggested that the WTO is not God-given. Its provisions may go in for change if concerted efforts are made by the member countries in this direction. Like-minded nations who face the same kind of crisis should come together and go for a joint effort, from inside the WTO, for the revisions or relaxations in its provisions. Morality-related and ethical issues might be used as eye-openers and a handy tool to have the attention of the developed nations and the WTO alike. Prima facie this suggestion looked as a preach, easier said than done. But post-1995 times saw a polarization of like-minded countries inside the WTO that finally culminated into failure of the Seattle round of the WTO deliberations. The most powerful country in the world failed to convene a meeting, that too in its most distant region, the Alaska. A moral triumph of the poor over the rich. This incident, while indicating a possible failure of the WTO itself, boosted the morale of the developing countries to go for stronger groupings and even subgroupings under the WTO. After the Doha round, the USA had hinted to forget multilateralism and indicated its intentions towards bilateralism. The European Union had the same intentions, but it did not show it as openly as the USA. The year 2002 came as a watershed period for the WTO when the EU, in its new diplomatic move, announced to hear the agriculture-related issues of the developing nations. The USA announced the intentions few days after the EU announcement, just few days before the Cancun meet of the WTO and agricultural subsidies 73 WTO. The Hong Kong deliberation of WEF www.eo as YETNH go in EGRHING.INTET did not give anything concrete to the developing world, provided enough hope, there is no doubt in it. The real picture emerges in the next meet, for which the different pressure groups had serious meets and deliberations on their alternatives of bargaining power. 2. The second level suggestion to India was in the area of its preparedness for the WTO regime. India was required to set new and internationally best standards in the area of production by boosting the areas such as research and development, biotechnology, information technology, health and phytosanitary matters. This will make Indian goods and services compete in the international market. 72. AMS. The subsidies provided by the government to the agricultural sector, i.e. domestic support, is termed by the WTO as Aggregate Measure of Support, AMS. 74. It is calculated in terms of product and input subsidies. The WTO argues that the product subsidies like minimum support prices and input subsidies, non-product, like credit, fertilizers, irrigation and power, will cut the production cost of farming and will give undue advantage to such countries in their access to world market. Such subsidies are called decoys, distortions, to the world trade. Such subsidies are not permitted in one sense, as they have a minimum permissible limit de minimis under the provisions, which is 5% and 10% of their total agricultural output in the case of developed and developing countries, respectively. The boxes, the agricultural subsidies, in the WTO terminology, have in general been identified by boxes, which have been given the colors of the traffic lights. Green means permitted, amber means slow down, i.e. to be reduced, and red means forbidden. In the agriculture sector, as usual, things are more complicated. The WTO provisions on agriculture has nothing like red box subsidies, although subsidies exceeding the reduction commitment levels is prohibited in the amber box. The blue box subsidies are tied to programs that limit the level of production. There is also a provision of some exemptions for the developing countries, sometimes called the S&D box. 75. We may see them individually, though they are very much connected in their applied form. The objective meaning of each one of them becomes clear once one has gone through all of them. Amber box. All subsidies which are supposed to distort production and trade fall into the amber box, i.e. all agricultural subsidies except those which fall into the blue and green boxes. 76. These include government policies of minimum support prices, as MSP in India, for agricultural products or any health directly related to production quantity. It is height, SWW, a WS.EP ASOYE WNGEIRN, ECRINRGT.NLEIT says, pesticides, irrigation, etc. Under the WTO provisions, these subsidies are subject to reduction commitment to their minimum level, to 5% and 10% for the developed and the developing countries, respectively, of their total value of agricultural outputs, per annum accordingly. It means, the subsidies directly related to production promotion above the allowed level, which fall in either blue box or green box, must be reduced by the countries to the prescribed levels. In the current negotiations, various proposals deal with issues like deciding the amount by which such subsidies should be reduced further, and whether to set product-specific subsidies or to continue with the present practice of the aggregate method. Blue box. This is the amber box with conditions. The conditions are designed to reduce distortions. Any subsidy that would normally be in the amber box is placed in the blue box if it requires farmers to go for a certain production level. 77 These subsidies are nothing but certain direct payments, i.e. direct set-aside payments, made to farmers by the government in the form of assistance programs to encourage agriculture, rural development, etc. At present there are no limits on spending on the blue box subsidies. In the current negotiations, some countries want to keep blue box as it is because they see it as a crucial means of moving away from distorting the amber box subsidies without causing too much hardship. Others want to set limits or reduction commitments on it, while some advocate moving these subsidies into the amber box. Green box. The agricultural subsidies which cause minimal or no distortions to trade are put under the green box. 78 They must not involve price support. This box basically includes all forms of government expenses which are not targeted at a particular product and all direct income support programs to farmers which are not related to current levels of production or prices. This is a very wide box and includes all government subsidies like public storage for food security, pest and disease control, research and extension, and some direct payments to farmers that do not stimulate production like restructuring of agriculture, environmental protection, regional development, crop and income insurance, etc. The green box subsidies are allowed without limits provided they comply with the policy-specific criteria. 79 It means, this box is exempt from the calculation under subsidies under the WTO provisions because the subsidies under it are not meant to promote production, thus do not distort trade. That is why this box is called production neutral box. But the facts tell a different story. 80. In the current negotiations, some countries argue that some of the subsidies forwarded under this box, by the developed economies, do serious distortion to trade, opposed to the view of minimal distortion as used by the Annexor II. It is the view of the developing countries. These countries have raised their fingers on the direct payments. 81 Given by the developed countries to their farmers via programs like income insurance and income safety schemes. 82 Environmental protection. 83 etc. Some other countries take the opposite view and argue that the current criteria are adequate, and advocate to make it more flexible. So we twww.co asuvyl ed anjivne eri nng.cnrptist to take better care of non-trade concerns such as environmental protection and animal welfare. S&D box. Other than the above discussed highly controversial boxes of agricultural subsidies, the WTO provisions have defined yet another box, i.e., the S&D box. The Social and Development Box, S&D box, allows the developing countries for some subsidies to the agriculture sector under certain conditions. These conditions revolve around human development issues such as poverty, minimum social welfare, health support, etc., especially for the segment of population living below the poverty line. Developing countries can forward such subsidies to the extent of less than 5% of their total agricultural output. 84 Export subsidies. For export subsidy, the WTO has provisions in two categories, i. reduction in the total budgetary support on export subsidies, and 2. reduction in the total quantity of exports covered by the subsidy. Higher reduction commitment for the developed countries and lower for the developing countries are the provisions. But the developed nations forward such an inflated support to their agricultural exports that even after the committed reductions it will be highly price distorting against the agri-exports of the developing countries. It is therefore opposed by the developing countries. Sanitary and phytosanitary measures. The provisions of the WTO allow member countries to set their own health and safety standards provided they are justified on scientific grounds and do not result in arbitrary or unjustified barrier to trade. The provisions encourage use of international standards and also include certain special and differential treatment in favor of the developing countries. 85 Though this provision has realized the scope of unjustified kind of health and phytosanitary measures on the developing countries, the developed nations have been beautifully able to do so by validating their health and related rules on scientific grounds. Such instances have distorted the trade in favor of these countries, and the developing countries' agriculture has been the real loser. The developing countries accused such measures as the non-tariff barriers used by the developed nations to block goods from the developing nations. NAMA, the Non-Agricultural Products Market Access, NAMA, is a part of the WTO provisions which deals with the idea of encouraging markets reach to the non-agricultural goods of the member countries. 86 But the encouragement was opposed by the developing countries, specially pointing to the non-tariff barriers enforced by the developed countries. At the Doha Ministerial Conference, November 2001, ministers agreed to start negotiations to further liberalize trade of non-agricultural products. By early 2002, a negotiating with GT, AWO WP.AOSYNEN Gina EM Greenergy.NUT as created. The members at the meet decided to go for tariff reductions on non-agricultural products adopting the Swiss formula. The negotiations are still in the process. Updated position may be seen in detail in Chapter 19. One major concern the members took note was of the small and vulnerable economies for whom a flexibility was committed while going for tariff reductions. For India, market access is not an issue of tariffs alone, but it means elimination of tariff peaks and tariff escalation in the markets of the developed countries. It will also end the abuse of anti-dumping laws and remove non-tariff barriers, NTBs, used to block goods from developing countries. Swiss formula. A variety of alternative methods are possible in the process of tariff reductions. Some are more common than others. Some are based on formulas. But one thing should be kept in mind, that whatever formula be agreed upon, it does not have value unless it is properly implemented. Even after a formula or combination of formulas has been agreed upon, the final outcome of tariff reductions may depend on the bargaining capacity between countries. The Swiss Formula 87 belongs to the classification of formulas known as having harmonizing impact. Since such a formula prescribes a higher steeper cut on higher tariffs and lower cuts on lower tariffs, it is seen to harmonize the rates by bringing the final rates becoming closer and bridging the gap. The formula was proposed by Switzerland in the Tokyo round negotiations of GATT 1973-79. But Switzerland opposes using this method in the current agriculture negotiations. It prefers the Uruguay round formula. The Uruguay round 1986-94 negotiations in agriculture produced an agreement for developed countries to cut tariffs on agricultural products by an average of 36% over 6 years, 6% per year, with a minimum tariff cut of 15% on each product for the period. It was a version of flat rate method of tariff reductions. 88 Economic Survey 2012-13 on agriculture. Comments and advisory inputs from the latest document may be summarized as follows. Times India's food grains production has shown remarkable improvement in recent years. The production of food grains in 2011-12 was at a record high of 259.32 million tons. This achievement comes at a time when it is generally recognized that inadequate attention to agriculture across many parts of the world led to food shortages and steep hikes in food prices. In comparison, Indian agriculture has performed well primarily due to timely policy interventions. Nevertheless, the average annual growth rate of 3.6% during the 11th plan for the agriculture and allied sector fell short of the target of 4%. Moreover, the country faces the stiff challenge of feeding its growing population. Times a number of constraints and challenges remain to be addressed. The country will have to invest heavily in farm research, rural infrastructure, providing better access to high-value markets. Better credit facilities. Instant open mouth laugh smiley www in wp.eu as TYANSG in is growing.NHEATT. The farming community as a whole is motivated to produce more, and the target of 4% growth set for the agriculture and allied sector in the 12th plan is met. Times though India is one of the leading producers in the world of many major crops like paddy, wheat, pulses, sugarcane, spices, and plantation crops, the comparison in terms of yield levels is not creditable, with it achieving a much lower rank in many of these crops. Studies indicate that there are wide yield gaps among various crops across the country. agriculture production can be substantially increased. India addresses this yield gap by adopting technological and policy interventions. Improvement in yields holds the key for India to remain self-sufficient in food grains and also make a place for itself in many agricultural crops and products in the international market. Times maximizing agricultural income is among the most immediate issues of attention while adopting a more sustainable agricultural strategy. The concerns here are land and water degradation due to soil erosion, soil salinity, water logging, and excessive application of nutrients. There are concerns arising also from over-exploitation of water resources, especially in the Green Revolution belt. Times better management practices for rehabilitation of degraded land and water resources hold the key. Measures must be taken to promote use of quality seeds, cultivation of drought-resistant varieties of crops, judicious use of available water, balanced use of fertilizers, farm mechanization to improve efficiency levels, and wider use of irrigation facilities. Expenditure on agricultural research also needs to be stepped up substantially. Times climate change and extreme weather events with greater intensity and frequency can have serious implications for our agriculture sector and create greater instability in food production and thereby farmers' livelihood. The current crop insurance cater to the unavoidable climatic conditions or pest epidemics. Times declining per capita availability of food grains has been a major concern in India. For ensuring nutritional security, it is not only important to increase per capita availability of food grains but also to ensure the right amounts of food items in the food basket of the common man. A thrust on horticulture products and protein-rich items is required for enhancing per capita availability of food items as well as ensuring nutritional security. Times agricultural growth in the eastern and northeastern regions has been slower than in the rest of the country. The good prospects of production in many crops in these parts of the country should quickly be taken advantage of in the years to come. Hence a strategy for agricultural development in eastern and northeastern India comprising multiple livelihood opportunities, sustainable agricultural development through a farming systems approach, efficient national resources management, eco-geonal technology missions, and rice-based farming systems needs to be put in place. Times supply chain management in agricultural marketing is another key issue. Farmers' access to markets is hampered by poor roads, rudimentary market infrastructure, and excessive regulation. Many agricultural crops are perishable in nature and post-harvest handling issues and marketing problems affect the farm incomes. It is necessary that India evolves mechanisms for linking wholesale processing, logistics and net production.
Activities
So as to generate NV and ISKT, eudwwe.fefaskennbge.nt farm prices, etc. The private sector should be allowed to operate in developing these market linkages for which suitable reforms will help. Recently the government allowed foreign direct investment, FDI, in retail, which has been supported by many farmer organizations as well, and it can pave the way for investment in new technology and marketing of agricultural produce in India. Times there has been substantial increase in the MSPs of various crops over the last few years. Though considered necessary for incentivizing farmers, the MSP signals the floor price for the produce. There is a huge cost involved in the process, in the form of food subsidy. Further, this policy of stocking food grains well above the buffer norms comes under criticism on the grounds of hoarding and creating artificial shortages in the market, thereby jacking up the prices of essential commodities. Urgent attention needs to be accorded to efficient food stocks management, timely offloading of stocks, and a stable and predictable trade policy. Times strengthening agricultural statistics with reliable and timely availability of forecasts of agricultural crops is also an immediate need as the gaps in agricultural statistics will hamper agricultural development planning and policy making. One Economic Survey 2012-13, MOEF, GOI, N. Delhi, p. 173, CSO, in its February 2013 release, GOI, N. Delhi. 2 Economic Survey 2012-13, OPCIT, P173. 3 Labour Bureau, GOI, N Delhi, March 2012. 4 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, P186. 5 This correlation has been pointed out by many great economists in India since 1960s, for example by Professor Raj Krishna, 1976, S. Chakravarti, 1974-79, and C. Rangarajan, 1982, to quote some of the most important names. 6 Approach Paper to the 10th Five-Year Plan, Planning Commission, GOI, N. Delhi, 2002. 7 This was the general opinion of the experts throughout 1990s, but the official document which accepted this contention was the Foreign Trade Policy, July 2002, Ministry of Commerce, GOI, N Delhi. The view has been continued with by the GOI in all of its forthcoming trade policies. 8 Economic Survey 2012-13, OPCIT, P174. 9 Press Release, Ministry of Agriculture, GOI, N Delhi, 4th May 2012. 10 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, P191. 11 Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR, N Delhi, 1998. 12 India 2000 and Economic Survey 2001, GOI, N Delhi. 13 Brundtland Report on Sustainable Development after the deliberations at the summit, Our Common Future, 1987. 14 Rudolph, L.I. and S.H. Rudolph, In Pursuit of Lakshmi, The Political Economy of the Indian State, Orient Longman, Bombay, 1987, pp. 45-50. 15 This was the view of the majority of the experts around the world by the late 1960s. 16 P.S. Apu, Land Reforms in India, A Survey of Policy, Legislation and Implementation, Land Reforms Unit, Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Mussoorie, 1995, pp. 232-33. 17 India 2007, OPCIT. 18 Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, GIA, World Bank, Washington, D.C., 1971. 19 International Match and Wheat Improvement Center, Simith, Mexico, 1971. 20 This made it compulsory to use highly concentrate chemical fertilizers, pushing the traditional organic fertilizers, i.e., composte, out of fashion. 21 This was the reason why the GIA was implemented firstly in the rainfall deficient regions of India, i.e., Haryana, Punjab and western Uttar Pradesh.
India 2002.
The GOI, N Delhi. WIST, TR23. Various economic surveys, specially 1985-86 to 1994-86 to 1994-95, GOI, N Delhi. 24 Based on various empirical studies in the 1990s conducted separately by Vandana Shiva, C.H. Hanumantha Rao, ICAR, Planning Commission, etc. 25. New Agricultural Strategy, GOI, N Delhi, 1966. 26 India 2007. 27 India 2007. 28 Revised Buffer Stocking Policy, GOI, 2006. 29 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, P197. 30 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT. 31 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, P198. 32 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, P195. 33 India 2007 and India 2010. 34. Rakesh Mohan, Agricultural Credit in India, Status, Issues and Future Agenda, from his lecture delivered at the 17th National Conference of Agricultural Marketing, Indian Society of Agricultural Marketing, Hyderabad, 5th February 2004, Rakesh Mohan was the then Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, 35. Known as the Unregulated Credit Market. 36 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, p. 199. 37 Central Institute of Post-Harvest Engineering and Technology, CIFIT, ICAR, Ministry of Agriculture, GOI, Ludhiana, study released in September 2011. 38 Planning Commission, GOI, N. Delhi, 1961. 39 Economic Survey 2011-12, OP. CIT, p. 190. 40 Economic Survey 2011-12, OP. CIT, p. 190. 41 Economic Survey 2011-12, OP. CIT, p. 190. 42 Economic Survey 2011-12, OP. CIT, p. 190 to 191. 43 Economic Survey 2011-12, OP. CIT, p. 191 to 192. 44 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, p. 192. 45 Economic Survey 2001, MOEF, GOI, N. Delhi. 46 New agriculture policy has been described as Rainbow Revolution, which includes the following revolutions: green, food grain production; white, milk; yellow, oilseeds; blue, fisheries; red, meat tomato; golden, fruits apple; grey, fertilizer; black brown, non-conventional energy sources; silver, eggs; and round, potato. The above Rainbow Revolution also includes food chain revolution, to put a check on destroying food grains, vegetables and fruits. 47 Economic Survey 2011-12, MOEF, GOI, N. Delhi. 48 Economic Survey 2011-12, MOEF, GOI, N. Delhi. 49 Economic Survey 200607, OPCIT. 50 India 2010 and 2011, Pub. Division, N. Delhi, p. 379. 51 Economic Survey 200405, MOEF, GOI, N. Delhi. 52 India 2005, GOI, N. Delhi. 53 Economic Survey 1999-2000, OPCIT. 54 Manage was established in 1987, as the National Centre for Management of Agricultural Extension at Hyderabad, by the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India as an autonomous institute, from which its acronym, MANAGE, is derived. In recognition of its importance and expansion of activities all over the country, its status was elevated to that of a national institute in 1992 and rechristened to its present name, i.e., National Institute of Agricultural Extension Management. MANAGE is the Indian response to challenges of agricultural extension in a rapidly growing and diverse agriculture sector. The policies of liberalization and globalization of the economy and the level of agricultural technology becoming more sophisticated and complex, called for major initiatives towards reorientations and modernization of the agricultural extension system. Effective ways of managing the extension system needed to be evolved and extension organizations enabled to transform the existing setup. Through professional guidance and training of CV re-ITSI, RLM1WN.EPOSWAGAERN.GM and RINALG.GNAET is the response to this imperative need. 55 Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change, PMCCC, approved the mission in September 2010 and the Ministry of Agriculture initiated activities under the mission in 2011-12. 56 As per M.S. Swaminathan, Dr. A.P.S. Abdul Kalam, P.S. Paroda, ICAR, etc. 57. This kind of farming had already commenced in the Euro-American economies by the 1980s. However, The concept gained popularity by the early 1970s in the wake of environmental pollution due to rapid industrialization. The Brundtland Report on Sustainable Development, 1987, gave the ultimate boost. 58 Some of the known potential which the agroscientists are in the process of speedier implementation are 7 to 8 times potential of increasing productivity of the food grains, drought and flood resistant seed development, pest resistant seeds, hybrid seeds like pomato, new biofertilizers and biopesticides, etc. All these new technologies initiated into the agricultural practices will not only boost the production but cut the costs, enabling India to have economic reach too. Food being with the eco-friendly methods of farming. As the question of food security is a matter of immediate concern for countries like India and China, the onus of popularizing the genetically modified foods, GMFs, remains on them. That is why we see these two countries allowing the use of the GMFs in recent years. 59 Economic Survey 200607, OPCIT. 60 India 2007, OPCIT, might be seen for details. 61 Ministry of Agriculture, Government of Punjab, June 2004, Chandigarh. 62 General Agreement on Trade and Tariff, GATT, was a multilateral arrangement, not an organization like WTO whose deliberations are binding on the member countries, promoting multilateral world trade. Now the GATT has been replaced by the WTO, since January 1995. 63 Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, was set up as a world body of the developed economies from the Euro-American region, which today includes countries from Asia, too, such as Japan, Korea. The first idea of globalization was proposed by the OECD in the early 1980s at one of its annual meet at Brussels. 64 Merchandise trade does not include services. 65 Economic Survey 1994-95, MOEF, GOI, N. Delhi. 66 NCAR Survey headed by its chairman Rakesh Mohan, GOI, 1994. 67 The challenges and their possible remedies discussed in this subtopic are based on some of the finest and timely debates and articles which appeared in many renowned journals and newspapers between the period 1994-2007. For better understanding of the readers, only the consensual as well as the less complex parts have been provided here. 68 Almost 50% of the Indian population spends 75% of its total income on the purchase of food grains. This is why their standard of life and nutrition depends on the indigenously grown food in a great way. Once the self-sufficiency is lost, their lives will depend upon the diplomatic uncertainties of its regular supply. It will have serious political outcomes for the political scenario of India. Similarly, irregular supply of the food grains will create a high ethical dilemma, too. 69 Farmers might go for highly repetitive kind of cropping pattern, creating problems for soil fertility, water crisis, etc. This will have highly adverse effects on the agriculture insurance companies, too. 70 The primary examples of corporate and contract farming have given enough hints that economically weaker sections of society have meager chances of benefiting from the globalization of agriculture, with major profits going to the corporate houses. Naturally, the governments, center and states, will need to come up with highly effective policies which could take care of the economic interests of the masses. The policies may focus on areas such as healthcare, education, insurance, housing, social security, etc. Already the governments have started emphasizing the delivery and performance of the social sector, but in the future, more focused and accountable programs in the sector will be required. 71 Some of the developed economies are still forwarding subsidies to the agricultural areas to the tune of 180 to 20%. Again, the justification for such high subsidies have been provided by defining agriculture subsidies according to their ease, highly blurring and confusing. 72 Because even the agriculture-related provisions are modified, the global market will always run after the agri-products which are the best, price-wise, quality-wise, etc. 73. A simplified and easy-to-understand Analysis done on the basis of the documents of the Information and Media Relations Division of the World Trade Organization Secretariat, Geneva, Switzerland, October 2007. 74 defined in Article 1 and Annexos 3 and 4, Agreement on Agriculture, AOA, WTO, 1994. 75 Article 6.2, AOA, WTO, 1994. 76 Article 6, AOA, WTO, 1994. 77 Article 6, Para 5 AOA, WTO, 1994. WIST, TR 78. Annexo 2, AOA, and Para 1 AOA, WTO, 1994. 79 Annexo 2, AOA, WTO, 1994. 80 Basically, a large part of this box is used by the farmers in the USA and the European Union as basic investments in agriculture. India as well as other like-minded countries have this view and want this box to be brought under the AMSI, under the reduction commitments. The USA at the Hong Kong Ministerial Meet, December 2005, announced to abolish such subsidies in the next 12-year commencing 2008. The EU also proposed to reduce its trade distorting subsidies by 70%. None of them used the name Green Box, which shows some internal vagueness. 81 Para 5, Green Box, AOA, WTO, 1994. 82 Para 7, Green Box, AOA, WTO, 1994. 83 Parat, Green Box, AOA, WTO, 1994. 84 Article 6.2, AOA, WTO, 1994. 85 Article 14, AOA, WTO, 1994. 86 As per the provisions of the WTO fisheries products and forest products don't fall under agriculture and have been classified as the non-agricultural products. 87 Formula Approaches to Tariff Negotiations, Revised, WTO, October 2007. 88 Uruguay Round of Gate, 1994. Asterisk Economic Survey 2012-13, MOEF, GOI, P.3.
WIST, TR WIST, TR. WIST, TR WIST, TR.
Many of the Western economies have already written their success stories of industrialization leading to accelerated growth and development by the time India became an independent economy. Independent India needed to rejuvenate its economy from a completely dilapidated state. The country had many tasks in front of it: the abject mass poverty, shortage of food grains, healthcare, etc., calling for immediate attention. The other areas of attention included industry, infrastructure, science and technology and higher education, to name a few. All these areas of development required heavy capital investment, as they had been severely avoided by the colonial ruler for the last 150 years or so. Increasing the growth of economy, and that too with a faster pace, was the urgent need of the economy. Looking at the pros and cons of the available options, India decided the sector industry to be the prime moving force, PMF, of the economy, the logical choice for a faster growth, a fully established idea at that time, all over the world. The secondary sector will lead the economy, was well decided in the 1930s itself by the dominant political force among the freedom fighters. As the government of the time had decided upon an active role for the governments in the economy, naturally, the industrial sector was to have a dominant state role. The expansion of the government-owned companies, i.e. the PSUs, to glorious heights. In many ways the development of the Indian economy has been the development of the government sector. Once this idea of state's role in the economy went for a radical change in the early 1990s with the process of economic reforms, the hangover or the drag of it is still visible on the economy. The industrial policies which the governments announced from time to time basically molded the very nature and structure of the economy. Any discussion on the Indian economy must start with a survey of the industrial policies of the country. Here we have a brief review of the various industrial policies of India till date. Industrial Policy Resolution 1948 announced on 8 April 1948. This was not only the first industrial policy statement of India, but it decided the model of the economic system, i.e. the mixed economy, too. Thus, it was the first economic policy of the country also. The major highlights of the policy are given below. 1. India will be a mixed economy. 1. 2. Some of the important industries were put under the central list, such as coal, power, railways, civil aviation, arms and ammunition, defense, etc. 3. Some other industries, usually of medium category, were put under a state list, such as paper, medicines, textiles, cycles, rickshaws, two-wheelers, etc. 4. Rest of the industries, not covered by either the central or the state lists, were left open for private sector investment, with many of them having the provision of compulsory licensing. 5. Review of the policy after 10 years. WIST, TR Introduction. The government was encouraged by the impact of the industrial policy of 1948, and it was only after 8 years that the new and more crystallized policies were announced for the Indian industries. The new industrial policy of 1956 had the following major provisions. 1. Reservation of industries. A clear-cut classification of the industries, also known as the reservation of industries, were affected with 3 schedules. Schedule A. This schedule had 17 industrial areas in which the center was given complete monopoly. The industries set up under this provision were known as the Central Public Sector Undertakings, CPSUs, later getting popularity as the PSUs. Though the number of industries were only 17, the number of the PSUs set up by the Government of India went to 254 by 1991. They included those industrial units too which were taken over by the government between 1960 to 1980 under the nationalization drives too. These industries belonged to Schedules B and C, other than Schedule A. Schedule B. There were 12 industrial areas put under this schedule in which the state governments were supposed to take up the initiatives, with a more expansive follow-up by the private sector. This schedule also carried the provisions of compulsory licensing. It should be noted here that neither the states nor the private sector had monopolies in these industries, unlike the Schedule A, which provided monopoly to the center. 3. Schedule C. All industrial areas left out of Schedules A and B were put under this, in which the private enterprises had the provisions to set up the industries. Many of them had the provisions of licensing and have necessarily to fit into the framework of the social and economic policy of the state, and were subject to control and regulation in terms of the Industries Development and Regulation (IDR) Act and other relevant legislations. 4. The above classification of industries had an inbuilt bias in favor of the government-owned companies, i.e. the CPSUs, which went according to the ideas of the planning process. 2. Thus, expansion of the public sector became almost a directive principle of economic policy, and the PSUs did expand in the coming times. 5. It was this industrial policy in which the then PM Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru had termed the PSUs the temples of modern India, symbolically pointing to their importance. 6. There was a time soon after independence when the PSUs were regarded as the principal institute, MVWNWT.EF Sogia ENR Gyani SAI in NGG. Savings and WIST, TR Industrial Policy Resolution, 1956. Industrial Policy Statement, 1969. Growth in the economy. 7. The rapid expansion cent IO. WOWF.ETA.SYENPGS INUIS ENERGY.C NAC counted for more than half of the GDP of the economy by 198889.82. Provision of licensing. One of the most important developments of independent India, the provision of compulsory licensing for industries, was cemented in this policy. All the Schedule B industries and a number of Schedule C industries came under this provision. This provision established the so-called license quota permit regime, Raj, in the economy. 93. Expansion of the public sector. Expansion of the public sector was pledged for the accelerated industrialization and growth in the economy. Glorification of the government companies did start with this policy. The emphasis was on heavy industries. For regional disparity. To tackle the widening regional disparity, the policy committed to set up the upcoming PSUs in the comparatively backward and underdeveloped regions areas in the economy. 10. 5. Emphasis on small industries. Emphasis committed on small industries as well as the khadi and village industries. 6. Agriculture sector. Agriculture sector was pledged as a priority. Importance. This is considered as the most important industrial policy of India by the experts, as it decided not only the industrial expansion but structured the very nature and scope of the economy till 1991 with minor modifications. All the industrial policies were nothing but minor modifications in it except the new industrial policy of 1991, which affected deeper and structural changes in it, with which India started a wider process of the economic reforms. This was basically a licensing policy which aimed at solving the shortcomings of the licensing policy started by the industrial policy of 1956. The experts and the industrialists, newcomers, complained that the industrial licensing policy was serving just the opposite purpose for which it was mooted. Waste, Tr.
Industrial Policy Statement
1973. Inspired by the socialistic ideals and reasons, we na istki, OWNYWL.IS at SCIYCENFG in ELRI in NGG.NSET. Licensing policy had the following: I. Exploitation of resources for the development of all. 2. Priority of resource exploitation for the industries. 3. Price control of the goods produced by the licensed industries. 4. Checking concentration of economic power. We. Channelizing investment into desired direction, according to planning. Process. In practice, the licensing policy was not serving the above given purpose properly. A powerful industrial house was always able to procure fresh licenses at the cost of a new budding entrepreneur. The price regulation policy via licensing was aimed at helping the public by providing cheaper goods, but it indirectly served the private licensed industries ultimately, as central subsidies were given to the private companies from where it was to benefit the poor in the form of cheaper goods. Similarly, the older and well-established industrial houses were capable of creating hurdles for the newer ones with the help of different kinds of trade practices, forcing the latter to agree for sellouts and takeovers. A number of committees were set up by the government to look into the matter and suggest remedies. 11. The Committees on Industrial Licensing Policy Review pointed out several shortcomings of the policy, but it also accepted the useful role of industrial licensing. 12. Finally, it was in 1969 that the new industrial licensing policy was announced, which affected the following major changes in the area. I. The Monopolistic and Restrictive Trade Practices (MRTP) Act was passed. The Act intended to regulate the trading and commercial practices of the firms and checking monopoly and concentration of economic power. 2. The firms with assets of 25 crore or more were put under obligation of taking permission from the Government of India before any expansion, greenfield venture and takeover of other firms, as per the MRTP Act. Such firms came to be known as the MRTP companies. The upper limit, known as the MRTP limit, for such companies was revised upward to 50 crore in 1980 and 100 crore in 1985-13. 3. For the redressal of the prohibited and restricted practices of trade, the government did set up as MRTP Commission. The Industrial Policy Statement of 1973 introduced some new thinking into the economy, with major ones being as follows. I. A new classificatory term, i.e. core industries, was created. The industries which were of fundamental importance for the development of industries were put in this category, such as iron and steel, cement, coal, crude oil refining and electricity. In the future, these industries will be also known as basic industries, infrastructure industries in the country. 2. Out of the 6 core industries defined by the policy, the priority is ET, SWAUCW2.ER ASMY NY GINA EPRIP NGLY.NEF TOR licenses.
Industrial Policy Resolution
1980 for the industries which were enforced sub WPRWR.TASYFES-NGC-ING-ER-NUGL.NEATA of the Industrial Policy, 1956-14. The private firms eligible to apply for such licenses were supposed to have their total assets at 20 crore or more. 3. Some industries were put under the reserved list in which only the small or medium industries could be set up. 15. 4. The concept of joint sector was developed, which allowed partnership among the center, state and the private sector while setting up some industries. The governments had the discretionary power to exit such ventures in future. Here, the government wanted to promote the private sector with state support. The government of India had been facing the foreign exchange crunch during that time. To regulate foreign exchange, the Foreign Exchange Regulation Act, FERA, was passed in 1973-16. Experts have called it a draconian act which hampered the growth and modernization of the Indian industries. 6. A limited permission of foreign investment was given, with the multinational corporations, MNCs, being allowed to set up their subsidiaries in the country. 17. Industrial Policy Statement 1977. The Industrial Policy Statement of 1977 was chalked out by a different political setup from the past with a different political fervor. The dominant voice in the government was having an anti-Indira stance with an inclination towards the Gandhian socialistic views to the economy. We see such elements in this policy statement. Foreign investment in the unnecessary areas were prohibited, opposite to the IPS of 1973, which promoted foreign investment via technology transfer in the areas of lack of capital or technology. In practice, there was a complete no to foreign investment. 18. 2. Emphasis on the village industries with a redefinition of the small and cottage industries. 3. Decentralized industrialization was given attention with the objective of linking masses to the process of industrialization. The district industries centers, DICs, were set to promote the expansion of the small and cottage industries at a mass scale. 4. Democratic decentralization got emphasis and the khadi and village industries were restructured. Serious attention was given on the level of production and the prices of the essential commodities of everyday use. The year 1980 saw the return of the same political party at the CNVTRIE Cent, WTWHWENGGINOVRAINRGN.NM Etent revised.
Industrial Policy Resolution
1985 and 1986. The Industrial Policy of 1977 with few XVCIST, PWPOWN.ESASENNFGNAINRIDANGO.NSF Trial Policy Resolution 1980. The major initiatives of the policy were as given below. Foreign investment via the technology transfer route was allowed again, similar to the provisions of the IPS 1973. 2. The MRTP limit was revised upward to 50 crore to promote setting of bigger companies. 3. The DICs were continued with. 4. Industrial licensing was simplified. Overall liberal attitude followed towards the expansion of private industries. The industrial policy resolutions announced by the governments in 1985 and 1986 were very much similar in nature, and the latter tried to promote the initiative of the former. The main highlights of the policies are: foreign investment was further simplified with more industrial areas being open for their entries. The dominant method of foreign investment remained as in the past, i.e. technology transfer, but now the equity holding of the MNCs in the Indian subsidiaries could be up to 49%, with the Indian partner holding the rest of the 51% shares. 2. MRTP limit was revised upward to 100 crore, promoting the idea of bigger companies. 3. The provision of industrial licensing was simplified. Compulsory licensing now remained for 64 industries, only 19. 4. High-level attention on the Sunrise industries such as telecommunication, computerization and electronics. Modernization and the profitability aspects of the public sector undertakings were emphasized. 6. Industries based on imported raw materials got a boost. 27. Under the overall regime of the FARA, some relaxations concerning the use of foreign exchange was permitted so that essential technology could be assimilated into Indian industries and international standard could be achieved. 8. The agriculture sector was attended with a new scientific approach with many technology missions being launched by the government. These industrial policies were mooted out by the government when the developed world was pushing for the formation of the WTO and a new world economic order looked like a reality. Once the world had become one market, only bigger industrial firms could have managed to cater to such a big market. Side by side sorting out the historical hurdles to industrial expansion perpetuated by the past industrial policies, these new industrial policy resolutions were basically a preparation for the globalized future world. West, Tr.
These industrial provisions were
ISPT, TW www.etasile in BG in real reens d.nn the economy without any slogan of economic reforms. The government of the time had the mood and willingness of going for the kind of economic reforms which India pursued post 1991, but it lacked the required political support. 21. The industrial policies conjoined with the overall microeconomic policy followed by the government had one major loophole, that it was more dependent on foreign capital, with a big part being costlier ones. Once the economy could not meet industrial performance, it became tough for India to service the external borrowings. The external events, the Gulf War, 1990-91, vitiated the situation. 2. Finally, by the end of 1980s, India was in the grip of a severe balance of payment crisis with higher rate of inflation, over 13%, and higher fiscal deficit, over 8%. 22. The deep crisis put the economy in a financial crunch which made India opt for a new way of economic management in the coming times. New industrial policy. 1991. India was faced with a severe balance of payment crisis in June 1991. Basically, in 1990 and 1991, there were several interconnected events which were growing unfavorable for the Indian economy. Due to the Gulf War, 1990-91, the higher oil prices were fastly 23 depleting India's foreign reserves. 2. Sharp decline in the private remittances from the overseas Indian workers in the wake of the Gulf War. 24, especially from the Gulf region. 3. Inflation peaking at nearly 17%. 25. 4. The gross fiscal deficit of the central government reaching 8.4% of the GDP. 26. By the month of June 1991, India's foreign exchange had declined to just 2 weeks of import coverage. 27. India's near miss with a serious balance of payments crisis was the proximate cause that started India's market liberalization measures in 1991, followed by a gradualist approach. 28. As the reforms were induced by the crisis of the BOP, the initial phase focused on macroeconomic stabilization, while tough reforms of industrial policy, trade and exchange rate policies, foreign investment policy, financial and tax reforms as well as public sector reforms did also follow soon. The financial support India received from the IMF to fight out the BOP crisis of 1990-91 were having a tag of conditions to be fulfilled by India. These IMF conditionalities required the Indian economy to go for a structural readjustment. As the nature and scope of economy were molded by the various industrial policies India did follow till date, any desired change in the economic structure had to be induced with the help of another industrial policy. The new industrial policy, announced by the government on 23 July 1991, had initiated a bigger process of economic reforms in the country, seriously motivated towards the structural readjustment naturally obliged to fulfill IMF conditionalities. 29. The major highlights of the policy are as follows. 1. De-reservation of the industries which were reserved for the central government by the IPR, 1956 were cut down to only 8. In coming years many other industries were also opened vFIOSTR, WPWRW4.EA at say yes nay get nay to a INGI.N nay we testament. At present there are only 3 industrially based www.hwi.asia and rginfeuril.nlgy.net are partially reserved for the central government. Nuclear energy. At present, the central government is seriously considering the proposal of allowing the private sector to enter into the management of the nuclear power plants in the country. 2. Nuclear research and related activities, i.e. mining, use, management, fuel fabrication, export-import, waste management, etc. of radioactive minerals. None of the nuclear powers in the world have allowed the entry to private sector in these activities, thus no such attempts look logical in India. 2. 3. Railways. Many of the functions related to the railways have been allowed private entry, but still the private sector cannot enter the sector as a full-fledged railway service provider. 2. Delicensing of the industries. The number of industries put under the compulsory provision of licensing, belonging to Schedules B and C as per the IPR 1956, were cut down to only 18. Reforms regarding the area were further followed, and presently there are only 6 industries 30 which carry the burden of compulsory licensing. Aerospace and defense related electronics. 2. Gunpowder, industrial explosives and detonating fuels. 3. Dangerous chemicals. 4. Tobacco, cigarette and related products. Alcoholic drinks. 6. Drugs and pharmaceuticals. 3. Abolition of the MRTP limit. The MRTP limit was 100 rupees crore so that the mergers, acquisitions and takeovers of the industries could become possible. In 2002, a Competition Act was passed which has replaced the MRTP Act. In place of the MRTP Commission, the Competition Commission has started functioning, though there are still some hitches regarding the compositional form of the latter and its real functions and jurisdictions. 4. Promotion to foreign investment. Functioning as a typical closed economy, the Indian economy had never shown any good faith towards foreign capital. The new industrial policy was a path-breaking step in this regard. Not only the draconian FERA was committed to be diluted, but the government went to encourage foreign investment, FE, in its both forms, direct and indirect. The direct form of FE was called as the Foreign Direct Investment, FDI, under which the MNCs were allowed to set up their firms in India in the different sectors varying from 26% to 100% ownership, with them, Enron and Coke being the flag bearers. The FDI started in the year 1991 itself. The indirect form of foreign investment.
IoT in the assets
owned by the Indian VAPIRSTM, was called the Portfolio Investment Scheme, PIS, in the country, which formally commenced in 1994.31 under the PIS. The foreign institutional investors, FIIs, having good track record are allowed to invest in the Indian security stock market. The FIIs need to register themselves as a stockbroker with the SEBI. It means India has not allowed individual foreign investment in the security market still, only institutional investment has been allowed till now. 32.5. FERA replaced by FEMA. The government committed in 1991 to itself to replace the draconian FERA with a highly liberal FEMA, which goes into effect in the year 2001 with a sunset clause of 2 years. 33.6. Location of industries related provisions were simplified by the policy, which was highly cumbersome and a time-consuming process. Now, the industries were classified into polluting and non-polluting categories, and a highly simple provision deciding their location was announced. Non-polluting industries might be set up anywhere. 2. Polluting industries to be set up at least 25 km away from the million cities. 7. Compulsion of phased production abolished. With the compulsion of phased production abolished, now the private firms could go for producing as many goods and models simultaneously. 34. Now the capacity and capital of industries could be utilized to their optimum level. 8. Compulsion to convert loans into shares abolished. The policy of nationalization started by the Government of India in the late 1960s was based on the sound logic of greater public benefit and had its origin in the idea of welfare state, It was criticized by the victims and the experts alike. In the early 1970s, the GOI came with a new idea of it. The major banks of the country were now fully nationalized, 14 in number by that time, which had to mobilize resources for the purpose of planned development of India. The private companies who had borrowed capital from these banks, when the banks were privately owned, now wanted their loans to be paid back. The government came with a novel provision for the companies who were unable to repay their loans. Most of them were like it. They could opt to convert their loan amounts into equity shares and hand them over to the banks. The private companies which opted this route, this was a compulsory option, ultimately became a government-owned company as the banks were owned by the GOI. This was an indirect route to nationalize private firms. Such a compulsion, which hampered the growth and development of the Indian industries, was withdrawn by the government in 1991.35. The picture presented by the new industrial policy of 1991 was taken by many experts, the opposition in the parliament and even the public figures, as well as the business and industry of the country, as a rolling back of the state. The glorious role given to the state by the Nehruvian economy
seemed completely toppled down. NEOVNIST.
If view a.ahsyengenW challenged was an emphatic goodbye to the control regime, perpetuated till now by the government. There was a coalition of interests of politicians, bureaucrats, multinationals, as well as the domestic industrial and business houses whose interests the control regime sheltered and served. 36 Thus, a memorandum to the government requesting not to dismantle the control regime by the major industrial houses of India, as well as arrival of the Swadeshi Jagran Manch, were not illogical. But the governments continued with the reform program with politically permissible pace, and a time came when the same industrial houses requested the government, 2002, to expedite the process of reform. Now the Indian industry and business class has been able to understand the economics of openness and a different kind of the mixed economy. But the process of reforms have still to go miles before its real benefits start reaching the masses, and development together with reform could be made a mass movement. This is why the experts have suggested that only assuming that reform will benefit the masses will not be enough to make it politically happen, but the governments, the administrative agencies and the economists all need to link it positively to mass welfare. It might require to create a popular climate and form the political coalitions in favor of the argument that privatization and accordingly restructured labor laws are basically aimed at creating jobs, better job prospects, alleviating poverty, enriching education and providing healthcare to the masses. 37. In the coming times, the government went from one to another generations of the reforms, setting new targets and every time trying to make reforms socio-politically possible. Reforms with the human face was one such attempt of the United Progressive Alliance in 2003 when it formed the government at the center. It was believed that the India Shining slogan of the outgoing government, i.e. the NDA, was correct but remained localized in its effects to the urban middle class only. 38 The new government seemed taking lessons from the past and tried to make India shine for the rural masses. 2. Its one program, the Bharat Nirman, a rural infrastructure-focused program, could be seen as a political attempt to make it happen. 39 Only the coming times will tell as to what extent the government has been able to educate the masses, better say the voters who vote, the needful logic of the reforms. Disinvestment is a process of selling government equities in public sector enterprises. Disinvestment in India is seen connected to three major interrelated areas, namely, I. A tool of public sector reforms. 40. 2. A part of the economic reforms started mid-1991. It has to be done as a complementary part of the dereservation of industries. 41. 3. Initially motivated by the need to raise resources for the budgetary allocations. 42. The approach towards public sector reforms in India has been much more cautious than that of the other developing countries. India did not follow the radical solution to it, under which outright privatization of commercially viable PSUs is done and of the unviable ones is completely closed. 43 There was an emphasis on increasing functional autonomy of public sector organizations to improve their efficiency. In the 1980s in India were ST, PWRWT.EOS yet NHG INIPRU NBG.LVECT sector reforms. Once the process of economic reforms started in early 1990s, disinvestment became a part of the public sector reforms. The C. Rangarajan Commission on the Disinvestment of the Public Sector Enterprises, 1991, went on to suggest the government on the issue in a highly commendable and systematic way, taking empirical notes from the experiences of disinvestment around the world. The government started the process of disinvestment in 1991 itself. In 1997 the government did set up a disinvestment commission to advise upon the various aspects of the disinvestment process. The financial year 1999-2000 saw a serious attempt by the government to make disinvestment a political process to expedite the process of disinvestment in the country. First a disinvestment department and later a full-fledged ministry of disinvestment was set up. 44 The new government, UPA, dismantled the Ministry of Disinvestment and today only the Department of Disinvestment is taking care of the matter, working under the Ministry of Finance. Types of disinvestment. Since the process of disinvestment was started in India, 1991, we see its two official types. A brief discussion on them is given below. I. Token disinvestment. Disinvestment started in India with a high political caution, in a symbolic way known as the token disinvestment. The general policy was to sell the shares of the PSUs maximum up to the 49%, i.e. maintaining government ownership of the companies. But in practice, shares were sold to the tune of 5–10% only. This phase of disinvestment though brought some extra funds to the government, which were used to fill up the fiscal deficit. Considering the proceeds as the capital receipts, it could not initiate any new element to the PSUs which could enhance their efficiency. It remained the major criticism of this type of disinvestment, and the experts around the world started suggesting the government to go for it in the way the ownership could be transferred from the government to the private sector. The other hot issue raised by the experts was related to the question of using the proceeds of disinvestment. I. Strategic disinvestment. In order to make disinvestment a process by which efficiency of the PSUs could be enhanced and the government could deburden itself of the activities in which the private sector has developed better efficiency, so that the government could concentrate on the areas which have no attraction for the private sector, such as the social sector support for the poor masses, the government initiated the process of strategic disinvestment. The government classifying the PSUs into strategic and non-strategic, announced in March 1999 that it will generally reduce its stake, shareholding, in the non-strategic, public sector enterprises, PSEs, to 26% or below if necessary, and in the strategic, PSEs, i.e. arms and ammunition, atomic energy and related activities, and railways, it will retain its majority holding. 45 There was a major shift in the disinvestment policy from selling small lots of share in the profit-making PSUs, i.e. token disinvestment, to the strategic sale with change in management control both in profit and loss-making enterprises. SAT, SW. WTWH.EEAs vires is NGE in NEC EE Renault G.FNet. The strategic disinvestment was waste. TR. The minimum shares to be divested will be 51%, and B. The wholesale sale of shares will be done to a strategic partner, having international class experience and expertise in the sector. This form of disinvestment commenced with the Modern Food Industries Limited, MFIL. The second PSUs was the Balco, which invited every kind of criticism from the opposition political parties, the government of Chhattisgarh and experts alike. The other PSUs were CMC Ltd, HTL, IBPL, VSNL, ITDC, 13 hotels, Hotel Corporation of India Limited, 3 hotels, Paradeep Phosphate Ltd, PPL, HZL, IPCL, Mool and Lagan Jute Manufacturing Company Limited, LJMC, a total number of 13 public sector enterprises, were part of the strategic sale, or strategic disinvestment, of the PSEs. 46 The new government at the center did put this policy of strategic disinvestment on the hold practically and came up with a new policy in place. Current disinvestment policy. The present disinvestment policy 47 was articulated by the UPA2 under its restructured Common Minimum Program, CMP, in 2009, which is based on the main ideology that a. Citizens have every right to own part of the shares of public sector undertakings. B. Public sector undertakings are the wealth of the nation and this wealth should rest in the hands of the people. And C. While pursuing disinvestment, government has to retain majority shareholding, i.e. at least 51% and management control of the PSUs. The action plan for disinvestment in profit-making government companies is I. Already listed profitable PUs, not meeting mandatory shareholding of 10%, are to be made compliant by offer for sale, by government or by the PSUs through issue of fresh shares or a combination of both. 2. Unlisted PSUs with no accumulated losses and having earned net profit in 3 preceding consecutive years are to be listed. 3. Follow-on public offers would be considered taking into consideration the needs for capital investment of PSUs, on a case-by-case basis, and government could simultaneously or independently offer a portion of its equity shareholding. 4. In all cases of disinvestment, the government would retain at least 51% equity and the management control. All cases of disinvestment are to be decided on a case-by-case basis. And 6. The Department of Disinvestment is to identify PSUs in consultation with respective administrative ministries and submit proposal to government. In cases requiring offer for sale of government equity, proceeds of disinvestment, debate concerning the use in the very next year of disinvestment, there started a debate in the country concerning the suitable use of the proceeds of disinvestment, either via STC, CWRW in.eg ast.uentgh in eement out of the sale of the shares in the PSUs. The debate has by now evolved to a certain stage, coming off basically in 3 phases. Phase I. This phase could be considered from 1991-2000, in which whatever money the governments received out of disinvestment were used for fulfilling the budgetary requirements, better say bridging the gap of fiscal deficit. 48 Phase 2. This phase, which has a very short span, 2003, saw 2 new developments. First, the government started a practice of using the proceeds not only for fulfilling the need of fiscal deficit but use the money for some other good purposes, such as reinvestment in the PSEs, prepayment of the public debt and social sector. Second, by the early 2001 a broad consensus emerged on the issue of the proposal by the then Finance Minister. 49 The proposal regarding the use of proceeds of disinvestment was as given below. Some portions of the disinvestment proceeds should be used, I. in the divested PSU itself for upgrading purposes, 2. in the turnaround of the other PSUs, 3. in the public debt repayment prepayment, 4. in the social infrastructure, education, healthcare, etc. In the rehabilitation of the labor force of the divested PSUs, and 6. in fulfilling the budgetary requirements. Phase 3. The current policy regarding the use of the disinvestment proceeds are as given below. 1. National Investment Fund. In January 2005, the GOI decided to constitute a National Investment Fund, NIF, 50, which has the following salient features. I. The proceeds from disinvestment of will be channelized into the NIF, which is to be maintained outside the Consolidated Fund of India. 2. The corpus of the National Investment Fund will be of a permanent nature. 3. The fund will be professionally managed to provide sustainable returns without depleting the corpus by selected public sector mutual funds. They are UTI Asset Management Company Limited, SBI Funds Management Company PVT Limited, LIC Mutual Fund Asset Management Company Limited. 4. 75% of the annual income of the fund will be used to finance selected social sector schemes, which promote education, health and employment. The residual 25% of the annual income of the fund will be used to meet the capital investment requirements of profitable and revivable PSUs that yield adequate returns, in order to enlarge their capital base to finance expansion diversification. 2. Using the proceeds itself. In view of the difficult economic situation caused by the global slowdown of September 2008 and a severe drought that was likely to adversely affect the 11th plan performance, the GOI, in November 2009, decided to give a one-time exemption to utilization of proceeds from disinvestment for a period of 3 years from April 2009 to March 2012, i.e. disinvestment proceeds during this period would be available in full, the proceeds itself and not the income accruing from the NIF, for meeting the capital expenditure requirements of selected social sector programs decided by the Planning Commission Department of Expenditure. Now as the country's 7 SST, FWOCW in .eg ASIV NRGY in the IRIF NFGI.C new TLT economic conditions due to continued financial economic problems in Europe, impacting the economic growth in India, higher subsidy burden relating to petroleum, food and fertilizers, high interest rate impacting the manufacturing sector, affecting excise collection, falling revenue collection. The exemption cited above has been extended up to March 201351. Accordingly, from April 2009, the disinvestment proceeds are being routed through NIF to be used in full for funding capital expenditure under the social sector programs of the GOI, namely, I. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, 2. Indira Awas Yojana, 3. Rajiv Gandhi Gramin Vidyutikaran Yojana, 4. Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, WE, Accelerated Irrigation Benefits Program, 6. Accelerated Power Development Reform Program Investment Challenge. As per the recent informations released 52 by the GOI, the concerns and policies regarding the investment scenario in the industrial sector is as given below. Gross capital formation, GCF investment and capacity additions are critical for sustained industrial growth. Data clearly indicate a moderation in the growth of GCF in industry. The rate of growth of GCF in 4 broad sectors of industry comprising mining, manufacturing, electricity, and construction averaged 10.9% during 2004 to 11, almost the same as the rate of growth of GCF in the economy as a whole. The micro, small, and medium enterprises segment had the lowest medium-term growth of only 0.8% during this period. The share of GCF in industry as percent to the overall GCF, after peaking to a level of 54.9% in 2007 to 8, moderated to 48.3% in 2010 to 2011. Investment intentions. While GCF indicates actualization of investment, investment intentions indicated in the Industrial Entrepreneur Memorandums, IEMs, filed are lead indicators of likely investment flow to industry and of entrepreneurs' perception. The investment intentions also provide the sectoral preferences of investors and shifts in these preferences over time. During 2001 to 10, overall investment indicated in the IEMs filed increased at an average annual rate of 38.7%. Foreign direct investment, FDI, being a non-debt capital flow, is a leading source of external financing, especially for the developing economies. It not only brings in capital and technical know-how but also increases the competitiveness of the economy. Overall, it supplements domestic investment, much required for sustaining the high growth rate of the country. Since 2000, significant changes have been made in the FDI policy regime by the government to ensure that India becomes an increasingly attractive and investor-friendly destination. The current phase of FDI policy is characterized by 3 broad entry options for foreign direct investors. I. In few sectors, FDI is not permitted. Negative list. 2. In another small category of SECV OIRSTS, WFW ORI.AAGSYNN for NES-RIT NMG.NENTT is permitted only till a specified level of foreign equity participation, and 3. The third category, comprising all the other sectors, is where foreign investment up to 100% of equity participation is allowed. The third category has two subsets. A. One consisting of sectors where automatic approval is granted for FDI, offered foreign equity participation less than 100%, and B. The other consisting of sectors where prior approval from the Foreign Investment Approval Board, FIAB, is required. Cumulative amount of FDI inflows from April 2000 to December 2011 stood at $240.06 billion, out of which FDI equity inflows amounted to $157.97 billion. FDI inflows declined globally in 2009 and 2010. While India was able to largely insulate itself from the decline in global inflows in 2009 to 10, FDI flows moderated in 2010 to 11. Services, financial and non-financial, telecom, construction, drugs and pharmaceuticals, metallurgical industries and power were the sectors that attracted maximum, around 84%, FDI during 2011 to 2012. Cabinet cleared 100% FDI in single-brand retail and 51% FDI in multi-brand retail. The decision regarding multi-brand retail is suspended till the consensus is developed through consultation among various stakeholders. New steps to boost manufacturing. The GOI has taken several specific initiatives have to strengthen industry, particularly the manufacturing sector. The 12th plan document lays down broad strategies for spurring industrial growth and recommends sector-specific measures covering micro, small, medium and large industries in the formal as well as informal sector. Some of the major initiatives that can change the manufacturing landscape of India are as follows. 53 National Manufacturing Policy, NMP, it was approved by the government in October 2011. The major objectives of the policy are times enhancing the share of manufacturing in gross domestic product, GDP, to 25% and creating an additional 100 million additional jobs over a decade or so. Times providing special focus to industries that are employment intensive, those producing capital goods, those having strategic significance, small and medium enterprises, and public sector enterprises besides industries where India enjoys a competitive advantage. Times promotion of clusters and aggregation, especially through the creation of National Investment and Manufacturing Zones, NIMZs. Times out of 12 NIMZs so far announced, 8 are along the DMIC. Besides, 4 other NIMZs have been given in principal approval, i. Nagpur in Maharashtra. 2. Tulku in Karnataka, West, TR. 3. Chittoor district in Andhra Pradesh, and 4. Medak district in Andhra Pradesh. DMIC project. The industrial development initiatives under DMIC, Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, 54 project presently cover 8 industrial cities that are proposed to be developed along the railway corridor. The master planning for the investment regions and industrial areas taken up initially to be developed as new cities in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, Rajasthan and Maharashtra have been completed and master planning in Uttar Pradesh has started. The state governments have initiated the process of obtaining land for the new industrial regions areas as well as for the early bird projects. For 5 industrial cities EIA, environmental impact assessment, studies have been initiated. FDI policy. Following the policy reform process, the FDI policy is being progressively liberalized on an ongoing basis in order to allow FDI in more industries under the automatic route. Some recent changes in FDI policy, besides consolidation of the policy into a single document, include FDI in multi-brand retail trading up to 51% subject to specified conditions, increasing FDI limit to 100% in single-brand retail trading, FDI up to 49% in civil aviation and power exchanges, FDI up to 49% in broadcasting sector under the automatic route and FDI above 49% and up to 74% under the government route both for teleports and mobile TV. The EVs project. The government has announced the setting up of Invest India, a joint venture company between the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion and FICCI, as a not-for-profit, single-window facilitator, for prospective overseas investors and to act as a structured mechanism to attract investment. In addition, the government has initiated implementation of the EBS project, a mission mode project under the NEGP, National E-Governance Plan, for promoting an online single window at the national level for business users. The objectives of setting up of the EBS portal are to provide a number of services to business users, covering the entire life cycle of their operation. The project aims at enhancing India's business competitiveness through a service-oriented, event-driven G2B, government-to-business, interaction. New IIP. The Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation recently, May 2011, released 55 the new series of Index of Industrial Production, IIP, with May 2004 as its base, which was released on 10 June 2011. The old series of IIP, base, 1993-94 is equal to 100, was discontinued from the month of September 2011. SL No. Sector items groups weight. (1993 to 94 WIST) W2W00W4.E0 as file YNGNE1R9 in 9G3.NE 94 May 2004 1993 to 94 May 2004 1. Mining 64 61 11 104.73 141.572. Manufacturing 473620 281 397 793.58 753.273. Electricity 1111 101.69 103.164. Total 53868 283 399 1000.00 1000.00. The revision of base year of IIP was undertaken based on the recommendations of the Standing Committee on Industrial Statistics, SIS, constituted by the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. The SIS includes members from concerned ministries, and it is presently chaired by Dr. Biswanath Golda, Professor, Institute of Economic Growth. The National Statistical Commission, NSC, also recommended revision of base year of IIP to May 2004. The salient features of new series of IIP are as follows. A representative item basket comprising 682 individual items has been selected for the new series of IIP. Further, and a new weighting diagram which better reflects the present structure and composition of the industry due to changes in the technology, economic reforms and production behavior over time, is derived for the new series. B. The new series of IIP covers the sectors of mining, manufacturing and electricity in its scope as in the current series. For the compilation of sectoral weights for these three main sectors, GDP at factor cost available from the National Accounts Statistics, 2010, is used. C. The result of the Annual Survey of Industries, ASI May 2004 is used as the basic frame for the selection of products for the manufacturing sector. However, for deciding the industry level, NIC two-digit, weights of the manufacturing sector, the estimates of gross value added, GVA, as per ASI, May 2004 for the organized manufacturing sector and as per the 62nd round of the National Sample Survey for the unorganized manufacturing sector are used. D. Sector-wise comparative statements of weights, number of items and item groups between the old series and new series are as given below. E. The monthly production data for the compilation of new series of IIP are being made available to the CSO by 16 source agencies, which includes the Indian Bureau of Mines, IBM, Directorate of Sugar, Office of the Salt Commissioner, etc. among others. Out of these, the Indian Bureau of Mines compiles the monthly indices for the mining sector and supplies the same to the CSO, which is suitably dovetailed with the indices for manufacturing and electricity sectors to arrive at the general index. F. Some of the important items newly included in the series basket are milk, skimmed, pasteurized, rice, cattle and poultry feed, woolen carpets, apparels, writing and printing paper, newspapers, propylene, complex grade fertilizers, antibiotics and its preparations, polythene bags, glass sheet, marble tiles slabs, aluminium, steel structures, color TV sets, lens of all kinds, wood furniture, coir mats and matting, gems and jewelry, copper and copper products and molasses. Major changes due to base revision. The base year of IIP for the new series is May 2004, as against 1993 to 94 for the old series.
Two. The weighting diagram
has Andevi RGISOT, NWAWH.EAN SYGEENGD INUE ERIT NOG.NBEAT SE revision. 3. The total coverage of products has increased at the overall level. 4. National Industrial Classification, NIC, 1987 was used in the old series, whereas for the new series, NIC 2004 has been used. As such, at industry level, monthly index and their growth is being published for 22 industry groups for the new series, whereas for the old series, the monthly index and growth was released for 17 industry groups. 6. 14 out of 15 source agencies are retained in new series. Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals and Department of Fertilizers are included in the new series as independent source agencies because of growing importance of their respective industries. 7. Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, MSME, is presently excluded as a source agency for new series of IIP, though bigger units of MSME sector, which are part of the coverage of Annual Survey of Industries, ASI, are already included in the item basket. CSO held dialogues with the representatives from Office of the Development Commissioner, DC, MSME for identifying products and units from the recently completed 4th All India Census Survey of MSME sector and accordingly putting in place a new system of regular monthly collection of data. After the system of data collection is in place, DC, MSME, may develop the index for the MSME sector separately. This monthly index will be finally dovetailed with the general index of All India IIP by assigning a proper weight through suitable methodological framework. This view was also endorsed by the CSO. Industry and Environment: the development of a diversified industrial structure in India, based on a combination of large and small-scale industries, and growing urban and rural population have produced pressures on the environment as reflected in the growing incidence of air, water, and land degradation. Industrial pollution is concentrated in industries like petroleum refineries, textiles, pulp and paper, industrial chemicals, iron and steel, and non-metallic mineral products. Small-scale industries, especially foundries, chemical manufacturing, and brick making, are also significant polluters. In the power sector, thermal power, which constitutes the bulk of installed capacity for electricity generation, is an important source of air pollution. Current situation 56 of industrial pollution is as given below. Times analysis of long-term trends, 1995 to 2009, of air pollutants shows that while SO2 has been under control, number 2 has exceeded permissible levels in 11 to 23% cities during last 15 years. Times discharge of untreated or partially treated industrial emissions and effluents is the main cause of industrial pollution. Industrial effluents comprising organic pollutants, chemicals, and heavy metals and runoff from land-based activities such as mining are a major source of water pollution. The major water polluting industries include fertilizers, refineries, pulp and paper, leather, metal plating, and other chemical industries. 57 times continued monitoring of water quality of aquatic resources has revealed that organic pollution
continues to be the predominant
ISOTL, LW UTA WN.ETA SO YF and AGQ INU ERT in IG.NRET sources. It has also been estimated that 75% of the water pollution is on account of disposal of untreated, partially treated sewage by local bodies. Times the problem of water quality has further been aggravated because of diminishing water flow in rivers. The Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, is monitoring water quality of rivers at 980 locations covering 353 rivers in terms of dissolved oxygen, DO, biochemical oxygen demand, BOD, and fecal coliforms. 150 stretches on 105 rivers have been identified as polluted. Times it is estimated that around 57 million tons per annum of municipal solid waste, MSW, is presently generated in the country. Based on its physico-chemical characteristics, the MSW generated in Indian cities is suitable for composting. However, presently the country has a rated capacity of processing around 6,000 tons per day of mixed waste into compost. Lack of proper enforcement for disposal of hazardous waste results in abandoned hazardous waste dumps, some of which bioaccumulate through the food chain, thereby posing long-term health risks. Times approximately 15,722 tons of plastic waste is generated in the country per day, only 60% of which is recycled due to low collection efficiency. Fly ash, phosphogypsum, and iron and steel slags are the major forms of industrial solid wastes. Around 160 million tons per annum of fly ash is generated, of which only 91.2 million tons per annum is utilized by cement plants, road embankments, fly ash bricks, and backfilling of mines, etc. Economic Survey 2012-13 on industry. The inputs and advice of the government document on industry may be summarized as has been given below. Times after recovering to a growth of 9.2% in 2009-10 and 2010-11, growth of value added in industrial sector, comprising manufacturing, mining, electricity and construction sectors, slowed to 3.5% in 2011-12 and to 3.1% in 2012-13. Times industrial growth still remains vulnerable to several domestic factors and external shocks. Infrastructure and energy constraints, decline in demand for India's exports, and fragile recovery in investment are the risk factors. The latest lead indicators suggest mixed signals about whether a growth upturn is underway. The policy initiatives taken by the government in the recent months made the business sentiment buoyant and have generated some optimism. Times revival of investment in industry and key infrastructure sectors is the key challenge. Industrial sector has been hit hard by the deceleration in investment for the second successive year. As per the latest first revised estimates of GDP, gross capital formation in the manufacturing sector in 2011-12, at May 2004 prices, had declined by 18.8% as compared to 2010-11. Times lower foreign direct investment inflows in key industry and infrastructure sectors during April to October 2012 at $6.19 billion as against the inflow of $18.66 billion during the same period of the previous year. Investment intentions indicated in the Industrial Entrepreneur.
Memorandum, IMS, 5.
VVCHSA, www.easyanengidni.ec.era.go.nrace also declined in 2011 and 2012. Of likely investment flows to industry, times a marginal pickup in the gross bank credit deployment into industrial sector in recent months. Year-on-year increase in gross bank credit deployment as on end December 2012 has been 13.8% as compared to 19.8% a year ago. Times besides weak investment climate, industrial sector performance remained subdued due to infrastructure bottlenecks. Industrial growth rate moderated due to sharp decline in output of natural gas, subdued performance of the coal sector and its resultant impact on thermal power generation, and slow pace of project implementation in rail, road, and ports sectors. In the medium term, it is therefore crucial to accelerate the output of core sectors and speed up implementation of crucial big-ticket projects. Times the key underpinning cause of the recent industrial slowdown has been the manufacturing sector. India's manufacturing value added, MVA, as share of GDP, has remained sticky at around 15%. As per the latest Competitive Industrial Performance Index, CIP, compiled by UNIDO for the year 2009, India was placed 42nd out of the 118 countries. India's low CIP ranking hints at the underlying weaknesses and vulnerabilities despite being one of the top 10 manufacturing nations. India's manufacturing sector, therefore, needs to acquire dynamism and technological sophistication to become one of the leading manufacturers. From the long-term point of view, low level of R&D and inadequate availability of skilled manpower would adversely affect India's competitiveness and the manufacturing growth. Times India has not improved significantly in terms of the ease of doing business and ranks very low in comparison to other industrial peers. The MSME sector in particular faces multiple approval and operational restrictions. The process of setting up and exiting business is time-consuming and complicated, requiring expensive third-party assistance. Since states have the major role in administering MSME sector, the prevailing ecosystem therefore varies from state to state. Exit rules as per the Companies Act, 1956 are complex and costly and do not permit reaping the benefits from reallocation of resources. Times finance at competitive cost is another major constraint for both the organized and the unorganized MSME enterprises. Financing other than internal accruals is costly and prohibitive. The Prime Minister's task force on MSMEs had recommended a 20% year-on-year growth in credit to micro and small enterprises to ensure enhanced credit flow. It had also recommended allocation of 60% of the micro and small enterprises advances to the micro enterprises to be achieved in a phased manner. The resource flow, however, needs to improve. Times research and technology upgradation activities also need to be scaled up. Presently only a small number of incubators operates in the country, which is very low relative to other countries. New incubators will need to be set up on a public-private partnership basis. To attract more investment and talent, incubators need to be allowed to distribute profits back to investors. With some of these changes, industrial growth could become steadier. An introduction infrastructure is the lifeline of an economy, as protein is the lifeline for the human body. Whichever sector be the prime moving force of an economy, i.e. primary, secondary or tertiary, suitable level of infrastructure present is a prerequisite of growth and development. This is why the government in India has always given priority to the developmental aspects of the sector. But the level of preparedness and performance had been always less than required by the economy. Which sector are called the infrastructure? Basically, the goods and services usually requiring higher investment, considered essential for the proper functioning for an economy, is called the infrastructure of an economy. Definition, 58. Such sector might be as many as required by a particular economy, such as power, transportation, communication, water supply, sewerage, housing, urban amenities, etc. There are three sectors which are considered as the infrastructure universally around the world, namely power, transportation and communication. Since the infrastructure benefits the whole economy, it has been often argued by the economists that the sector should be funded by the government by means of taxation, partly in not wholly. Indian infrastructure sector is clearly overstrained and has suffered from underinvestment in the post-reforms period 59. Infrastructure bottlenecks are always constrained in achieving a higher growth for the economy. India needs massive investment both from the public and private sectors to overcome here infrastructure bottlenecks. Investments by the public and private sectors are not alternatives but complementary to each other, as the required investment is very high. Public investment in the sector depends upon the ability to raise resources, capital, in the public sector, and this in turn depends upon the ability to collect the user charges from the consumers. To make this happen, following three factors are extremely important. I. Reform of the power sector. 2. Introduction of road user charges, either directly via tolls or indirectly via a cess on petrol diesel. And 3. Rationalization of railway fares. The experts 60 have suggested for expanding public investment in the sector, supplemented duly by a vigorous effort of attracting private investment, domestic as well as foreign. Creating a conducive environment to attract private investment in the infrastructure should include I. Simplification and transparency in the clearance procedures. 2. Unbundling an infrastructure project so that the private sector may go for only those unbundled segment of the project whose they are able to bear. And 3. Providing credible and independent regulatory framework so that the private players get fair treatment. Official ideology: putting in place the quality and efficient infrastructure services is essential to realize the full potential with Indian infrastructure. The growth impulses surging through VFIST, IWNWDWI.NSIECNGO in NEO-MNEGNET-T. Here is now a widespread consensus 61, now clearly accepted by the Planning Commission, that exclusive dependence on government for the provision of all infrastructure services introduces difficulties concerning adequate scale of investment, technical efficiency, proper enforcement of user charges, and competitive market structure. At the same time, complete reliance on private production, particularly without appropriate regulation, is also not likely to produce optimal outcomes. 62. India, while stepping up public investment in infrastructure, has been actively engaged in finding the appropriate policy framework, which gives the private sector adequate confidence and incentives to invest on a massive scale, but simultaneously preserves adequate checks and balances through transparency, competition and regulation. The 11th Plan 63 emphasized the need for removing infrastructure bottlenecks for sustained growth, proposed an investment of $500 billion in infrastructure sectors through a mix of public and private sectors to reduce deficits in identified infrastructure sectors. As a percentage of the gross domestic product, GDP, investment in infrastructure was expected to increase to around 9%. For the first time, the contribution of the private sector in total investment in infrastructure was targeted to exceed 30%. Total investment in infrastructure during the 11th plan is estimated to increase to more than 8% of GDP in the terminal year of the plan, which was higher by 2.47 percentage points as compared to the 10th plan. The private sector is expected to be contributing nearly 36% of this investment. An analysis 64 of the creation of infrastructure in physical terms indicates that while the achievements in some sectors have been remarkable during the 11th plan as compared to the previous 5-year plans, there have been slippages in some sectors. The success in garnering private sector investment in infrastructure through the public-private partnership (PPP) route during the plan has laid solid foundation for a substantial step up in private sector funding in coming years. PPPs are expected to augment resource availability as well as improve the efficiency of infrastructure service delivery. The Planning Commission 65, in its approach paper, has projected an investment of over 45 lakh crore, for about $1 trillion, during the 12th plan, 2012-17. It is projected that at least 50% of this investment will come from the private sector as against the 36% anticipated in the 11th plan, and public sector investment will need to increase to over 22.5 lakh crore as against an expenditure of 13.1 lakh crore during the 11th plan. Financing infrastructure will, therefore, be a big challenge in the coming years and will acquire some innovative ideas and new models of financing. Sectoral situation and initiatives 66 Power deficit. The deficit in power supply in terms of peak availability and total energy availability declined during the 11th 5-year plan. While the energy deficit decreased from 9.6% in the terminal year of the 10th plan, 2006-7, to 7.9% during April to December 2011. Peak deficit declined from 13.8% in 2006-7 to 10.6% during the current financial year, up to December 2011. Capacity addition during the 11th plan is, therefore, expected to be about 50,000 to 52,000 megawatt. Ultra Mega Power Projects. UMPP versus is T. W with TI and SY for N Egypt no E real G.E Navy development of coal-based supercritical UMPPs, each of about 4,000 megawatt capacity, under Case 2 bidding route. National Grid helps to even out supply-demand mismatches. The existing interregional transmission capacity of 23,800 megawatt connects the northern, western, eastern, and northeastern regions in asynchronous mode operating at the same frequency and the southern region asynchronously operating in the same mode. This has enabled interregional energy exchanges of about 39,275 million units, MUs, during April to November 2011, thus contributing to better utilization of generation capacity and an improved power supply position. Proposals are underway for synchronous integration of the southern region with other regions. Competition in the electricity sector has been augmented by having an open access system allowing a buyer to choose his supplier and a seller to choose his buyer. Open access at interstate transmission level is now fully functional. The facilitative framework created by the Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, CERC, in this regard has provided the desired regulatory certainty for developers in terms of market access, and also payment security against default. Central Transmission Utility, CTU, which is responsible for granting connectivity, medium-term open access, and long-term access, has received 141 applications for connectivity involving generation capacity of 152,850 megawatt. Trading of electricity is enabled through electricity traders and power exchanges. Power trading helps generation resource optimization by facilitating trade and flow of power across the country with varied geography, climatic conditions, and natural resource endowments. It has helped in sale of surplus power available with distributing utilities and captive power plants on one hand and purchase of power by deficit utilities to meet sudden surges in demand. Short-term markets also provide generators with an alternative to sell power other than through long-term power purchase agreements, PPAs. The CERC grants interstate trading licenses. National Electricity Fund, Interest Subsidy Scheme, has been approved by to provide interest subsidy, 8,466 rupees crore, on loan to the state power utilities, both in the public and private sectors, to improve the distribution network. The preconditions for eligibility to avail of interest subsidy are linked to the reforms in the power sector, and the amount of interest subsidy is linked to the progress achieved in reforms. AT&C losses, due to lack of adequate investment on transmission and distribution, T&D, works, the T&D losses have been consistently on higher side, and reached to the level of 32.86% in the year 2000-01. The reduction of these losses was essential to bring economic viability to the state utilities, the SEBs. As the T&D loss was not able to capture all the losses in the network, concept of aggregate technical and commercial, AT&C, loss was introduced. AT&C loss captures technical as well as commercial losses in the network and is a true indicator of total losses in the system. High technical losses in the system are primarily due to inadequate investments over the years for system improvement works, which has resulted in unplanned extensions of the distribution lines, overloading of the system elements like transformers and conductors, and lack of adequate reactive power support. The commercial losses are mainly due to I. Low metering efficiency, 2. Theft, and waste, TR.
Three.
Pilferage and waste, TR. This may be eliminated by improving metering efficiency, proper energy accounting and auditing, and improved billing and collection efficiency. Fixing of accountability of the personnel feeder managers may help considerably in reduction of AT&C loss. With the initiative of the Government of India and of the states, the Accelerated Power Development and Reform Program, APDEP, was launched in 2001, for the strengthening of sub-transmission and distribution network and reduction in AT&C losses. The main objective of the program was to bring aggregate technical and commercial, AT&C, losses below 15% in 5 years in urban and in high-density areas. The loss as percentage of turnover was reduced from 33% in January 2000 to 16.60% in June 2005. The UPDERP program has been restructured. The restructured UPDERP, RUPDERP, was launched in July 2008 as a central sector scheme for the 11th plan, in order that reliable and verifiable baseline data of revenue and entry in UPDERP project areas is attained over an IT platform and that at-and-see loss reduction is achieved on a sustained basis. Development of multifunctional complex, MFC. A new concept of development of MFCs with budget hotels was introduced in the Rail Budget 2009-10, so that important facilities may be available to rail users in a separate complex in the vicinity of the circulating area on station. A total of 198 stations have been identified by now. In a major move to give further impetus to railways modernization plans, an expert group has been constituted under the chairmanship of Shri Sam Pitroda to recommend ways and means of meeting the challenges of economic growth, the aspirations of the common man, the needs of changing technology, and the expanding market, while at the same time ensuring adequate focus on addressing the social and strategic requirements of the country consistent with Indian Railways' national aspirations. The terms of reference of the group involve outlining strategies for modernization of railways with focus on track, signaling, rolling stock, stations and terminals upgradation, using ICT for improving efficiency and safety, augmenting existing capacities of railways through indigenous development, reviewing projects, and addressing PPP issues. The expert group is expected to submit its report by March 2012. In order to attract private capital for accelerated construction of fixed rail infrastructure, GOI has formulated PPP investment models. A comprehensive draft policy is under the consideration which would replace the existing Railways Infrastructure for Industry Initiative, R3I, and Railways Policy for Connectivity to Coal and Iron Ore Mines, R2CI, policies for private investments in rail connectivity projects. National Highways Development Project, NHDP. About 22% of the total length of national highways, NHS, is single-lane intermediate lane, about 53% is 2-lane standard, and the balance 25% is 4-lane standard or more. Financing of the NHDP, a part of the fuel cess imposed on petrol and diesel, is allocated to the NHAI for funding the implementation of the NHDP. The NHAI leverages the cess flow to borrow additional funds from the debt market. Till date, such borrowings have been limited to funds raised through 54EC, capital gains tax exemption, bonds and the short-term overdraft facility. Government has also taken loans for financing projects under the NHDP from the World Bank, as $1,965 million, Asian Development Bank, as $1,605 million, and Japan BV in STK, W4WRW.IEN at SAYANNGANPEON in Agil Nesiti operation. 32,060 million yen, which are past OVN IST, or WWFB.NACHNAGI NAPERA in RGT.LNY in the form of grants and partly as loan. The NHAI has also availed a direct loan of $149.78 million from the ADB for the Manor Expressway project. Special Accelerated Road Development Program for Northeast Region, SADNE, aims at improving road connectivity to state capitals, district headquarters, and remote places of the Northeast region. Development of roads in left-wing extremism, LWE, affected areas in the states of Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Odisha, and Uttar Pradesh is continuing. Prime Minister's Reconstruction Plan, PMRP, for Jammu and Kashmir, launched in November 2004. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, PMGSY, launched to provide single all-weather road connectivity to eligible unconnected habitations having population of 500 persons and above in plain areas and 250 persons and above in hill states, tribal, Schedule V, areas, desert, as identified in the Desert Development Program, areas, and LWE affected districts as identified by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Rural roads has also been identified as one of the 6 components of Bharat Nirman, which has the goal of providing all-weather road connectivity to all villages with a population of 1,500 in the case of hilly or tribal areas. The 11th plan had envisaged accelerated efforts to bring the NH network up to a minimum 2-lane standard by the end of the 12th plan and for removing existing deficiencies. In order to make a visible impact, the work would be taken up for upgradation on a corridor concept. These corridors would include strengthening in adjoining reaches, in addition to widening to 2-lane with paved shoulder standards in order to have better facility over long continuous stretches. Civil aviation, airport infrastructure development continues to be a matter of concern. Upgradation of many airports, including construction of new terminals, upgradation in 18 non-metro airports. For improving air navigation services, the Airport Authority of India, AAI, installing the new ATS automation system. In order to address issues concerning viability of the civil aviation sector, particularly the airline industry, a working group was constituted on 12 December 2011 under the chairmanship of the Secretary Civil Aviation. Their major recommendations were: A. State governments should rationalize the value-added tax, VAT, on aviation turbine fuel, ATF. B. Foreign airlines be permitted to invest in domestic airlines undertakings. C. Direct import of ATF by airlines for their own consumption be allowed. D. Airlines should be asked to prepare their turnaround plans. E. Fare structure should be reviewed by airlines to cover the cost of their operations. F. An economic regulatory framework suggested with regard to excessive predatory pricing by 31st May 2012. Maritime Agenda 2010 to 2020. The objective of the Maritime Agenda 2010 to 2020 is not only creating more capacity but setting up ports on a par with the best international ports in terms of performance. A target of 3,130 metric ton port capacity has been set for the year 2020. More than 50% of this capacity is to be created in the non-major ports, as the traffic handled by these ports is expected to increase to 1,280 metric ton. 2. This enlarged scale of operation is expected to reduce transaction costs considerably and waste, Tr. Make Indian ports globally competitive. TW4BW Easy Engineering Net. 3. Proposed investment in major and non-major ports by 2020 is expected to be around 2,96,000 rupees crore. 4. Most of the investment to come from the private sector, including foreign direct investment FDI, up to 100% under the automatic route is permitted for construction and maintenance of ports. Around 96%, private sector to fund most of the projects through PPP or on build operate transfer, BOT, or build operate own transfer, BOOT, basis. Private sector participation will not only increase investment in the port's infrastructure, it is expected to improve operations of the ports through the induction of the latest technology and better management practices. 6. Public funds will be mainly deployed for common use infrastructure facilities like deepening of port channels, rail and road connectivity from ports to hinterland, etc. Urban infrastructure. Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission, JNURM, has been launched by the Ministry of Urban Development for a 7-year period, up to March 2012, to encourage cities to initiate steps to bring about improvements in a phased manner in existing civic service levels. The components under the submission Urban Infrastructure and Governance, UIG, include urban renewal, water supply, including desalination plants, sanitation, sewerage and solid waste management, urban transport, development of heritage areas, and preservation of water bodies. The UIDST, Urban Infrastructure Development Scheme for Small and Medium Towns, is a subcomponent of the JNURM for development of infrastructure facilities in all towns and cities other than the 65 mission cities covered under UIG, Urban Infrastructure and Governance, submission of the JNURM. For obtaining assistance under the UIDST, States and urban local bodies, ULBs, need to sign MOAs committing to implementation of the reforms. Under the pilot scheme, urban infrastructure development in satellite towns around 7 mega-cities, launched in 2011 to 12 to contribute towards amelioration of basic services in these towns. For the Northeastern region, the Northeastern Region Urban Development Program was launched in November 2009 with Asian Development Bank, ADB, assistance. The project aims to assist the states of Tripura, Mizoram, Sikkim, Meghalaya, and Nagaland to address challenges of urban development in their capital cities. Urban transport is one of the key elements of urban infrastructure. As compared to private modes of transport, public transport is energy efficient and less polluting. The public transport system helps improve urban-rural linkages and access of rural semi-urban population in the periphery to city centers for the purposes of work without proliferation of slums within and around cities. National Urban Transport Policy, NUP, 2006 aims to ensure accessible, safe, affordable, quick, comfortable, reliable, and sustainable mobility for all, under which several projects of Bus Rapid Transit System, BRTSs, and Metro Rail projects have been sanctioned by May 2012. Financing infrastructure, net bank credit to infrastructure had a healthy growth of 48.4% per annum during 2006 to 2011, but it turned negative 2011 to 12 and was around 61% of 2010 to 11. Power and telecom sectors saw significant reduction. FDI inflows registered 23.6% growth in 2011 to 12, with power 43.6%, non-conventional energy 338%, and telecommunications 499%. The preferred sectors for foreign investors, their sectors, however, failed to share the buoyancy in FDI inflows. WIST, TR.
Energy pricing dedicated
freight corridor WIST, TR. The economic role of rational energy pricing can hardly be underestimated. Rational energy prices provide the right signals to both the producers and consumers and lead to a demand-supply match, providing incentives for reducing consumption on the one hand and stimulating production on the other. Aligning domestic energy prices with the global prices, especially when large imports are involved, may be ideal option, as misalignment could pose both micro and macroeconomic problems. At microeconomic level, underpricing of energy to the consumer not only reduces the incentive for being energy efficient, it also creates fiscal imbalances. Leakages and inappropriate use may be the other implications. Underpricing to the producer reduces both his incentive and ability to invest in the sector and increases reliance on imports. Over the years, India's energy prices have become misaligned and are now much lower than global prices for many products. The extent of misalignment is substantial, leading to large untargeted subsidies. Several initiatives have been taken by the GOI for rationalizing the energy prices in different sectors. The Integrated Energy Policy has outlined the broad contours of the pricing system for coal. The pricing of coal is done now on gross calorific value, GCV, basis with effect from 31st January 2012. Replacing the earlier system of pricing on the basis of useful heat value, UHV, which takes into account the heat trapped in ash content also, besides the heat value of carbon content. The revision in the GCV is likely to increase the prices of domestic coal to some extent, but this is a desirable adjustment because domestic thermal coal, adjusted for quality differences, continues to be underpriced. In case of petroleum products pricing, the government dismantled the administered pricing mechanism in 2002. This decision, however, was not fully implemented, and domestic pass-through of global price increases remained low for petrol, diesel, kerosene, and LPG. In June 2010, the government announced that the price of petrol was fully deregulated and the oil companies were free to fix it periodically. In January 2013, the government announced the new roadmap providing for a gradual price increase for reducing diesel under-recoveries. times admissibility of subsidized number of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, cylinders and prices of LPG have also recently been revised. Pricing of gas is presently done under the new Exploration Licensing Policy, NELP. The government provides the operator freedom to sell the gas produced from the NELP blocks at a market-determined price, subject to the approval of pricing formula. The government is reviewing pricing under the PSC, price sharing contract, to clarify the extent to which producers will have the freedom to market the gas. The Eastern and Western Dedicated Freight Corridors, DFC, are a mega rail transport project being undertaken to increase transportation capacity, reduce unit costs of transportation, and improve
Service quality waste.
TR times the Eastern DFC, 1839 route kilometers, RKM, extends from Dankuni near Kolkata to Ludhiana in Punjab, while the Western DFC, 1499 RKM, extends from the Jawaharlal Nehru Port, JNPT, in Mumbai to Dadri-Revri near Delhi. Times a special purpose vehicle, the Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited has been set up to implement the project. Out of 10,703 ha of land to be acquired for the project, 7,768 ha, 73%, has already been awarded under the Railway Amendment Act, RA, 2008. Times the Eastern and Western DFC projects are being funded through a mix of bilateral multilateral loans, gross budgetary support, GBS, and PPP. The Western DFC is being funded by the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, up to 77% of the total cost. Times the Ludhiana to Mughlesrai section, 1,183 kilometers, of the Eastern DFC is being funded by the World Bank up to 66% of the project cost. Times the Mughlesrai Sonnagar sector, 122 kilometers, will be funded by Indian Railways' own resources. Civil construction work of this sector is in progress. Times the Dankuni Sonnagar section, 534 kilometers, of the Eastern DFC to be funded through PPP mode. Times after commissioning of the Eastern and Western DFCs, it is planned to upgrade the speed of passenger trains to 160 to 200 kmph on the existing routes. A feasibility study for upgradation of speed of passenger trains to 160 to 200 kmph on the existing Delhi-Mumbai route has been undertaken with cooperation from the Government of Japan in 2012-13. Apart from the Eastern and Western DFCs, a feasibility study has also been undertaken on 4 future freight corridors, viz. East-West Corridor, Kolkata-Mumbai, North-South Corridor, Delhi-Chennai, East Coast Corridor, Khatagpur-Vijayawada, and Southern Corridor, Goa-Chennai. A pre-feasibility study of the Chennai-Bangalore Freight Corridor is also being proposed. PPP, new steps. The goal is promoting PPPs as an effective tool for bringing private sector efficiencies in creation of economic and social infrastructure assets and for delivery of quality public services. India in recent years has emerged as one of the leading PPP markets in the world, because of several policy and institutional initiatives. By end December 2012 there were over 900 PPP projects in the infrastructure sector with total project cost, TPC, of 5,43,045 rupees crore as compared to over 600 projects with TPC of 333,083 rupees crore on 31st March 2010. These projects are at different stages of implementation, i.e. bidding, construction, and operational. Approval of central sector PPP projects. Since its constitution in January 2006, the Public-Private Partnership Appraisal Committee, PPAC, has approved 307 central project proposals with TPC of 2,97,856 rupees and 58 paise crore. These include NHS, 242 proposals, ports, 29 proposals, airports, 2 proposals, tourism infrastructure, 1 proposal, railways, 1 proposal, housing, 27 proposals, and sports stadia, 5 proposals.
VGF for PPP projects.
Under the SCHEVM
VM
list,
list.
WFWR.EFISNJMGC in IAL RINISG.UNP at port to PPPs in infrastructure, viability gap funding scheme, 145 projects have been granted approval. 13 new subsectors have been included in the list of sectors eligible for VGF support under the scheme, which are I. Capital investment in the creation of modern storage capacity including cold chains and post-harvest storage. 2. Education, health, and skill development. 3. Internal infrastructure in national investment and manufacturing zones. 4. All gas liquefied natural gas, LNG, storage facility, includes city gas distribution, CGD, network, oil and gas pipelines, includes CGD network, irrigation, dams, channels, embankments, etc., telecommunication, fixed network, includes optic fiber via cable networks which provide broadband internet, telecommunication towers, terminal markets, common infrastructure in agriculture markets, and soil testing laboratories. Support for project development of PPP projects. The India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, IPDEF, was launched in December 2007 to facilitate quality project development for PPP projects and ensure transparency in procurement consultants and projects. So far, 51 projects have been approved. Capacity building and strengthening of state and central institutions. The National PPP Capacity Building Program was launched in December 2010 and was rolled out last year in 15 states and 2 central training institutes, with the Indian Maritime University and Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration. A comprehensive curriculum has been prepared and 11 training programs conducted to train the trainers who deal with PPPs in their domain. Online toolkits for PPP projects. The PPP Toolkit is a web-based resource that has been designed to help improve decision-making for infrastructure PPPs in India and to improve the quality of the infrastructure PPPs that are implemented in India. In the past 1 year, 720 national and international users have availed of this one-of-a-kind web-based resource to structure better PPP projects. PPP rules and PPP policy, following the recommendations of the Committee on Public Procurement, the transparency and accountability in procurement, preparation of the public procurement bill, competitive bid process, affordability, and value for money. The draft PPP rules and PPP policy have been prepared and have undergone extensive consultation process at central and state government levels for finalization. Global experience indicates that PPPs work well when they combine the efficiency and risk assessment of the private sector with the public purpose of the government sector. They work poorly when they rely on the efficiency and risk assessment of the government sector and the public purpose of the private sector. India should be careful not to undertake PPPs that do not apportion risks and responsibilities sensibly. Moreover, flexibility needs to be built into arrangements so that the contract can be withdrawn and put up for rebid when the private party underperforms. The government needs to study the PPP experience and build some central capacity to help ministries, authorities, and states structure contracts and renegotiate troubled ones. State Discoms. The government in September 2012 VAP-IST RWOVWE.E the CTHN agents EC up NGM.NITI for financial restructuring of state distribution companies, Discoms. The salient features of the scheme are as follows. 50% of the outstanding short-term liabilities up to 31st March 2012 to be taken over by state governments. This shall be first converted into bonds to be issued by Discoms to participating lenders, duly backed by state government guarantee. 2. Takeover of liability by state governments from Discoms in the next 2 to 5 years by way of special securities and repayment and interest payment to be done by state governments till the date of takeover. 3. Restructuring the balance 50% short-term loan by rescheduling loans and providing moratorium on principal. Therefore, the restructuring reschedulement of loan is to be accompanied by concrete and measurable action by the DISCOMs states to improve their operational performance. 6. The GOI will provide incentive by way of grant equal to the value of the additional energy saved by way of accelerated AT&C loss reduction beyond the loss trajectory specified under the RAPDER and capital reimbursement support of 25% of principal repayment by the state governments on the liability taken over by the state governments under the scheme. Economic Survey 2012-13 on infrastructure. The government document has provided the following inputs and advice in the area of India's infrastructure sector. Times the 12th plan lays special emphasis on development of the infrastructure sector including energy, as the availability of quality infrastructure is important not only for sustaining high growth but also ensuring that the growth is inclusive. The total investment in the infrastructure sector during the plan, estimated at Rs 56.3 lakh crore, approx $1 trillion, will be nearly double that made during the 11th plan. This step up in investment will be feasible primarily because of enlarged private sector participation that is envisaged. Times unbundling of infrastructure projects, public-private partnerships, PPP, and more transparent regulatory mechanisms have induced private investors to increase their participation in infrastructure sectors. Their share in infrastructure investment increased from 22% in the 10th plan to 38% in the 11th plan and is expected to be about 48% during the 12th plan. Yet, more than half of the resources required for infrastructure would need to come from the public sector, from the government, and the parastatals. This would require not only the creation of the fiscal space but also use of a rational pricing policy. Scaling up private sector participation on a sustainable basis will require redefining the contours of their participation for the development TISTO, WFWW in .E5 at NRGO Inc at EURIA NAGI.NIS T hectare in A. Transparent and objective MVA in STN. EWRWWW.EIFSY and CIO name ERIP NGR.ENH intensive regulatory mechanism in place. From a macroeconomic perspective, a high level of investment in the infrastructure sector is essential for the overall revival of investment climate which may finally lead to sustainable growth in an economy. However, in the current macroeconomic environment, to achieve this objective, there is need to address sector-specific issues over the medium to long-term horizon in India. Times there is an overall shortage of power in the country both in terms of energy deficit and peak shortage. At present, overall energy deficit is about 8.6% and peak shortage of power is about 9.0%. The 11th plan added 55,000 megawatt of generation capacity which was more than twice the capacity added in the 10th plan. The 12th plan aims to add another 88,000 megawatt. Delivery of this additional capacity would critically depend on resolving fuel availability problems, especially when about half the generated capacity is expected to come from the private sector. The private developers may not be able to finance the projects if coal linkages are not resolved and there are delays in finalization of fuel supply agreements, FSAs. While some decisions have been taken for restructuring DISCOM's finances, these may need to be monitored and implemented in spirit. Times although India has large coal reserves, demand for coal is substantially outpacing its domestic availability, with Coal India Limited not being able to meet its coal production targets in the 11th plan. Domestic coal supplies are therefore not assured for coal-based power projects planned during the 12th plan. Thus, it is essential to ensure that domestic production of coal increases from 540 million tons in 2011-12 to the target of 795 million tons at the end of the 12th plan. This increase of 255 million tons assumes an increase of 64 million tons of captive capacity with the rest being met by Coal India Limited. However, even with this increase, there will be a need to import 185 million tons of coal in 2016-17 which may further add to the financing cost of power projects. More effort must be made for improving competition and efficiency in the coal sector, which may entail structural reforms. Problems like delays in obtaining environmental clearances, land acquisitions, and rehabilitation need to be suitably addressed in fast-track mode to achieve the 12th plan targets for coal production while maintaining a balance between growth needs and environmental concerns. Time's progress of road projects has also suffered on account of similar factors. The creation of a high-level cabinet committee on investment to quicken the pace of decision-making in critical infrastructure projects by the government is expected to resolve any issues involving the GES ITN, TWARWM.A and SYISNTGEIR in G.O neotordination. Of late, financing road projects has also run into difficulty as leveraged companies implementing road projects are unable to raise more debt in the absence of fresh equity. In current market conditions, these firms are unable to raise new equity. Exit route needs to be east so that promoters can sell equity positions after construction, passing on all benefits and responsibilities to entities that step in. Promoters can then use the equity thus released for new projects. Steps are also needed to upscale projects in PPP mode for achieving the targets envisaged for the development of roads in the 12th plan. Times the process of extending transparent policies and mechanisms for allocation of scarce natural resources to private companies for commercial purposes has also been initiated. The Mines and Mineral Development and Regulation Bill 2011 aims at providing a simple and transparent mechanism for grant of mining lease or prospecting license through competitive bidding in areas of known mineralization and on first-in-time basis in areas where mineralization is not known. However, in order to meet the objective of revenue maximization in an open, transparent and competitive manner, this should be preceded by detailed geological mapping of the mineral wealth of the country. Further, any policy prescriptions regarding the use of natural resources must ensure that the process of selection is fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory, transparent, and aimed at promoting healthy competition and equitable treatment. Times owing to a number of external and internal factors, viability of airline operations in India has come under stress. A high operating cost environment owing to high and rising cost of aviation turbine fuel, ATF, coupled with rupee depreciation is making operations unviable for carriers in India. The expert report of Nathan Economic Consulting India Private Limited, Nathan India, which went into the question of pricing and the tax regime governing ATF, concluded that ATF prices in India are significantly higher, at least 40%, than in competing hubs in the region such as Singapore, Hong Kong, and Dubai. Therefore, there is need to rationalize the tax regime, particularly value-added tax on ATF, which is in the range of 20 to 30% in most of the states. The Ministry of Civil Aviation is of the view that ATF should be included under the declared goods category under the relevant provision of the Central Sales Tax Act so that a uniform levy of 5% is achieved. Equally important is the need for a transparent pricing regime for ATF in India. A high tax regime for aviation in general and ATF in particular will reduce the wider economic benefits available from aviation, resulting in a negative impact on economic growth and overall government revenue basis. Times the railways is another urgent priority for the 12th plan. Capacity in railways has visitor gwgvwd.ifsyarngb in e-re-in-gd.net is needed, especially given the requirement of shifting from road transport to rail in the interests of improving energy efficiency and reducing carbon footprints in development. The funding pattern of the 12th plan clearly shows that the modernization of Indian railways cannot be achieved by simply relying on GBS, gross budgetary support, as about 62% of the resources would have to be generated through non-GBS sources and nearly 20% through private sector investment. There is a need to draw up clear strategies to generate resources by identifying segments where Indian Railways can adopt a low-cost policy by playing on volumes and taking advantage of economies of scale, and segments where it can adopt a differentiation approach by providing high-quality services and command premium prices. Times the 12th plan document, a GDP growth rate of about 8% requires a growth rate of about 6% in total energy use from all sources, Unfortunately, the capacity of the economy to expand domestic energy supplies to meet this demand is severely limited. The country is not well endowed with energy resources, except coal, and the existence of policy distortions makes management of demand and supply more difficult. Accordingly, the short-run action needed to remove impediments to implementation of projects in infrastructure, especially in the area of energy, includes ensuring fuel supply to power stations, financial restructuring of DISCOMs, and clarity in terms of the NELP. At the same time, the long-term strategy should focus on issues like coal production, petroleum price distortion, natural gas pricing, and effective management of the urbanization process. Here this should be noted that India will be a planned economy, was well decided before this industrial policy which articulated for an active role of state in the economy. The main objective of planning pointed out at this time was poverty alleviation by a judicious exploitation of the resources of the country. Only, mixed economy, did fit such a wish. Conference of State Industry Ministers, 1938. 2. The nationalization of industrial units allowed the government to enter the unreserved areas which consequently increased its industrial presence. Though the nationalization was provided a highly rational official reason of greater public benefit, the private sector always doubted it and took it as an insecurity and major unseen future hurdle in the expansion of the private industries in the country. 3. The central government had always the option open to set up an industry in any of these 12 industrial areas. This happened in the coming years via two methods. First, the nationalization, and second, the joint sector. 4. Industrial Policy Resolution, 1956, 30th October. 5. B.M. Dandekar, 40 years after independence, in Bimal Jalan edited Indian Economy, Problems and Prospects, Penguin Books, N. Delhi, revised edition, 2004, p. 63. 6. The statement we get in the second five-year plan, 1956-61, 2. 7. Bimal Jalan, India's Economic Policy, Penguin Books, N. Delhi, 1992, p. 23. 8. V.M. Dandekar, OPCIT, p. 64. 9. These industries which were set up after procuring licenses from the government had fixed upper limits of their production known as quota, and they needed to procure timely permit, i.e. permission, for the supply of the raw materials. That is why such a name to the whole system. 10. Such a commitment went completely against TVPSTT, HWAOYEOAFSY in EDUGSNTREIRELNLGO.NC. 11. There were 4 specific committees set up on this issue, namely Swaminathan Committee, 1964, Mahalanobis Committee, 1964, R.K. Hazare Committee, 1967, and S. Dutt Committee, 1969. The Administrative Reform Commission, 1969, did also point out the shortcomings of the industrial licensing policy perpetuated since 1956. 12. Dutt Committee, 1969. 13. The upward revision was logical as it was hindering the organic growth of such companies. Neither the capacity addition was possible nor an investment for technological upgrading. 14. Out of the 6 core industries, only the cement and iron and steel industries were open for the private investment, with the rest fully reserved for the central public sector investment. 15. This is considered a follow-up to such suggestions forwarded by the Industrial Licensing Policy Inquiry Committee, S. Dutt, Chairman, Government of India, N. Delhi, 1969. 16. The FERA got executed on 1st January 1974. The private sector in the country always complained against this act and doubled its official intention. 17. This limited permission was restricted to the areas where there was a need of foreign capital. Such MNCs entered the Indian economy with the help of a partner from India, the partner being the major one with 74% shares in the subsidiaries set up by the MNCs. The MNCs invested via technology transfer route. Basically, this was an attempt to make up the loss being incurred by the FERA. This was the period when most of the MNCs had the chances to enter India. Once economic reforms started by 1991, many of them increased their holdings in the Indian subsidiaries, with the Indian partner getting the minority shares or a total exit. 18. The permission of working was withdrawn in the case of already functioning soft drink MNC the Coca-Cola. The ongoing process of entry to the computer giant IBM and automobile major Chrysler was soon called off. These instances played a highly negative role when India invited the foreign direct investment in the reform era post-1991. 19. A total number of 95 industries had the compulsions of licensing till then. These industries belonged to Schedules B and C of the Industrial Policy Resolution, 1956. 20. This was similar to the policy being followed by Gorbachev in the USSR with the similar fiscal results, a severe balance of payment, BOP, crisis by end 1980s and the early 1990s, Rosser and Rosser, Comparative Economics in a Transforming World, Fee and Mit Press, N. Delhi, 2004, pp 46975. 21. The 7th Five-Year Plan, 1985-90, as well as the 6th Five-Year Plan, 1980-85, had already suggested the government to redefine the role of state in the economy and permit the private sector into those areas of industries where the presence of the government was non-essential, etc. But such a radical approach might not be digested by the country, as it was like rolling back the state. This is why the government of the time looks not going for full-scale economic reforms or vocal moves of the liberalization. 22. Vijay Joshi and IMD Little, India's Economic Reforms, 1991-2001, OUP, Clarendon Press, London, 1996, p. 17. 23. Economic Survey, 199091 and 199192, N. Delhi. Goi, Moef. 24. Such, Worsney and Bajpai, OPCIT, p2. 25. Economic Reforms, 2 years after and the task ahead, discussion paper, Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, Goi, N. Delhi, 1993, p6. 26. Ibid. 27. Bimal Jalan, India's Economic Crisis, The Way Ahead, OUP, Delhi, 1991, p212. 28. Such, Worsney and Bajpai, OPCIT, p2. 29. Rakesh Mohan, Industrial Policy and Controls in the Bimal Jalan edited, The Indian Economy, Problems and Prospects, OPCIT, p92-123. 30. In 1985-86 there were just 64 industries under the compulsory licensing provision. By the fiscal 1996-97 the number remained 6. Economic Survey, 1996-97 Goi, N. Delhi. Though the numbers are still 6, all these 6 industries have many internal areas which today carry no obligation of licensing. As for example, the electronic industry was under this provision and entrepreneurs needed licenses to produce radio, TV, tape recorder, etc. What to ask of mobile phones, computers, DVDs and iPods. Now only those electronic goods carry licensing provision which are related to either the aerospace or the defense sectors. Thus we see a great number of electronic industries freed from the licensing provision. The item, electronics, still remains under it. Similarly, while drug and pharma still belong to the licensed industries, dozens of drugs and pharmaceuticals have been made free of it. The 6 industries have gone for high-level internal delicensing since the reforms started. 31. Economic Survey, 1994-95, Goi, N. Delhi. 32. It becomes very complex and tough to regulate the individual foreign investment in ETH. Our www.erakcyt go in uegeh re ntgisne an easier way of
attracting foreign exchange.
It should be noted this FTA TWTWHWE.SEO as OFNEGA in SAT ring SGIA.N NET economies which faced financial crisis in 1996-97 all had allowed individual foreign investment in their share market. As the Indian security market was learning the art of regulation in its nascent phase, the government decided not to allow such foreign investment. The logic was vindicated after the SE Asian currency crisis when India had almost no shocks. Economic Survey, 1996-97, GOI, N. Delhi. 33. The delayed action by the government in the foreign exchange liberalization was due to the delayed comfort the economy felt regarding the availability of foreign exchange. 34. This was another hurdle which the private sector industries have been complaining about. As the industrial products were completely new to the Indian market and its consumers alike, the government followed this policy with the logic to provide enough time so that the products become domesticized, i.e. development of awareness about the product and its servicing, maintenance, etc. As for example, the MNC subsidiary Philips India was allowed to produce a highly simple radio Commander and Jawan models for comparatively longer periods of time than they were allowed to come up with the smaller fashionable radio sets or 2-in-1s and 3-in-1s. Such provisions hampered their full capacity utilization as well as achieving the economy of scale had also been tougher. The new industrial policy of 1991 did away with such impediments. By that time, the Indian consumer as well as the market was fully aware of the modern industrial goods. 35. Combined with nationalization, this indirect route to nationalization failed to provide the confidence among the entrepreneurs that the industrial units they are intending to set up will be owned by them. This discouraged the entrepreneurship of India while taking risk. The abolition of this compulsion was an indirect indication by the government of no more direct or indirect nationalization in future. This has served the purpose, there is no doubt in it. 36. This nexus of the interests of the vested groups to the control regime of the economy has been beautifully elaborated by Rakesh Mohan in Industrial Policy and Controls in the Bimal Jalan edited The Indian Economy, Problems and Prospects, OP. CIT. pp. 92-123. He also points out that the control system perpetuating the academic and intellectual ideological leanings negated the very need for re-examination of the system. The planners and the bureaucrats were able to preserve their powers via the control regime did everything to maintain the status quo, Rakesh Mohan further adds. 37. First of the series of such suggestions came from such, Varshnavai and Bajpayee, eds. India in the Era of Economic Reforms, OUP, OPCIT, p. 38. It should be noted that, reformed with the human face, was not a new slogan or call given by the UPA government, but this was the same slogan with which the reform program was launched by the Rao Manmohan government in 1991. It has only been recalled back by the new government with a new commitment to live it up. 39. Should be noted that Bharat Niraman has been the only time-bound program of infrastructure building in rural areas which is supposed to be completed within the 4 years. The time left out of the total term of the government when the program was launched. The UPA naturally tries to make it a political statement and a point for next general elections, development becoming an issue of real politics. Let's see what happens. 40. India 1991, Pub. Dev, Goi, N. Delhi. 41. The dereservation of industries had allowed the private sector to enter the areas hitherto reserved for the central government. It means in coming times in the unreserved areas the PSUs were going to face the international class competitiveness posed by the new private companies. To face up the challenges, the existing PSUs needed new kind of technological, managerial and marketing strategies, similar to the private companies. For all such preparations there was a requirement of huge capital. The government thought to partly fund the required capital out of the proceeds of disinvestment of the PSUs. In this way disinvestment should be viewed in India as a way of increasing investment in the divested PSUs, which we see taking place in the cases of Balco, BSNL, etc. 42. Right since 1991 when disinvestment began, the total governments have been using the disinvestment proceeds to fulfill the fiscal deficits in every budget at least up to 2001. From 2001 to 200203 some of the proceeds went for some social sector works or laborers' security. After 2003 India has a national investment fund to which the proceeds of disinvestment automatically flow and is not supposed as a capital receipt of the union government. This idea of Indian experiment with disinvestment was articulated by such Vajpayee and Bajpayee, OPCIT, P62-63. 43 as was done by Margaret Thatcher in the UK in the mid-1980s. Her brand of privatization was driven by the conviction that government control makes PSUs inherently less efficient and privatization therefore improves its economic efficiency and is good for the consumers. However, this idea has been rejected around the world on the empirical basis. PSUs could also have comparable economic efficiency even being under the full government control. This was followed by Mrs. Thatcher, 1979-90, forcefully in Great Britain conjoined with the supply-side economics as was done by Ronald Reagan, 1981-89, in the United States as discussed by Samuelson and Noyes in Economics, OPCIT, P703. 44 A highly experienced person from the media world, Arun Chaudhary remained the minister for the whole term of the NDA government. Some highly accelerated and successful disinvestments were done during this period but not without the controversies. Concept classification of the PSEs, governed V isn't TT, OWFW if ND.EIAS1Y6E.N0G3IN1E9E9RE9N.G net 46. India 2003, Pub. Div, Goi, and Delhi. 47 Ministry of Finance, Debt. Of Disinvestment, Goi, and Delhi, Disinvestment Policy Announcement, 5th November 2009. 48 Various Issues of Economic Survey, Goi, and Delhi. 49 It was proposed by Yashwant Sinha and thus got popularity as the Yashwant formula of using disinvestment proceeds. Being his personal proposal, the government of the time was not officially bound to it. However, the idea got support inside and outside of the parliament and looked having an impact on the government's thinking about the issue. 50 Ministry of Finance, Debt. Of Disinvestment, Goi, and Delhi, Disinvestment Policy Announcement, 27th January 2005. 51 Ministry of Finance, Debt. Of Disinvestment, Goi, and Delhi, Disinvestment Policy Announcement, 5th November 2009. 52 Ministry of Finance, Goi, 16th March 2012, and Delhi and the Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT. 53 Economic Survey 2012-13, OPCIT, P203. 54 For a detailed discussion see Chapter 21, P21.12. 55 Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, 10th May 2011, Goi, and Delhi. 56 Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, pp. 212-213. 57. Economic Survey 2012-13, OPCIT. 58 Oxford Dictionary of Business, N. Delhi, 2004. 59 India Infrastructure Report, 1994, Goi, N. Delhi. 61 of such major suggestion was forwarded by Jeffrey D. Such, Ashutosh Vajpayee and Nirupam Bajpayee, eds. In India in the Era of Economic Reforms, OUP, N. Delhi, 1999, p. 61 Economic Survey, 200607, Goi, N. Delhi. 62 India Infrastructure Report 2007, Goi, N. Delhi. 63 Midterm Appraisal of the 11th Planning Commission, Goi, N. Delhi, released October 2011. 64 Planning Commission, while announcing the approach for the 12th Plan, N. Delhi. 65 Approach to the 12th Plan, Planning Commission, GOI, N. Delhi. 66 Analysis on the sectoral situations in the infrastructure sector of India and the new initiatives taken by the GOI in recent times are based on the government's documents Economic Survey 2011-12, OPCIT, pp. 251 to 276, Approach Paper to the 12th Plan, OPCIT. Midterm Appraisal of the 11th Plan, OPCIT. Various papers documents published by the Planning Commission, and different releases by the concerned central ministries of the GOI.
WIST,
TR
WIST, TR.
India's involvement with the global economy got a completely new dimension in 1991 when it committed itself to the cause of the economic reforms. The involvement went on increasing with the every passing year. The corporate class who were the most concerned lot regarding economic reforms in 2001 requested the GOI to accelerate the process of reforms, via a memorandum, by that the industry and trade had enough proofs that the ongoing process of reform was better for them. We see the dynamics of world economy taking a shift once the provisions of WTO got implemented. To be precise, once the process of globalization commenced in the defined terms, defined by the WTO, India's involvement with the global economy again increased to a new level. By 2000, IMF-WB, together with the credit rating agencies, had started terming India the next big economic happening, having the potential of emerging as the biggest economy of the world. Once most of the advanced economies crash-landed after ongoing financial crisis, especially in Eurozone, India was declared almost the last hope for the global economy. China was also seen in the same light, but with a caution due to its non-democratic polity. This can be seen as the arrival of India on the global scale emerging as one of the most important member of the present global economy. Now experts say that India has every potential to play a very vital role in the global economic order, which will emerge tomorrow. Looking at the global importance of the Indian economy, the current Economic Survey 2011-12 has added a new chapter to it with the title India and the Global Economy. The very introductory lines, one of the chapter looks like a celebration of the India story. The big story of the last decade for India has been its arrival on the global scene. The Indian economy had broken free of the low growth trap from the early 1980s. By the mid-1990s, following the economic reforms of 1991-3, India began to appear as a player of some significance in the global economy. Then, following the East Asian crisis of the late 1990s and from the first years of the first decade of the 21st century, there was no looking back. India's exports began to climb. Its foreign exchange reserves, which for decades had hovered around $5 billion, rose exponentially after the economic reforms and in little more than a decade had risen to $300 billion. Indian corporations that rarely ventured out of India were suddenly investing all over the world and even in some industrialized countries. When, in 2009, the Group of 20, G-20, was raised to the level of a forum for leaders, India was a significant member of this global policy group. As the enhanced process of globalization came with new opportunities to India, it has also brought with it new challenges and responsibilities. Now, India can no longer view the global economy from a spectator's standpoint, which it means that the happenings in the global economy have large implications for India. Now, every time there is a major financial crisis in the world, it has an impact on India and her growth prospects. To give the real feel of the issue, this chapter of the book has been titled as the survey titles it. It looked futile to go for more jargonized and less comprehensive titles. The chapter systematically examines 1. The state of the global economy and India's position therein. 2. The current global slowdown and their implications for India and the policy challenges that WIST. Tr. An introduction. Global economy today. These issues give rise to the GUM-VS-IST-key, CWW, EC-VOTE, and SOYMNAGC in EN-RIB NGI.RNO-8 and 3. India's role as a constructive player in the evolving global order in light of the G-20 economic developments throughout 2011 were not encouraging in major economies of the world. Experts have apprehensions that the process of global economic recovery that began after the financial crisis of the 2008 is beginning to stall, and the sovereign debt crisis in the Eurozone may persist for a while. There is an effort to build firewalls around these danger zones, but the world has little experience with this, so we need to be prepared for breaches in the walls. The last experience, in 1929, of the Great Depression was not of the similar kind. We may sum up the economic situation of the world economy by taking clues from the informations 3 given below. A. Recent data from the US economy show a revival and is projected to maintain its growth rate at 1.8% for 2012. Economic growth in the US remains sluggish despite extensive use of both fiscal and monetary policy tools, which has been a matter of concern for the whole world. B. The Eurozone is expected to contract by 0.5% in 2012. C. The global economy is expected to grow by 3.3% in 2012 compared to 3.8% in 2011 as per the IMF's January 2012 update of the World Economic Outlook, WO. D. GDP growth in advanced economies declined to 1.6% in 2011 compared to 3.2% in 2010 and is expected to be even lower at 1.2% in 2012. IMF. E. Growth in emerging economies slowed to 6.2% in 2011 compared to 7.3% in 2010 and is projected to be 5.4% in 2012. IMF. Reason of the crisis. Predominant reason for the subdued growth in advanced economies at this juncture remains the sovereign debt crisis that started in the peripheral economies of the Eurozone, but from the latter half of 2011, started to adversely affect the major economies there, as well. The exposure of European banks to public and private debt, issues relating to medium-term fiscal consolidation, and lack of consensus as how to resolve the crisis have continued to weigh on the global economic outlook as the Eurozone accounts for close to 20% of global GDP. Capital flows volatility resulting from the spillover effects of monetary policies followed by the advanced economies further affected the exchange rates and made the task of macroeconomic management difficult in many emerging economies, which is giving rise to a new dimension of globalization in the post-financial crisis world, where easy monetary policy in one set of countries may result in inflation elsewhere due to cross-border capital flows. 4. Unemployment scenario. Situation of unemployment in advanced economies in general, and the peripheral economies of the Eurozone in particular has not improved. This TW WH with C.H East JNT Gilni in AGT.E NADT OECD Employment Outlook 2011 observed that 5. In the wake of the global crisis, with the recovery stalling, OECD unemployment remained high, with close to 44.5 million persons unemployed. B. The extent of unemployment has been varied across OECD countries, with Spain exhibiting the highest unemployment rate, 21.7%. C. The main losers have been youth and temporary workers, some of whom have been getting out of the job market. D. The US has shown some improvement, 8.7% in fourth quarter, 2011 compared to 9.1% in third quarter, 2011, but nevertheless remains high. The persistently high rates of unemployment in advanced countries, especially in the crisis-affected countries of the Eurozone, the inherent contradiction of fiscal consolidation is having a social fallout in the peripheral economies and has sharply polarized public debate on the appropriate economic policies to be adopted. Eurozone crisis. The Eurozone, a currency union of 17 European countries, has been going through a major crisis 6 which started with Greece but spread rapidly to Ireland, Portugal, and Spain and subsequently Italy. Sparked off by fear over the sovereign debt crisis in Greece, it went on to impact the peripheral economies as well, especially those with over-leveraged financial institutions. These economies, especially Greece, have witnessed downgrades in the ratings of their sovereign debt due to fears of default and a rise in borrowing costs. The sovereign debt crisis has made it very difficult for some of these countries to refinance government debt. The banking sector in these countries also stands adversely affected. Good experiment. After the euro was launched, the Eurozone witnessed not only a decline in long-term interest rates, especially from 2002 to 2006, but an increasing degree of convergence in the interest rates of member countries. A common currency, similar interest rates, and relatively strong growth provided a basis for a rise in public and private borrowing with cross-border holdings of sovereign and private debt by banks. Those were the good times for the Eurozone crisis triggered. In the aftermath of the global financial crisis in 2008, sovereign debt levels started to mount. The revelation that the fiscal deficit in Greece was much higher than stated earlier set of serious concerns in early 2010 about the sustainability of the debt. The downgrade of ratings led to a spiral of rising bond yields and further downgrade of government debt of other peripheral Eurozone economies as well, that had high public debt or a build-up of bank lending or both. Spread concerns intensified in early 2010 as cross-border holdings of sovereign debt and exposure of banks came to light. The financial markets quickly transmitted the shocks which not only led to a sharp rise in credit default swap (CDS) spreads but later impacted capital flows elsewhere. The underlying weaknesses of the zone have made it difficult to resolve the crisis. The Eurozone lacks a single fiscal authority capable of strict enforcement. Two economies with different levels CISO, WFWC WO.E ASJMT2TNEV RIN NGE.NSST currency, and fiscal positions, have a single 3. These economies cannot adjust through a depreciation of the currency. 4. There is no lender of last resort, i.e. a full-fledged central bank, as is RBI in India and other economies. Remedy, European finance ministers, in May 2010, agreed on a rescue package worth Euro 750 billion to ensure financial stability by creating the European Financial Stability Facility, EFSF. In October 2011, the Eurozone leaders agreed to a package of measures that included an agreement whereby banks would accept a 50% write-off of Greek debt owed to private creditors, an increase in the EFSF to about Euro 1 trillion and requiring European banks to achieve 9% capitalization. The date for this package was brought forward to July 2012. To restore confidence in Europe, EU leaders also agreed to a fiscal compact with a commitment that participating countries would introduce a balanced budget amendment. In December 2011, the European Central Bank, ECB, took the step of offering a 3-year long-term refinancing operation, LTRO, at highly favorable rates to alleviate funding stress, which helped bring down the yields somewhat during January and February 2012. But overall uncertainty about the effectiveness of all these measures and how further resources would be raised, their adequacy, and doubts about sovereign debt levels coming down remain there. Due to low growth scenario, the ability of Greece and other economies to undertake further fiscal austerity remains a big matter of concern for the world. Eurozone and India, though distinct from the European Union, EU, the Eurozone is its major subset. The Eurozone and EU account for about 19 and 25% of global GDP, respectively. The EU is a major trade partner for India, accounting for about 20% of India's exports and is an important source of foreign direct investment, FDI. The IMF has forecast that the Eurozone is likely to go through a mild recession in 2012. A slowdown in the Eurozone is likely to impact the EU and the world economy as well as India. The sluggish revival of global growth in 2011 came on top of disruptions in supply chain networks resulting from the devastating earthquake and tsunami in Japan, in March 2011. Later in the year, October and November, severe flooding in Thailand also disrupted some supply chains. Political uncertainties in some Middle East and North African countries have been another source of uncertainty apart from their obvious implications for oil prices. The severe uncertainty in the Eurozone impacted the global financial markets, leading to capital reversals to safe havens in December 2011. Global economy, at this juncture, in the short run, is being threatened by multiple shocks emanating from various sources: economic, social, and geopolitical. The lower global growth forecast by the IMF for most countries in 2012 perhaps reflects the repeated cycles of uncertainty arising from these diverse sets of factors. India is, nevertheless, projected to be the second fastest growing major economy, 7%, after China, 8.2%, as per the IMF. In the medium term, challenges for the global economy continue to emanate from the way the Eurozone crisis is addressed. The high deficits and debts in Japan and the United States and slow growth in high-income countries in general have not been resolved. The looming risk to the global outlook is also on account of the geopolitical tensions centered on Iran that could disrupt oil supply and result in a sharp increase in oil prices and even disrupt supply routes. While the current conjuncture is important for anticipating outcomes in the short to medium term, the changing dynamics current global situation is also a manifest TIVO WNW.OEF ACCENRGTINAIN RINLO.NN term developments and changes in the relative positions of the major economies that have now perhaps reached certain critical proportions. The global economy has gone for a big change in its dynamics over the last 2 decades, and this process has every potential to further the change in coming years and maybe for decades to come. The shares of major economies in global GDP, manufacturing, and trade, a few traditional tools of assessing global economy, suggest that there has been a marked change in the configuration of the world economy, especially over the last decade. Over the last 20 years, sustained growth of a number of emerging economies, especially the BRICS economies, has resulted in an increase in their share in the global GDP. As a consequence, the value addition in the world economy has been moving away from advanced countries towards what have been termed emerging economies. The decline in share is particularly marked in the case of the EU. The shift towards Asia has been significant and, within Asia, away from Japan to China and India. The 5-fold increase in share of China in the global GDP has placed it as the second largest economy in the world. The increase in share of India, though less dramatic, is nevertheless of an order that places her as the 4th largest economy in PPP terms. 7. The reduction in share of advanced economies, particularly from 2005, has been accentuated by the slowdown that followed the subprime crisis in the United States, the Eurozone crisis in 2010, and the near stagnation in Japan for nearly 2 decades on the one side, and the significantly higher rate of growth in low and middle income countries, particularly the large countries like India and China, on the other. From the perspective of whether there has been a catch-up or convergence in per capita incomes across a larger set of countries, it is seen that the standard deviation of per capita income, at PPP constant $2005, of 131 countries from 1980 to 2009 continued to increase for most of the period since the mid-1980s, indicating divergence rather than convergence, except in the last 2-3 years. 8. This indicates that despite a reduction in the share of advanced countries, the inequity between the developed and developing countries might have increased for most of the time period. Whether the recent reduction in standard deviation is associated with the catching up process of countries, including low-income countries, or a slowing down of developed countries following the financial and economic crisis, and whether this is likely to be a temporary phase, are issues that need further investigation. The foregoing dimension of inequality does not capture interpersonal inequality. According to a study based on consumption data undertaken by Branko Milanovic of the World Bank, global inequality has been quite high, with the bottom 50% of the people accounting for only 6.6% of world income consumption on PPP basis in 2005, while the top 1% accounted for 13.4% and top 10% for as much as 55%. As far as India is concerned, it has achieved faster growth from the 1980s. Not only was this growth higher compared to its own past, it was also much faster than that achieved by a large number of countries. Between 1980 and 2010, India achieved a growth of 6.2%, while the world as a whole registered a growth rate of 3.3%. We rest T. NWT.WA.E's ASEAN is new LRT in GI.NN at TI's share in global GDP, measured in terms of constant 2005 PPP international dollars, more than doubled from 2.5% in 1980 to 5.5% in 2010. Consequently, India's rank in per capita GDP showed an improvement from 117 in 1990 to 101 in 2000 and further to 94 in 2009, out of 131 countries. China improved its rank from 127 to 74 during the same period. Underlying the relative decrease in share of advanced economies in the global GDP, there has been a marked shift in the location of manufacturing. This process was on in the 1990s too but got accelerated in the current decade. Again, the rise in share of China is particularly significant while other emerging economies, namely Brazil, India, Indonesia have also moved up in terms of their share in world manufacturing value added. Even with the change in distribution of global GDP and manufacturing across countries, it needs to be noted that the advanced countries still account for a large share of industrial output apart from being the repositories of technology and value added in services. World trade. The changes in distribution of manufacturing, to some extent, get reflected in the relative shares in world merchandise trade 9, which also includes non-manufactured products. Again, there is a perceptible decline in the share of developed countries and rise in the importance of emerging economies, most significantly China. The share of India in global merchandise exports increased from about 0.5% in 1990 to 1.5% in 2010. Yet India's share remains minuscule and it ranks 19th in the global order of exporting countries. Even in service exports, the high-income countries have witnessed a declining share but they continue to account for an overwhelming 79% of global service exports 10. While India, by virtue of its information technology, IT, industry, has seen its share of service exports rise to 3.3%, China has moved in from behind and now accounts for 4.5%. Financial services play a major role in some of the developed economies and, of the top 10 financial centers, most are located in advanced markets 11. This is reflected in exports as well as imports and India figures in the top 10 both as an exporter of financial services with a share of 2.4% and an importer with a share of 6.7%. In general, the foregoing distribution of economic activities and trade has a bearing on where nations stand in terms of their position on various issues that get discussed in major economies' global forums. Demographics. The role of demography in shaping the size of the labor force and economic productivity and its structure has a bearing on economic growth. As compared to the 1980s, it is clear that a number of advanced countries have aging populations. At the same time, their share in the global GDP is reducing in relative terms. The changing dimensions of the world demographics and the critical role the international migration plays become visible via the UN Population Division 12, which is as given below. One of the 6.9 billion global population in 2010, 214 million or 3.1% were international migrants. To South-South migration is also becoming important, about which sufficient data is not available. Three without international migration. B is TTH, FW.OER as KYINNG Gina Egarating.No8 population, persons in age group 20 to 64 years, as per UN classification, in the developed countries would decline by 77 million or about 11%, which could increase the dependence of the developed countries on international migrants or on outsourcing of work. For while demographic changes are incremental, the cumulative change in demographic structure has started to impinge on the fiscal capacity of many developed economies, particularly in Europe. An increase in share of retirees. Existing social compacts in many developed countries have come under strain as their capacity to service public debt has diminished and private debt has also risen. 5. The recourse to automatic stabilizers during the financial crisis has stretched their fiscal capacity as public debt in relation to GDP has reached close to or exceeded the benchmark of 100% of GDP and, in case of Japan, touched a whopping 220% of GDP. 13. 6. An interesting point to note is that as compared to most of the major economies, expenditure of the general government in India is much lower, as is the case in respect of revenue. At this juncture, there is an underlying resistance on both counts in advanced economies that may well make the revival of growth more challenging. With regard to economies like India, the availability of a larger proportion of working-age population is likely to play a central role in driving economic growth. As the dependency falls, opportunities for economic growth tend to rise, creating what is termed as a demographic dividend. Till conscious action is put in place, discussed in the chapter, Preparing for the Demographic Dividend, the dividend will not start accruing automatically in India's favor. The prospects can be increased by India's timely and needful actions. Current account and forex reserves. In response to a series of financial crises, especially after the East Asian crisis of 1997, many emerging and developing economies adopted new strategies for managing their external economy. These involved greater reliance on exports, aimed at current account surpluses, and the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves, in part to check currency appreciation and also as self-insurance against capital flow outflows, reversals of the FDI and the PIS in India's case. These strategies led to a shift from being net importers of financial capital to net exporters. As reserves got invested in developed economies, it led to a contradictory phenomenon of capital flowing from emerging countries to capital-rich countries, especially the US. In an accounting sense, this was equated to high saving rates in the emerging market economies, EMEs, especially China, which was sitting on a current account balance of over $300 billion, as per the latest data provided by the WEO, and a forex reserves above $2,800 billion. In this regard, India is somewhat a different case. While holding substantial forex reserves, $295.6 billion, 14, it has essentially had a structural current account deficit and is therefore not a contributor to global imbalances in the foregoing sense. Regardless of the merits of holding forex reserves, it is by now agreed that the relatively stronger external financial position, forex reserves, of the EMEs made them less vulnerable to the capital outflows reversals following the global financial crisis of 2008, and in that sense a vindication of the strategy of maintaining high reserves. High EBITDA of current account surplus VST. AWNWDW.FEOSRIXNGR in SRA in RGV.NAST have been a matter of global debate among the financial experts, central banks and the policymakers. The pros and cons of it may be seen in the following way, especially in the light of the ongoing global financial crisis. While holding forex reserves has been acknowledged to be useful in dealing with the crisis, it has also been argued that excessive reserves involve quasi-fiscal costs apart from yielding low returns as countries invest abroad rather than in high-return domestic investments. 2. Furthermore, large fluctuations in the exchange rate could result in significant losses in its value. For example, if the US dollar weakens, it could result in a loss in value of forex reserves maintained in the currency. 3. Apart from the holding costs to the economy, high buildup of current account surpluses and reserves has been seen as a major indicator of global imbalances and potential source of instability in the international monetary system. 4. In the global context, it has been argued that reserve accumulation was an outcome of resisting currency appreciation and an attempt to stimulate export-oriented production at the expense of domestic demand. The reserve accumulation by key emerging current account surplus economies, mostly held as dollar assets, supported a strong US dollar in spite of a growing current account deficit in the US. By thwarting exchange rate adjustment, this practice has been contributing to global economic imbalances. 6. On the other hand, it has also been argued that the buildup of reserves is a consequence of loose monetary policies followed by reserve currency issuing countries. There may be divergent opinions on the positives and negatives in this case. The fact remains that the issue of exchange rate management, buildup of current account surpluses and of reserves cannot be viewed in isolation, and these issues are embedded in a wider ongoing debate on the deficiencies of the international monetary and financial system. This is why there has been a strong demand for reforms in the IMF, which looks after the international monetary system, especially from the emerging economies, which now seems logical to the advanced economies, too. But for the time being, the global economy has to learn the ways and means to operate amidst the high build-ups of the current account surpluses and forex reserves which are kept maintained by the EMEs. Savings and investment. One of the features of the new normal in the world economy is the way savings as well as investment rates are distributed between the advanced and emerging economies. As per the database of the WEO, the most advanced economies have gross saving rates below 20%, while the opposite is true of the EMEs. In case of China, it is around 52%. For example, India's investment rates, for example, have risen some 12 percentage points of GDP from the mid-1990s to around 35.1% in 2010-11, Economic Survey 2011-12. Investment trends drive growth, and the divergence seen in savings is almost symmetrically reflected for the investment rates. Implications of the changes in composition dynamics of the global economy discuss we say is t. WFWS.EFSY raise NGU ignagi e ris NGT.NA8 perceptible. Shift in the global balance of output of GOVO is t. SW. WS.EPSYC in AGLIL NYEM RINAGI.NAU factoring. While services, in particular financial services, continue to be largely concentrated in advanced economies, a larger share in world population, coupled with higher growth, implies that the EMEs and developing countries will increasingly account for incremental growth in the global market for goods, services, and commodities. A change in the global economic balance driven by supply and demand forces therefore appears to be the new normal, and is likely to accentuate in the years to come, as has been discussed by the experts in following paragraphs. A. In the situations when small economic crises crop up repeatedly over a relatively short period of time, policymakers in each country may treat each such episode as an independent event requiring independent action, but in reality such cluster crisis may be a sign of some fundamental shift taking place in the global economy. Hence, faced with cluster crisis, it is important to occasionally step back and take a more holistic view of the situation. There has been some research trying to do precisely that. B. It does not seem too difficult to see what is happening at one level with rapid globalization since the end of World War II. Goods and services and also capital have begun moving much more freely across nations. The advance of IT has meant that it is possible for people with the modicum of skills to sit in one country and do work for another country. This adds a new dimension to the situation. Briefly saying, one of the most precious resources for economic progress, namely skilled labor, which earlier sat walled in within the boundaries of their respective nations, has suddenly become available to needs arising in distant parts of the world. C. As a result of all this, all emerging economies with a little ability to organize their workspace and impart skills to their workers are now capable of taking advantage of this windfall. The bottom end of the skilled labor spectrum in the US and Europe now faces competition from the top end of the skilled labor band of India, China, the Philippines, Indonesia, and several other emerging economies. This has energized large corporations in rich and poor countries and caused booms in various regions, like Silicon Valley in the United States. But this is also causing inequality to rise in both industrialized nations and emerging economies. D. A recent paper 15 highlights how this process is one of the causes of growth and employment trends within the US economy diverging and inequality rising. And The major emerging economies are becoming more competitive in areas in which the US economy has historically been dominant, such as the design and manufacture of semiconductors, pharmaceuticals and information technology services. By the same argument, the skilled end of the labor markets in India and China is competing with its counterparts in industrialized nations and, as a consequence, its salaries are rising, resulting in growing inequality in these countries. Inter-country tensions have been building up in the other domains, too. Disparities in savings rates across nations have often led to acrimonious debate and search for first choice. It has been suggested that China's huge savings rate may not be entirely because of domestic structural factors in China but a response to the fact that the savings rate in the US dropped sharply between 1960 and 2010. The above discussed adjustments, changes, shifts give rise to economic turmoil and crisis and, in addition, are politically sensitive matters that can lead to protectionism, which can do more harm than.
Good.
It is important for us to recognize we FESAT, TWNWON.EAOSYFNFGNSERIN Our new actual shifts are caused by the actions of any one individual or nation. Millions of little actions and thousands of scientific discoveries over decades and human inventiveness in general have given rise to globalization, and we have inherited the world we have. It is for us to take the givens as given and use collective bodies such as the G-20 to ensure that we do not fall victim to protectionism. It is important to remember that through all this turmoil, the global pie opportunities, basically, due to the ongoing process of globalization about which even the developing nations have no doubt who questioned its very rationale while the WTO was in the process of emergence, i.e. 1985 to 1994, is expanding. Hence, by having effective coordinated action, it is possible to convert what appears at first as adversity into advantage. Presently, we see very high levels of private consumption and government expenditures, in relation to their GDPs, among the advanced economies. In such case, a prolonged slowdown could place further pressure on their budgetary balances and household savings, that are already low, and adversely impact investment and their potential growth. Thus the possibility of low growth setting off a vicious cycle of higher debt and low growth cannot be ruled out. This is why, even when the emerging economies, including India, witnessed a slowdown in growth in 2011 due to the renewed bouts of uncertainty in the global economy, there are reasons to suggest that the growth prospects of most of these economies remain robust in the medium to long run due to various factors that drive growth such as 17i. Demographics, 2. Size of the domestic market, 3. High investment rate, and 4. High saving rate. In 2011, out of 184 countries listed in the IMF's WEO, there were only 26 with a population of at least 10 million and growth rate of over 6%. Most, if not all, are the so-called emerging markets. Quite understandably, the dim view about the growth prospects of advanced economies has put the spotlight on emerging and developing economies as the new growth drivers of the global economy. The underlying shift in global economic setting raises the question as to whether future changes in the world economy would unravel in a smooth manner, or be disruptive. Needless to say, India, even while carefully responding to the immediate economic challenges emanating from domestic and global sources, will also have to craft and calibrate its policies keeping both outcomes in view. Presently, the global situation is marked by volatility in world financial markets, uncertain growth in the advanced economies, and possible disruptions in supplies of energy apart from other geopolitical tensions. There is contradiction between the short-term need for growth and maintaining demand and the need for fiscal consolidation that marks the current policy environment. But even as the world economy, 3 years after the global financial crisis of 2008, continues to move from one uncertainty to another, there have been continuing efforts in multilateral fora such as the G-20 to bring about greater understanding and coordination in dealing with global imbalances and addressing the weaknesses that might have led to the global crisis, to arrive at measures to revive global growth.
Over the years,
India has become a more open economy. The total share of imports and exports accounts for close to 50% of GDP, while that of capital inflows and outflows measures up to 54% of GDP. Yet economic outcomes and their impact on growth and development arising from the interaction between the domestic and external economies are contingent on a large number of factors. Though economic outcomes are to some extent contingent on choosing policies appropriate to the conditions characterizing an economy, the relative position of an economy vis-à-vis other countries in a global setting could facilitate, or even constrain, policy choices. A few features that characterize India that may be relevant in its further engagement with the global economy as also for its future development have been discussed as below. 1. Moved up the ranks but the poorest of G-20. India has emerged as the fourth largest economy, at PPP, globally with a high growth rate, and has also improved its global ranking in terms of per capita income, as mentioned earlier. Yet the fact remains that its per capita income continues to be quite low, at current $1,527 in 2011. Addressing this is perhaps the most visible challenge. Though India has a diverse set of factors, domestic as well as external, that could drive growth well into the future. 2. Demographics. With over 1.2 billion people, India accounts for nearly 1/6 of global population. While the rate of growth of population has consistently declined, India's population increased by nearly 180 million persons during 2001 to 11, the highest in the world in absolute terms. However, India is also passing through a phase when its dependency ratio will decline from an estimated 74.8 in 2001 to 55.6 in 2026, with a corresponding increase in the share of persons in working age group. With labor being a key factor of production, a demographic dividend is a clear positive for growth. It has, however, been pointed out that much of the growth in population will occur in states that are currently poor. Therefore, for this dividend to accrue, it will be necessary to build human capital in adequate measure. On this count, India has shown some improvement in terms of its Human Development Index, HDI. The UNDP's HDI, which captures the progress of a country in terms of economic indicators as well as education and health indicators, increased from 0.344 in 1980 to 0.547 in 2011. India moved up from a rank of 82 in 1980 to 72 in 2011, in a group of 100 countries for which HDI is available for these points of time. Even though India's score has improved, her HDI rank has not moved very significantly. A possible reason could be that some other countries may have registered faster improvement in these indices. India, therefore, needs to benchmark her achievements on various fronts, not only in absolute terms but also in relation to other countries. Economic Survey 2011-12, pp 301-303. 3. Exports and external demand. The process of globalization has been marked by a rising share of exports, as also imports, that reached 27.9% for the world as a whole in 2010, with some countries showing much higher dependence of exports. The database of the World Bank showed that the so-called East Asian miracle economies was that an export-led, investment-fueled strategy propelled growth and helped them acquire manufacturing capabilities. This strategy was supported by a favorable exchange rate, cheap credit, and waste, TR locating India.
Relatively low wages which help VST,
W2WWG. ANSYEC no GM in a pare in TG it. Advantage. Global demand for goods, particularly in the advanced markets, lent support to this growth strategy. As a result, these economies moved up the value chain in manufacturing. This leads to the question of how far export can be a driver of growth for India. At this point of time we may see it in 318 steps. I. Due to slowdown in advanced economies, the prospect of their growth fueling demand for imports, i.e. exports from other countries, seems somewhat bleak at this juncture. 2. The large buildup of capacity in some countries, including China, suggests that they might act as barriers to new entrants for some time. 3. The costs of energy are rising and there are growing concerns about climate change. In this regard, India's export of goods and services to GDP ratio increased from 6.2% in 1990 to 21.5% in 2010. Yet, India accounts for only 1.5% of world exports. India's exports are also evenly balanced between merchandise and services. Moreover, the change in direction of exports suggests that India has been diversifying the destination of its exports away from traditional markets. Economic Survey 2011-12, p. 349 and Economic Survey 2012-13, p. 158. Therefore, there is some scope for exports to grow, particularly to the fast-growing economies, many of which are in Asia and Africa and to some extent Latin America, while some of the mature markets may remain important, however with declining shares on the whole for the group. Moreover, the main advantage of a presence in the global market is of being able to benchmark to global standards and therefore worth pursuing in its own right. Additionally, the advantage of having the twin engines of domestic and export demand is that it lends the economy greater resilience to fluctuations in global demand for which India must keep striving. For research and development, Unleashing India's Innovation, 2007, a World Bank study observed that India had increasingly become a top global innovator in high-tech products and services. Yet the country is underperforming in terms of its innovation potential. India spends less than 0.9% of its GDP in the area of R&D, which covers basic research, applied research, and experimental development. This fact emerges from the OECD Fact Book 2010 that lists 41 countries, with Israel topping the list on this count and most developed countries spending over 2% of their GDP on R&D. While more resources into R&D would be needed, equally critical would be to harness existing institutions and organizations set up for formal R&D and also to encourage grassroots level innovation. 19. At a point of time when there is an increasing acceptance of the fact that land, water, and energy are likely to be in short supply and environment a major concern, India is well placed to advance through the route of frugal innovation and devising of specific applications suited to the bottom of the pyramid that would not only open new market segments within India but also in other countries in the developing world. That apart, with regard to frontier areas, India is well placed to take advantage of its vast diaspora to jumpstart its R&D efforts. Strategically positioning India as a hub for FDI in R&D may well be a way for it to leapfrog into the next generation of technologies and products. 5. Energy security. India is Chavi Ike STT. ARW is WE.E das Gy Anga in a rin LGA.T FTLE lower energy intensity of GDP as compared to China, South Africa, and Russia but higher than that of Brazil. Advanced countries, in particular EU countries and Japan, have been witnessing a decline in the energy intensity of GDP, apart from technological improvements, due to various factors, the main one being a shift in the structure of their economies towards services. World Bank database. India, energy dependence on imported energy sources, appears modest at 25.7% in terms of total energy usage. World Bank database. However, this masks the fact that around 80% of the crude oil consumed is imported, whereas the bulk of coal is domestically produced. Even with respect to coal, the country is importing on the margin to meet domestic demand. On the other side, there is a large fraction of population that has little or no access to commercial sources of energy and depends on traditional sources. Rise in the price of oil in international markets has been the main source of high current account deficit. High international prices of fossil fuels also result in a higher import bill, which either gets passed on to the consumers, or results in higher subsidy, thereby affecting fiscal health. That apart, the growing tensions in many oil-producing economies are a source of vulnerability for the energy security of India. In this one area, the strategic advantage for India would lie in diversifying its energy sources. 6. Food security. To India, this implies meeting minimum energy and protein norms along with requisite micronutrients for all at affordable prices. With the increase in income, the demand for food in India is bound to rise further. It has also been observed that even marginal shortages in specific food items in India tend to have a disproportionately large impact on the relevant prices even in the international market. Even though India, for most food products, is not an importer in most years, dependence on global markets could imply greater vulnerability both in terms of prices and availability. The link between financialization of commodities and its impact on commodity prices and their volatility has been an issue of international concern, even though there has been no clear consensus on the cause-effect relationship. 7. Fiscal resources. Often, a case is made for the virtues of a minimalist state. 21. And the need to disengage from a number of activities. The actual facts speak otherwise. India's general government expenditure in relation to GDP is actually lower even in comparison to many market economies by a factor of at least half. More importantly, the ratio of general government revenues to GDP at 17.6% 22 is one of the lowest in emerging economies and certainly very low in comparison to the advanced economies. Therefore, even if fiscal consolidation is needed, the priority has to be on raising resources. Recent developments in the developed economies reveal how important it is to maintain the revenue base and keep government finances in shape. The increased exposure to the external economy will make India's fiscal strength based on a large revenue base even more critical. 8. FDI diplomacy. Many of the advanced economies, with deep technological strengths, are now aging societies and need to invest overseas and rely on factor incomes. The stage at which India is placed, the need for sustained investment has already been stressed. 23. There is an inherent complementary relationship between India's requirement for more, real, investment and the need for some of the advanced economies, including some of the Asian industrialized economies, to invest in production facilities. We in IST-F, RWAUND.LASYEC no GUNNEETR2 NAGIS net overseas in. Order to diversify their supply. ISITN, SW.WW.EasyEngineering Net. 9. Remittances are an important source of financial flows and, as per World Bank estimates, remittance flows into developing countries in 2011 were to the tune of $351 billion. Remittance flows into India are estimated to be of the order of $58 billion. In 2010, remittances into the country accounted for 3% of GDP. Reasons 24 for such high inflows could be, I. The higher oil prices that helped the Gulf countries and other oil exporters to earn higher profits income, where a large number of Indian workers are employed whose higher earnings made higher transfers possible to India, and 2. The depreciation in rupee currency in the latter half of 2011. 10. Systems of economy and polity. The global economic crisis opened afresh the debate on the relative role of the market and the state as also the relative advantages of democratic versus state-led economies. The challenge of managing a mixed economy within a democratic and federal system is a complex task. However, the challenge of transiting from a state-led monolith to a more representative system may be even more daunting. In either case, for a system to thrive, economic outcomes need to be tangible. The critical question is therefore not of state versus markets but, rather, of how to maximize market outcomes, minimize market failures, and have effective governance, i.e. minimize government failure, with the democratic system as the political basis for governance. Presently, India enjoys the unique advantage of having multiple drivers of growth. These are demographic, investment, backed by domestic savings, domestic consumption, as well as exports and ample scope for FDI, all of which are within a pluralistic and democratic system. This unique combination more or less assures it of strong and sustained growth. But this assurance comes with a very challenging socio-economic rider. Its vibrating pluralistic polity makes it utterly necessary to deliver positive economic outcomes in tangible way at every stage and to every section of society. 25. The path to revival. The proximate causes for the global financial crisis that reached a flashpoint in October 2008 with the collapse of Lehman Brothers have been all-encompassing, which may be summed up 26 as given below. I. The loose monetary policies adopted by reserve currency issuing advanced economies, particularly the US, in the run-up to the crisis, at the macro level. 2. The mercantilist policies adopted by export-led economies leading to accumulation of large current account surpluses and forex reserves. 3. Weaknesses in the international monetary system, IMS, particularly the absence of alternative reserve assets to the dollar. 4. Weak regulation of financial markets and intermediaries, and excessive financial innovation and risk-taking by finance and banking intermediaries, which
led to the US subprime crisis. Is
EWW la WS.etaf so ye un jipne o ei rin ntgs.new theory active at the micro level. Attempts of the G-20 as the reasons forwarded for the global crisis varied to different issues. The debates and discussions in the G20 and other fora involving international organizations and financial institutions have, therefore, been on wide-ranging issues. The question of how policies for reviving growth of individual countries impinge on the global economy and its imbalances, and whether they could somehow be better coordinated, has been at the center of these discussions. These discussions are of some importance as they may, in the years to come, shape the style and substance of governance of the global economy. It is critical that the outcomes, if any, address the concerns of emerging economies, such as India, that are major drivers of global economic growth. This section of the book examines a few selected issues that have been the subject of international deliberations, mainly in the G20, and how they are relevant to India, many of them still evolving. In 2011, the G-20, formed in 1999 in the aftermath of the East Asian crisis as a forum for finance ministers and central bank governors, came to center stage following the Leaders' Summit in Washington, D.C. in November 2008 to focus on coordinated measures to address the challenges faced in the immediate aftermath of the global financial crisis. A declaration in the G-20 summit at Pittsburgh, USA, in 2009, the Pittsburgh Declaration, formally raised the forum to the level of leaders and transformed it into the premier forum for international economic cooperation. At its latest summit, 6th, held at Cannes, France, 3–4 November 2011, the agenda followed the priorities laid out by the French presidency. This agenda got deliberated in 2011 in two channels. The first was the finance channel, which largely focused on the framework for strong, sustainable and balanced growth, reform of the International Monetary System, IMS, strengthening financial regulation, and other issues relating to commodity price volatility. 2. The second set of issues in the Sherpas channel focused on development-related issues. During the global financial crisis, collective and coordinated policy action by the G-20 through macroeconomic stimulus, fiscal and monetary, and financial sector intervention helped avoid a catastrophic meltdown. Building on this, G-20 leaders launched the Framework for Strong, Sustainable, and Balanced Growth, with India and Canada as the co-chairs of the working group in 2009. In this signature effort of the G-20, the Mutual Assessment Process, MAP, forms a medium-term exercise to ensure that collective policy actions benefit all and policies are collectively consistent with the G20's growth objectives. At the Seoul Summit, 2010, the G-20 committed to working to address key imbalances that could jeopardize growth and to enhance the map with indicative guidelines for key imbalances, while in February 2011, the G-20 agreed to include three other important factors inducing external and internal imbalances, i.e., public debt and fiscal deficits, 2. Private saving and private debt, and 3. The external position trade balance and net investment income flows and transfers. The summit was able to reach a level of consensus on the following points. Given below are a brief overview of the Dodd-Frank Act of the USA on its attempt towards the issue of financial regulation. The financial crisis of 2007 to 10 led to calls for changes in the regulatory system. In June 2009, a proposal for a sweeping overhaul of the financial regulatory system was introduced in the US that culminated in a legislation called the Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, also called the Dodd-Frank Act, in July 2010. This is a voluminous and overarching act, 1,601 sections, with provisions for comprehensive regulation of financial markets, including the derivatives markets, consolidation of regulatory agencies, establishing of a new oversight council called the Financial Stability Oversight Council, to evaluate systemic risk, YNGNG.N.I. indicative guidelines to be used VTISOT, if DWAUN.TEI if SYES NYGs NTEMINGI.C na important countries and assess each other's economic policies. 2. To suggest policy remedies. 3. To address potentially destabilizing imbalances. And 4. To set the stage for assessing the progress toward external sustainability, measured in terms of share in global GDP. In this regard, India has been identified as systemically important economy. But it is clearly a net contributor to global demand as evidenced from its current account deficit. While India's exchange rate is largely market determined, its domestic savings are largely oriented to financing domestic investment appropriate at a stage of high growth but not at the cost of curbing consumption. Even if India is not a contributor to global imbalances, its interest clearly lies in smooth resolution of these issues and towards measures that could help revive global growth. Reforming the IMF. The current International Monetary System, IMS, has no mechanism to prevent a build-up of imbalances on the external account, and the burden of adjustment falls on deficit nations. In the run-up to the crisis of 2008, it was felt that countries like the US could somehow sustain fiscal and current account deficits by virtue of the privilege of issuing a reserve currency. But this trend instead accentuated the so-called external imbalances, even if it was not the primary cause of the crisis that turned global. The G20 Working Group on Reform of the IMS, set up at the Cannes Summit, focused, among others, on capital flows and their management, CFM, the measurement of global liquidity, holding of international reserves, and future role and composition of the special drawing rights, SDR. While the latter two issues remain areas of continuing work, drawing on the work of the IMS group, the Cannes Summit communique mentions that the coherent conclusions for the management of capital flows, CMCF, would guide the G-20 in order to reap the benefits of financial globalization, while preventing and managing risks that could undermine financial stability and sustainable growth at national and global levels. The issue of volatility in capital flows has been of concern for several emerging markets, including India. The management of capital flows is tempered by two considerations. The first one is the common challenge to most developing countries and EMEs, arises from the uncertainties in global capital flows and monetary policies pursued in advanced countries. Emerging markets face sudden stops or reversals, witnessed in December of 2011. For reasons not necessarily linked to developments in their own economies but to serious difficulties faced by financial institutions in advanced economies. Quantitative easing pursued by monetary authorities in advanced countries, while understandable in the context of liquidity needed to repair adverse private and public balance sheets, is a relatively new phenomenon that has altered the composition of capital flows and made their management by recipients more difficult. 2. The second one specific to the Indias. Notwithstanding the stability of India's balance of payments after an episode in 1991, India's current account deficit has widened over the 2011 to 2012. The dependence on private capital inflows to finance the same has widened. It is by now known that the burden of adjustment in the current IMS falls predominantly on non-reserve issuing current account deficit countries, like India. On that count, the Indian economy has moved towards greater openness to capital flows, though following a cautious and calibrated approach of keeping both domestic and international factors and risks in view and through judicious use of multiple instruments promoting capital flows. In the light of the shift in external vulnerability indicators and India's currently high dependence on imported oil, there is need to reinforce management of the capital account, which has served India well, and also encourage more stable capital flows rather than short VITSAT, RWMWFL.OEOCINGC like India requirement of large complex finance BCISITA, LWWCWO.MAPSYNEG ins Israel NGB.NM editing plans for their orderly shutdown. Times the intent is that the cost arising from liquidation of large interconnected financial companies will not fall on the taxpayers. Times the Act incorporates what has been termed the Volcker rule, whereby depository banks would be prohibited from proprietary trading, similar to the prohibition of combined investment and commercial banking in the Glass-Steagall Act. Times the Act includes improved standards for regulation of hedge funds and credit rating agencies, improved accounting standards, investor protection, and norms of executive compensation. Times as suggested in the title of the Act, it has provisions for consumer protection reforms and the establishment of a new Consumer Protection Bureau and also a new Office of Minority and Women Inclusion as federal banking and securities regulatory agencies. This report of the US, still the most predominant player in the global economy, is being seen as the most important document towards financial regulation, as it has the potential to affect almost all world economies including the decisions of the G-7 and G-202, and thus has been a matter of great attention around the world, especially among the EMEs. It is believed that its implementation will be followed by a wave of financial adjustments by the other economies of the world. Thus, there are chances that via this the good and the bad of the financial regulation will automatically diffuse into the global economy, which may make or break the already fragile world economy. Hence, it becomes even more significant in the changed dynamics of the global economic order. May well need to rely on the matrix of CHVO2 STC, AUSWCO.EM ASPARN S2NNE GRIN-G.ANECTROeconomic and macro-prudential tools and other measures as policy instruments without being bound by a prescribed sequence. Under the circumstances, the fact that the coherent conclusions on management of capital flows, as endorsed by the G-20, are non-binding, needs to be taken note of. An issue related to trends in global liquidity is dealing with the build-up of international reserves by some countries. It has been argued that the accumulation of reserves has negative externalities and also entails avoidable costs to the holding countries. The issue is WHVE is NT, TW, HWWH.EOALSDA in NGG in OEF RIA NAG.SNA etrus can be deemed excessive or rather what the WEO is PTT, even WL.ELSEYVENG link E or RUNGL.DNet, if any, and whether some kind of reserve metrics could be adopted. While the optimal size and the utility of using reserves to intervene in currency markets may be debatable, the experience, especially in the case of economies like India, has been that reserves have helped graduate to a more open economy and smoothen investment and consumption during periods of external uncertainties caused by extraneous factors. In this context, a distinction needs to be drawn between holding of reserves by countries running a current account deficit, such as India, and reserves accumulated by countries with persistent current account surpluses in addition to large sovereign wealth funds. A related set of issues on which deliberations have been going on in the G-20, I, concerns of strengthening of global financial safety nets, 2, cooperation between the IMF and regional financial agreements to help countries deal with exogenous shocks, and access emergency assistance, and 3, the adequacy of IMF's resources to play systemic role for the benefit of its whole membership. Financial regulation. The G-7 countries along with a few more advanced economies with large financial sectors were the most important participants in a grouping that established the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision in 1974, whose primary function was to act as a forum for coordination of supervision of the financial sector, particularly large banks, in these economies. In the wake of the major September 2007 global financial crisis, the most severe since the 1930s, the effectiveness of financial regulation was called into question. Since then, quite significant reforms of financial regulation have taken place both within countries and internationally in terms of international regulatory standards and organizations. Meanwhile, some of the advanced economies have started the process of financial regulation reforms. In general, regulating financial markets and intermediaries and striking a balance between the need for maintaining financial stability and good market conduct without stifling innovation have always been a challenge. The global crisis brought home the inherent difficulty in doing that, especially where financial institutions have had cross-border operations and exposures. This was because, with financial globalization, many banks and other financial market participants had cross-border operations but were mostly subject to national regulations. The weaknesses in financial regulation, apart from global imbalances, were perceived as a major cause of the global crisis. The Cannes Summit Communique 2011 of the G20 had reiterated the commitment that financial markets, products, and participants be regulated or subject to oversight appropriate to their circumstances in an internationally consistent and non-discriminatory way. The declaration spells out the initiatives taken that include the regulation of banks, over-the-counter, OTC, derivatives, compensation practices, and credit rating agencies. The Cannes Action Plan commits to taking these initiatives further based on the work done by the Bank of International Settlements, BIS, Basel, and the Financial Stability Board, FSB, 27 on new standards for financial regulation. The commitment to implementing the Basel III standards for banks is of particular significance to the global economy. The implementation of Basel III capital and liquidity standards starts in 2013 with full implementation envisaged by 2019. It's 2. www.keasis.eu net area ngt.nn eto financial firm is too big to fail, and taxpayers do not bear the costs of resolution. The FSB framework comprising new international standards for resolution, supervision, cross-border cooperation, recovery, and resolution planning from 2016 was endorsed. The FSB has also published an initial list of globally systemically important financial institutions, GSIFI, and a 5-pronged work plan to develop guidelines on shadow banking. In order to prevent excessive risk-taking and discourage excessive pay and bonuses, the FSB has developed principles and standards on compensation. As the members of the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, BCBS, and FSB, India is actively participating in post-crisis reforms of the international regulatory and supervisory framework. The Indian financial sector is well regulated, and India remains committed to adopting international standards and best practices calibrated to its conditions. As such, banks in India are well capitalized, and it is expected that the Basel III norms are unlikely to put undue pressure on the banking system on aggregate. India had even earlier implemented some counter-cyclical policies like provisioning norms and differential risk weights, for example for the real estate sector, capital markets, and personal loans, to control build-up of risks even before these were internationally proposed. But there are some caveats on the implementation of the emerging regulatory standards across countries. Given that the financial sector in many countries has its specificities, and there is likely to be resistance to change from several market participants, it is yet to be seen whether all these reforms will get carried out in all the countries and not diluted. While all G20 countries have committed to implement Basel III, major jurisdictions have separately come out with their own regulatory standards. The Dodd-Frank Act in the United States and the Vickers Commission recommendations in the United Kingdom, with the EU too having its own rules. A concern that arises is that if same standards are not implemented in all jurisdictions simultaneously, there could be scope for regulatory arbitrage that could result in financial activity migrating to less regulated jurisdictions, as well as into shadow banking. In the short run, there are also concerns that tightening of regulatory standards, even while recovery in advanced economies from the past and continuing crisis is not over, may make banks risk-averse and adversely impact financial intermediation and lending to the real sector, i.e. the real estate sector. Development issues. THEG-20 development agenda comprised a multi-year action plan based on 9 pillars announced at the Seoul summit, of which the French presidency focused on infrastructure and food security for the Cannes summit. The other pillars are human resource development, trade, private investment and job creation, financial inclusion, growth with resilience, knowledge sharing, and domestic resource mobilization. Many of these issues have been in the subject domain of a number of developmental agencies. While India has assigned high priority to issues relating to development appropriate to country-specific conditions, an issue deserving priority is of recycling global savings for infrastructure investment. Enhancing infrastructure investment in emerging economies and developing countries would have positive implications for rebalancing global demand as also for reviving and sustaining growth. At the same time, high savings would find productive use.
Prospects for
India role of finance in development list, TR. While on one side, global forums like the G-20 and international regulatory bodies continue to deliberate on issues relating to financial regulation, the year 2011 was also marked by rising concern across the world that finance had somehow got distanced from serving the interests of the real economy and that various regulatory and compensation practices are out of sync with the needs of the rest of the economy. The issue of compensation in the financial sector has been a major area of debate not just in the G-20 but also in the media in general. Similarly, the issue of financialization of commodities and speculation leading to volatility in commodity prices and the idea of implementing a tax on financial transactions have been contentious issues on which no clear consensus has emerged. Of late, an area of concern even among serious academic researchers has been whether the financial sector has become just too big in some advanced economies and whether its value addition is really genuine and correctly measured. Whether these views and perceptions are correct or misplaced, regardless of this fact, these debates and the ongoing work need to be taken note of in policy. Fortunately, the Indian financial sector and its banks have thus far been well regulated, and to ensure that it serves the real sector has been an abiding policy concern. Nevertheless, given the criticality of the role of finance in development, the Indian regulatory system would also need to maintain and strengthen its vigil to ensure that growth in the financial sector and the intermediation process go towards furthering economic development and financial inclusion. G-20 agenda. In 2012, Mexico has taken over presidency of the G-20 after the Cannes summit and released a strategic vision of the G20 agenda spelling out the following priorities: I. Economic stabilization and structural reforms as foundation of growth and employment. 2. Strengthening the financial system and fostering financial inclusion to promote growth. 3. Improving the international financial architecture in an interconnected world. 4. Enhancing food security and addressing commodity price volatility. We. Promoting sustainable development and green growth in the fight against climate change. India has entered a critical decade 28. It has emerged as a large and systemically important economy on the global stage. It enjoys the unique advantage of having many economic indicators in its favor, particularly a large domestic market, robust investment to GDP ratio, and demographic advantage. However, all of these will need to be leveraged to get the full advantage out of them. Undoubtedly, this requires India to address its internal challenges, which include the long-standing problem of poverty and the development of its social and physical infrastructure. Ist. Tr.
India,
Given its size and its profile in FVSTL, OWBWL.ESQNNGONMERI, NGW.NA it LL inevitably need to play an active role at global level, not just in debates about how to resolve the continuing crisis and prevent the recurrence of similar crises in the future, but in influencing the rules for the global economy and overarching macroeconomic issues such as trade, capital flows, financial regulation, climate change, and governance of global financial institutions. On the front of engaging the global economy, at this juncture, India may be advised to take a passive stance in the current global debate and just wait for the period of crisis to fade out. This looks the easy choice, too. But this option is no longer realistically feasible due to two reasons. India is already too much a part of the global economy and polity, and 2. Developments in the world will affect India deeply, and what India does will affect the world. Therefore, there seems a need for India to engage with the world in terms of action and ideas. A majority of experts all over the world, including the policymakers in India and its economic think tank, seem to agree on this stance being taken by India while engaging the new global economic order. To conclude briefly, we may say that India is destined to affect the emerging To conclude briefly, we may say that India is destined to affect the emerging global economic order naturally, according to its future economic determinants and the world community at large. 1.
Financial market. There is now ample empirical research to corroborate the Sumter conjunction that financial development facilitates real economic growth. The depth of the financial market and ability of the diverse product should therefore not be treated as mere adornment but as a critical ingredient of inclusion growth. There is introduction Indian money market, Indian capital market, Indian money market, need for money market in India, discount and finance house of India, monetary policy tool, Indian capital market, project financing, financial institution and mutual fund. There is introduction. In introduction we see
the market of an economy where funds are transacted between the fund surplus and fund scarce individuals and groups is known as the financial market. Definition 1. The basis of transaction is either interest or dividend. This market might have its organized, institutionalized, as well as non-organized, unregulated non-institutionalized segments in an economy and may serve the purpose of supply of funds for the short-term or the long-term periods. Financial markets in every economy are having two separate segments today, one catering to the requirements of the short-term funds and the other to the requirements of the long-term funds too. The short-term financial market is known as the money market while the long-term financial market is known as the capital market. The money market fulfills the requirements of funds for the period up to 364 days, i.e. short-term, while the capital market does the same for the period above 364 days, i.e. long-term. 3. The structure of the Indian financial market today may be seen in the following way. A. Indian money market. B. Indian capital market. A. Indian money market. India money market is among the emerging money markets of the world today but yet undeveloped in comparison to the markets of the developed economies. 4. The organized and unorganized segments of the market are coexisting today side by side, though the unorganized segment is not totally unregulated in India. The structure and the components of the Indian money market are as given. 5.1. Organized Indian money market present since independence, its real development took place after the year 1985. Today there are 8 instruments or components of the Indian money market especially designed to fulfill the short-term fund requirements of the different categories of the individuals, institutions or the firms and companies. I. Treasury bills. 2. Call money market. 3. Certificate of deposit. 4. Commercial bills. Commercial papers. 6. Mutual funds. 7. Repo and reverse repo markets. 8. Cash management bill. 2. Unorganized Indian money market WIST. TR Introduction.
This is comparatively
An older money MVA is RTK, EW2
WF.EI and
SYDE in the Snake Eldrina.NERT fluctuating even after the expansion of its organized form. The unorganized money market is called unorganized, as there is no systematic regulatory framework for them. Still, there is a nominal legal provision which gives them a bit of official form. As for example, the RBI has fixed the highest rate of interest charged by the indigenous bankers today at 33.33% per annum, which they follow while lending, at least on paper, with revenue stamps affixed, though everybody knows the real interest charges, which are at times higher and highly exploitative. 6. The lender uses the paper in courts in the case of defaulter. As the unorganized segment of the money market has access to the areas where the organized segment has still not reached, its function is considered important for the proper functioning of the economy in India. They are highly active at the major ports of India, the stone cutting and polishing centers in Gujarat today. The major components of the unorganized money market in India are as given below. I. The hundis, which are there in indigenous bill markets. 2. The shroffs in Gujarat and Kayas Marwaris and Parathans in India. 3. The indigenous bankers, especially in Mumbai and Ahmedabad. 4. The small big businessmen and money lenders, especially in rural areas and small towns. As money market facilitates the availability of the working capital for the business and commercial houses, it is also known as the working capital market. Money market in India is primarily regulated by the RBI, except the mutual funds which have dual regulators, the RBI and the SEBI. Money market in India still has enough scope for expansion, and a lesson might be taken from the other developed economies. The Indian capital market, which facilitates the long-term requirements of funds in the economy, has seen accelerated expansion in the past 6 decades. 7. The structure and components of the market can be understood in the following way. 1. Financial institutions. This segment of the capital market was developed by the Government of India to fulfill the capital requirements of the upcoming industries in the country, better known as the business of project financing. 8. In the due process of time, we see emergence of 4 categories of financial institutions, FIs, in India. I. All India financial institutions, AIFIs, such as the IFCI, ICICI, IDBI, SIDBI and IIBI, etc. Presently, there are only 4 financial institutions which are regulated by the RBI as the AIFIs: Exim Bank, NABARD, National Housing Bank, NHB, and the Small Industries Development Bank of India, SIDBI. 9. 2. Specialized financial institutions,
2s,
such as the LIC, GIC and the UTI. 4. State-level financial institutions, SLFIs, with its 2 variants, the SFCs and the SIDCs.
To banking industry waste.
With the passage of time, there developed a number of government and privately owned banks in the country, and became the mainstay of the capital market by the 1980s. 3. Security market. After the government's attempts to formally organize the security and stock market of India, the segment has seen accelerated expansion. Today, it is counted among the most vibrant share markets of the world and has challenged the monopoly of the banks in the capital market of the country. 9. Financial regulators. At present, Indian financial market has a number of regulators, precisely 11, RBI, SEBI, FMC, NABARD, IRDA, SIDBI, NHB, SFCs, LDBI, CLB and Registrar of Cooperative Societies. The Narasimhan Committee on Financial System, 1991, has made a strong case for a single regulator for banks, financial institutions and the non-banking financial institutions in India. Meanwhile, the Justice B.N. Sri Krishna headed Financial Sector Legislative Reforms Commission, FSLAC, handed over its report in March 2013. It was set up March 2011 for examining the regulatory structure and the laws governing the financial sector. The 10-member committee had a broad mandate covering all financial services as well as everything currently overseen by any financial regulator. Broadly, the Commission has recommended what can be called a changeover from an area-based division of regulators to a task-based division. Major highlights of the recommendations are as follows. Today, each agency like the SEBI or the IRDA or the FMC looks after one type of financial service or one area. This would be replaced by a horizontal structure whereby the basic regulatory and monitoring functions of all areas would be done by a unified financial agency, UFA. To all consumer complaints, regardless of the area, will be handled by a financial redressal agency, FRA. 3. There will be a single tribunal, the Financial Sector Appellate Tribunal, FSAC, which will hear appeals regarding the entire sector. 4. There are also 3 other agencies in the recommendations, along with the Reserve Bank of India, which will continue to oversee banking. The horizontal structure will serve the interests of the consumers of financial services, of individuals and businesses, both, much better. For 1, it should eliminate regulatory arbitrage. The recent IRDA versus SEBI spat on ULIPs happened because the two agencies' views on the characteristics of investment products were very different. Another advantage of the horizontal structure would be that consumer complaints about a sector would get separated from the regulator. This is important because a certain class of consumer complaints have mistakes or oversights by the regulator at their root. Recognizing this root cause means admitting to its own flaw, something that is hard for any organization. Need for money market. Money market is the short-term financial market of an economy. In this market, basically, money is traded between individuals or groups, i.e., financial institutions, banks, government, companies, etc., who are either cash surplus or cash scarce. The trading is done on a rate known as discount rate, which is determined by the market and guided by the availability of and demand for the cash in the day-to-day trading. 10. The repo rate of the time, announced by the RBI, works as the guiding rate for the current discount rate. Borrowings in this market may or may not be supported by collaterals. In money markets, the financial assets which have quick conversion quality into money and carry minimal transaction cost are also traded. 11. Money market may be defined as a market where short-term lending and borrowing takes place between the cash surplus and cash scarce sides. The market operates in both organized and unorganized ways in India, starting from the person-to-person mode and converting into telephonic transaction. It has now gone online in the age of internet and information technology. The transactions might take place through the intermediaries, known as brokers, or directly between the trading sides. The short-term financial market of an economy is known as the money market. In the money market, basically money is traded between individuals or groups, i.e., financial institutions, banks, government, companies, etc., who have either cash surplus or cash scarce. The trading is done on a rate also known as discount rate, which is determined by the market and guided by the availability and demand for the cash in the day-to-day trading. 10. No collateral security is required to borrow from the money market. In many markets, the financial assets which have quick conversion quality into money. 11. And carry minimal transaction cost are also traded. Money market may be defined as a market where short-term, up to 364 days, lending and borrowing takes place between the cash surplus and cash scarce sides. There are no organized places for the transactions of the money market. It basically started with the telephonic transaction, which has now gone online in the age of internet and information technology. The transactions might take place through the intermediaries, known as brokers, or directly between the trading sides. For growth to take place, investments are required in the form of productive assets. Such investments are long-term in nature. Funds for long-term purposes are raised either through borrowings from the banks, or the financial institutions, or through the security market by issuing shares or debentures. Such funds are supplied by the long-term financial market, i.e. the capital market, and the firms or the productive assets are set up in an economy. But only the setting up of firms does not guarantee production, as these firms keep facing fund mismatches in the process of continued production. There is another required segment of financial market which could supply timely funds to these firms so that they could continue their production process. Such funds are required usually for a short period, days, fortnights, few months, of time, and thus are considered as their working capital requirement.
The Indian money market. Segment of financial market with CAVTISTR.
SWW.SYENSGIVNOERT requirements of such funds for the enterprises is known as the money market or the working capital market of the economy. The short-term period is defined as up to 364 days. The crucial role money market plays in an economy is proved by the fact that if only a few lakhs or crores of rupees of working capital is not met in time, it can push a firm or business enterprise to go for lockout set up with thousands of crores of capital. If lockout happens, the firm might default in its payments, losing its age-old creditworthiness. This is why it is essential for every economy to organize a strong and vibrant money market which has wider geographic presence, the reason why it is today internet-based. Which of the components of the financial market is more important for an economy, money market or capital market? This question is not logical, as both are complementary to each other. If the financial market needs to serve its real purpose for the economy, both the segments need strengthening and vibrancy. Money market in India. The organized form of money market in India is just about 2 decades old. However, its presence has been there but restricted to the use of the government only 12. It was the Chakravarti Committee, 1985, which for the first time underlined the need of an organized money market in the country. 13 and the Vahul Committee, 1987, laid the blueprint for its development. 14. Money market in India is not an integrated unit and today it has 2 segments, 1 unorganized money market, 2 organized money market. 1. Unorganized money market. Before the government started the organized development of the money market in India, its unorganized form had its presence since the ancient times. Its remnant is still present in the country in its same form. Their activities are not regulated like the organized money market. The unorganized money market in India may be divided into 3 differing categories. I. Unregulated non-bank financial intermediaries. Unregulated non-banking financial intermediaries are functioning in the form of chit funds, nidhis, operate in South India which lend to only their members, and loan companies. They charge very high interest rates, i.e. 36 to 48% per annum, thus are exploitative in nature and have selective reach in the economy. I. Indigenous bankers. Indigenous bankers receive deposits and lend money in individual or private firms' capacity. There are basically 4 such bankers in the country functioning individually as non-homogeneous groups. A. Gujarati Shroff. They operate 6 is NT. MUWM.EB ASAYENGKNOIL as well as industrial, trading and port cities in the region. B. Multani or Shikapuri Shroff. They operate in Mumbai, Kolkata, Assam Tea Gardens and northeastern India. C. Marwadi Kayas. They operate mainly in Gujarat with a little bit of presence in Mumbai and Kolkata. D. Chetiyas. They are active in Chennai and at the ports of southern India. II. Money lenders. They constitute the most localized form of money market in India and operate in the most exploitative way. They have their 2 forms. The professional money lenders who lend their own money as a profession to earn interest income. B. The non-professional money lenders who might be businessmen and lend their money to earn interest income as a subsidiary business. Today, India has 7 organized instruments of the money market which are used by the prescribed firms in the country, but the unorganized money market also operates side by side. The main reason behind this reality could be summed up 15 in the following points. I. Indian money market is still underdeveloped. 2. Penetration and presence of the instruments of the organized money market is still half-hearted. 3. There are many needful customers in the money market who are not taken care of by the organized money market. 4. Entry to the organized money market for its customer is still restrictive in nature, not allowing small businessmen. This is why the vacuum is filled up by the unorganized money market. To organized money market. Since the government started developing the organized money market in India, mid-1980s, we have seen the arrival of a total number of 7 instruments designed to be used by different categories of business and industrial firms. A brief description of these instruments follows. I. Treasury Bill S. TBs. This instrument of the money market, though present since independence, got organized in 1986. They are used by the central government to fulfill its short-term liquidity requirement up to the period of 364 days. They developed 5 types of the TBs in due course of time. A. 14-day, intermediate TBs. B. 14-day, auctionable TBs. C. 91-day TBs. D. 182-day TBs. E. 364-day TBs. Whist. TR. Out of the above 5 variants of the TBs, at present only the 91-day TBs, 182-day TBs and the 364-day TBs are issued by the government. Other 3 variants were discontinued in 2001.16. The TBs, other than providing short-term cushion to the government, also function as short-term investment avenues for the banks and financial institutions, besides functioning as requirements of the CRR and SLR of the banking institutions. I. Certificate of Deposit, CD, organized in 1989. The CDs are used by the banks and issued to the depositors for a specified period less than 1 year. They are negotiable and tradable in the money market. Since 1993, the RBI allowed the financial institutions to operate in it. IFCI, IDBI, ICICI, IRBI, IIBI since 1997, and the Exim Bank. They could issue CDs for the maturity periods above 1 year and up to 3 years. II, Commercial Paper, CP, organized in 1990. It is used by the corporate houses of India, which should be a listed company with a working capital of not less than 5 crore. The CP issuing companies need to obtain a specified credit rating from an agency approved by the RBI, such as CRISIL, ICRA. 4. Commercial Bill, CB, organized in 1990, the CBs are issued by the All India Financial Institutions, AIFIs, non-banking finance companies, NBFCs, scheduled commercial banks, merchant banks, cooperative banks and the mutual funds. It replaced the old bill market available since 1952 in the country. We call money market, CMM. This is basically an interbank money market where funds are borrowed and lent for 1 day. Also known as overnight borrowing, called as money at call, and for a period up to 14 days, called short notice. No collateral is required to borrow from this market. Funds are usually raised from this market up to 3 days. The higher the interest, the longer the period for which the funds have been borrowed. The scheduled commercial banks, cooperative banks operate in this market as both the borrowers and lenders, while LIC, DIC, UTI, IDBI and NAB are allowed to operate as only lenders in this market. The interest rate in this market depends upon the demand and supply of the funds on a particular day, which is market determined. 6. Money Market Mutual Fund, MF, popular as mutual funds, MFs. This money market instrument was organized in 1992 to provide short-term investment opportunity to the individuals. Whist, TR. Discount and Finance House of India, Delhi. The initial guidelines for the MF have BVEISTN, WLWBV.ERA SLYS INM area NGN.NY at times. Since March 2000, the MFs have been brought under the purview of the SEBI besides the RBI. At present, a whole lot of financial institutions and firms are allowed to set up the MF, commercial banks, public and private financial institutions and private sector companies. At present 35 MFs are operating in the country, managing a corpus of 3,41,378 crore. 6. repos and reverse repos. In the era of economic reforms, the development of money market and the reverse repo money market are considered the most dynamic and the most favored instruments of the Indian money market by the experts. Repo is basically short form or the acronym of the rate of repurchase. The RBI in a span of 4 years introduced this instrument of the money market, repos in December 1992 and reverse repos in November 1996. Repos allow the banks and the financial institutions to borrow money from the RBI for the short term, by selling government securities to the RBI. In reverse repos, the banks and financial institutions purchase government securities from the RBI. Basically here the RBI is borrowing from the banks and the financial institutions. All the government securities are dated and the interest for the repo or reverse repo transactions are announced by the RBI from time to time. The provision of repos and the reverse repos have been able to serve the liquidity evenness in the economy, as the banks are able to get the required amount of funds out of it, and they can park surplus idle funds through it. These instruments have emerged as important tools in the management of the monetary and credit policy in the recent years. 17. 6I. Cash Management Bill, CMB. The Government of India, in consultation with the Reserve Bank of India, decided to issue a new short-term instrument, known as cash management bills, since August 2009 to meet the temporary cash flow mismatches of the government. The cash management bills are non-standard and discounted instruments issued for maturities less than 91 days. The cash management bills have the generic character of treasury bills, issued at discount to the face value, are tradable and qualify for ready forward facility. Investment in it is considered as an eligible investment in government securities by banks for SLR. It should be noted here that the existing treasury bills serve the same purpose, but as they were put under the WMA's, wares and means advances provisions by the GOI in 1997, they did not remain a fluid route to government in meeting its short-term requirements of funds at its will. See Fiscal Consolidation in India, subtopic in the chapter Public Finance for details. The CBM does not come under the similar WMA's provisions. The Discount and Finance House of India Limited 18, DEFI, was set up in April 1988 by the RBI. Monetary policy tools jointly with the public sector banks and WIPS-IT, AWNWCWI.ELSYINNBG INS et IMRIMGN.NT et institutions, ILIC, GIC and UTI. Its establishment was an outcome of the long-drawn need of the following two types: I. To bring an equilibrium of liquidity in the Indian banking system, and 2. To impart liquidity to the instruments of the money market prevalent in the economy. The DEFI functions on commercial basis. Today, the House deals in all the instruments of the Indian money market without any ceiling, and plays the role of the ultimate body in providing stability to the liquidity in the money market as well as the banking system. Monetary policy deals with all those instruments, means by which short-term money capital is raised in the economy, i.e., the money which is raised for a 1 to 364 days. The policy and the instruments are regulated by the Indian Central Bank, the RBI. The monetary policy tools used presently and their operating procedure are as given below. 19. 1. Call money market. The call money market is an important segment of the money market where uncollateralized borrowing and lending of funds take place on overnight basis. Participants in the call money market in India currently include scheduled commercial banks, SCBs, excluding regional rural banks, cooperative banks, other than land development banks, and primary dealers, both as borrowers and lenders. RBI's Master Circular dated 1st July 2011. Prudential limits, in respect of both outstanding borrowing and lending transactions in the call money market for each of these entities, are specified by the RBI. 2. Open market operations, OMOs. OMOs are conducted by the RBI via the sale purchase of government securities, GSEC, to from the market with the primary aim of modulating rupee liquidity conditions in the market. OMOs are an effective quantitative policy tool in the armory of the RBI, but are constrained by the stock of government securities available with it at a point in time. 3. Liquidity Adjustment Facility, LAF. The LAF is the key element in the monetary policy operating framework of the RBI, introduced in June 2000. On daily basis, the RBI stands ready to lend to or borrow money from the banking system, as per the latter's requirement, at fixed interest rates. The primary aim of such an operation is to assist banks to adjust to their day-to-day mismatches in liquidity, via repo and reverse repo operations. Under the repo or repurchase option, banks borrow money from the RBI via the sale of securities with an agreement to purchase the securities back at a fixed rate at a future date. The rate charged by the RBI to aid this process of liquidity injection is termed as the repo rate. Under the reverse repo project financing operation, the RBI borrows money from with SHTE, WPYWN.EK as SYNNRGRNI in NGG.NA Lieutenant equity out from the system. The rate at which the RBI borrows money is the reverse repo rate. The interest rate on the LAF is fixed by the RBI from time to time, with crucial changes introduced recently in the operating procedure of monetary policy detailed in the next paragraph. LAF operations help the RBI effectively transmit interest rate signals to the market. Recent changes in monetary policy effective 3 May 2011, based on the recommendations of the Working Group on Operating Procedure of Monetary Policy, the operating framework of monetary policy has been refined with the following changes. I. The repo rate has been made the only independently varying policy rate. 2. A new marginal standing facility, MSF, has been instituted, under which SCBs have been allowed to borrow overnight at their discretion, up to 1% of their respective NDTL, at 100 bps above the repo rate. The revised MSF reverse repo corridor has been defined with a fixed width of 200 bps with the repo rate placed in the middle of the corridor. 3. The reverse repo rate has been placed 100 bps below and the MSF rate 100 bps above the repo rate. It is expected that the fixed interest rate corridor, set by the MSF rate and reverse repo rate, by reducing uncertainty and avoiding difficulties in communication associated with the variable corridor, will help in keeping the overnight average call money rate close to the repo rate. Indian capital market money market is the short-term financial market of an economy. In this market, basically, money is traded between individuals or groups, i.e., financial institutions, banks, government, companies, etc., who are either cash surplus or cash scarce. The trading is done on a rate known as discount rate, which is determined by the market and guided by the availability of and demand for the cash in the day-to-day trading. 10. The repo rate of the time, announced by the RBI, works as the guiding rate for the current discount rate. Borrowings in this market may or may not be supported by collaterals. In money markets, the financial assets which have quick conversion quality into money and carry minimal transaction cost are also traded. 11. Money market may be defined as a market where short-term lending and borrowing takes place between the cash surplus and cash scarce sides. The market operates in both organized and unorganized ways in India. Starting from the person-to-person mode converting into telephonic transaction, it has now gone online in the age of internet and information technology. The transactions might take place through the intermediaries, known as brokers, or directly between the trading sides.
After independence, India went for 6 seasons TT.
AWSW4AC in NGD in US 30 NGA.NLAization to achieve rapid growth and development. To this end, the main responsibility was given to the public sector undertakings, PSUs. For industrialization we require capital, technology and labor, all being typically difficult to manage for India. For capital requirement, the government decided to depend upon internal and external sources to procure it. For rupee requirement of capital, the government decided to set up the financial institutions, FIs. To a limited extent FIs also served the foreign currency requirement, as in the case of the ICICI. Though India was having banks but due to low saving rate and lower deposits with them, the upcoming industries could not be financed. The main borrowers for industrial development were the PSUs. To support the capital requirement of the projects of the public sector industries, the government came up with different types of financial institutions. The industrial financing supported by these financial institutions was known as project financing in India. Financial institutions. The requirement of project financing made India to go for a number of FIs from time to time, which are generally classified into four categories. 1. All India Financial Institutions, AIFIs, IFCI, 1948, ICICI, 1955, IDBI, 1964, SIDBI, 1990, and IIBI, 1997. All of them were public sector FIs except the ICICI, which was a joint sector venture with initial capital coming from the RBI, some foreign banks and FIs. The public sector FIs were funded by the Government of India. By 1980s, all Indian banks had wider capital base, and by early 1990s, when the stock market became popular, it became easier for the corporate world to tap cheaper capital from these segments of capital market. 21. The era of economic reforms had given the same option to the PSUs to tap new capital. As the AIFIs had more or less fixed rate of interest as compared to the banks, which could mobilize cheaper deposits to lend cheaper, the AIFIs seemed to become irrelevant. The AIFIs witnessed a sharp decline in recent years. 22. At this junction, the government decided to convert them into development banks. 23. Suggested by the Narsingham Committee I, to be known as the All India Development Banks, AIDBs. In 2000, the government allowed the ICICI to go for a reverse merger, when an elder enterprise is merged with a younger one. With the ICICI Bank, the first AIDB emerged with no obligation of project financing. In a similar move, the IDBI was reverse merged with the IDBI Bank in 2002, and the second AIDB emerged. But it has still the obligation of carrying its project financing duties. In 2004, by the NDA government, a proposal was discussed to allow a merger of the FIs, merging the IFCI and IIBI with the nationalized bank PNB, and thus would have emerged India's first universal bank. 24. But the proposal is now almost sidelined with the political mandate changing at the center. Meanwhile, the GOI considers only 4 institutions as the AIFIs regulated by the RBI, with the Exim Bank, NABD, NHB and SIDBI. Rest of them have either become development universal banks or are under their process of restructuring. Ist www.efjnrgeinrge.nveq of the Ministry of Finance. In 2001 to 2002, the GOI had tried to merge the IFCI and IIBI into the nationalized bank PNB to mark the beginning of a very big bank of international stature, in pursuant to the suggestions of the Narsingham Committee II following its 3-tier banking structure of India. But the move could not materialize, as the PNB probably backed out of the proposal, due to heavy due losses of these AIFIs. 25. 2 specialized financial institutions, SFIs. 26. 2 new FIs were set up by the central government in the late 1980s to finance the risk and innovation in the area of industrial expansion. They were India's first trial in the area of venture capital, I, Risk Capital and Financial Corporation Ltd, RCTC, set up in 1988. 2. Tourism Finance Corporation of India Ltd, TEFC, set up in 1989. 3. IFCI Venture Capital Funds Limited, IFCI Venture, was promoted as a Risk Capital Foundation, RCF, in 1975 by the IFCI Limited, a society to provide financial assistance to first-generation professionals and technocrat entrepreneurs for setting up own ventures through soft loans, under the Risk Capital Scheme. In 1988, RCF was converted into a company, Risk Capital and Technology Finance Corporation Limited, RCTC, when it also introduced the Technology Finance and Development Scheme, TEFDS, for financing development and commercialization of indigenous technology. Besides, under Risk Capital Scheme, RCTC started providing financial assistance to entrepreneurs by way of direct equity participation. Based on IFCI Ventures' credentials and strengths, Unit Trust of India, UTI, entrusted RCTC with the management of a new venture capital fund named Venture Capital Unit Scheme, VECOSTRI, in 1991, with its funds coming from the UTI and IFCI. To reflect the shift in the company's activities, the name of RCTC was changed to IFCI Venture Capital Funds Limited, IFCI Venture, in February 2000. In order to focus on asset management activities, IFCI Venture discontinued risk capital and technology finance schemes in January 2000 and continued managing VECOSTRI. In 2007, as UTI had ceased to carry out its activities and its assets vested with specified undertaking of the Unit Trust of India, SUTI, the portfolio of VECOSTRI under management of IFCI Venture was transferred to SUTI. 4. The Government of India had, on the recommendations of the National Committee on Tourism, UNAS Committee, set up under the aegis of Planning Commission, decided in 1988, to promote a separate All India financial institution for providing financial assistance to tourism-related activities projects. In accordance with the above decision, the IFCI Limited along with other All India financial investment institutions and nationalized banks promoted a public limited company under the name of Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited, TEFC, to function as a specialized All India development financial institution to cater to the financial needs of tourism industry. TEFC was incorporated as a public limited company in 1989 and became operational with effect in 1989. TEFC was notified as a public financial institution in January 1990. Its promoter, the IFCI, holds major share, 41.6%, in it, while the rest of the shares are with the public, 26%.
Mutual fund.
MF, Public Sector Banks, Public Insurance COVM ISPT, NWSESNYDNGP in UEB L2NCG.NME Mutual Fund, IUTI Mutual Fund Limited. 3 investment institutions, 2s. 3 investment institutions also came up in the public sector, which are yet another kind of FIs, i.e. the LIC, 1956, the UTI, 1964, and the GIC, 1971. In the present time they are no more considered as the FIs. The LIC is now the public sector insurance company in life segment. The GIC has been converted into a public sector reinsurance company and the UTI was converted into a mutual fund company in 2002. Now these investment institutions, 2s, are no more like the past. The LIC is now called an insurance company, part of the Indian insurance industry, and is the lone public sector playing in the life insurance segment. Similarly, the UTI is now part of the Indian mutual fund industry and the lone such firm in the public sector. This is why we do not get the use of the term 2s in recent times in any of the GOI official documents. For state-level finance institutions, SLFIs, in the wake of states' involvement in the industrial development, the central government allowed the states to set up their own financial institutions, after the states demanded so. In this process 2 kinds of FIs came up, i. State Finance Corporations, SFCs first coming up in Punjab, 1955, and other states followed. At present there are 18 SFCs working, 2. State Industrial Development Corporations, SIDCs, a fully dedicated state public sector FI to the cause of industrial development in the concerned states. First such FIs were set up, 1960, in Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. Almost all of the SFCs and SIDCs are at present running in huge losses. They may be restructured on the lines of the AIFIs, but there is lack of will from the states and private financiers who are not interested to go in for their takeovers as such. Of all investment options, mutual funds are touted to be the best tool for wealth creation over the long term. They are of several types, and the risk varies with the kind of asset classes these funds invest in. As the name suggests, a mutual fund 7 is a fund that is created when a large number of investors put in their money, and is managed by professionally qualified persons with experience in investing in different asset classes, shares, bonds, money market instruments like call money, and other assets such as gold and property. Their names usually give a good idea about what type of asset class a fund, also called a scheme, will invest in. For example, a diversified equity fund will invest in a large number of stocks, while a gilt fund will invest in government securities, while a pharma fund will mainly invest in stocks of companies from the pharmaceutical and related industries. Mutual funds are compulsorily registered with the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI. Which also acts as the first wall of the FAISNT, CWF4.ERSIALL Angi in Everins GT.ONATIAS in these funds. For those who do not understand how mutual funds operate but are willing to invest, the move by SEBI is seen as a big relief. Each mutual fund is run by a group of qualified people who form a company, called an asset management company, AMC, and the operations of the AMC are under the guidance of another group of people, called trustees. Both the people in the AMC as well as the trustees have a fiduciary responsibility, because these are the people who are entrusted with the task of managing the hard-earned money of people who do not understand much about managing money. A fund house or a distributor working for the fund house, which could be an individual, a company or even a bank, are qualified to sell mutual funds. Once the fund house allots the units of the MF to the investor at a price that is fixed through a process approved by SEBI, which is based on the net asset value, NAV. In simple terms, NAV is the total value of investments in a scheme divided by the total number of units issued to investors in the same scheme. In most mutual fund schemes, NAVs are computed and published on a daily basis. However, when a fund house is launching a scheme for the first time, the units are sold at 10 rupees each. There are three types of schemes offered by the MFs. Open-ended schemes. An open-ended fund is the one which is usually available from a mutual fund on an ongoing basis, that is, an investor can buy or sell as and when they intend to at a NAV-based price. As investors buy and sell units of a particular open-ended scheme, the number of units issued also changes every day, and so changes the value of the scheme's portfolio. So, the NAV also changes on a daily basis. In India, fund houses can sell any number of units of a particular scheme, but at times fund houses restrict selling additional units of a scheme for some time. 2. Closed-ended schemes. A closed-ended fund usually issue units to investors only once, when they launch an offer, called New Fund Offer, NFO, in India. Thereafter, these units are listed on the stock exchanges where they are traded on a daily basis. As these units are listed, any investor can buy and sell these units through the exchange. As the name suggests, close-ended schemes are managed by fund houses for a limited number of years, and at the end of the term either money is returned to the investors or the scheme is made open-ended. However, there is a word of caution here that usually, units of close-ended funds which are listed on the stock exchanges, trade at a high discount to their NAVs. But as the date for closure of the fund nears, the discount between the NAV and the trading price narrows, and vanishes on the day of closure of the scheme. 3. Exchange-traded funds. ETFs. ETFs are a mix of open-ended and close-ended schemes. ETFs, like close-ended schemes, are listed and traded on a stock exchange on a daily basis, but the price is usually very close to its NAV, or the underlying assets, like gold ETFs. If investment have been done in a well-managed MF, the advantages outweigh disadvantages, and in the long term, which is 10 years or more, there is a very high probability for investors of making more money than by investing in other risk-free investments such as FDs, public provident fund, etc. Advantages of investing in MFs include diversification, good investment management services, liquidity, strong government-backed regulatory help, professional service, and all these at a low cost. An investor, by investing in a mutual fund scheme that has blue-chip stocks in its portfolio, indirectly gets an exposure to these stocks. CompVARIST, DWTOW.TEHIS is ye, NIG F int ARAing S. A name TE investor wants to have each of these stocks in his portfolio. The cost of buying and managing the portfolio will be much higher. 1. Based on the discussion in Samuelson and Norroy's Economics, OPCIT, pp. 543545. 2. Based on Stiglitz and Walsh, Economics, OPCIT, pp. 61214. 3. Reports on Currency and Finance, RBI, GOI, N. Delhi. 4. Reports on Currency and Finance, RBI, GOI, N. Delhi, 2002. 5. Based on the various reports of the RBI. 6. Annual Report of RBI, GOI, N. Delhi, 2006. 7. India 2013, Pub. Dev, GOI, N. Delhi, pp. 340 to 342. 8. Industrial Policy Resolution, 1956, Moai, GOI, N. Delhi. 9. Economic Survey 2012-13 MOEF, GOI, N. Delhi. p. 116. 10. In the capital market, money is traded on interest rate as well as on dividends. Long-term loans are raised on well-defined interest rates while long-term capital is raised on dividends through the sale of shares. 11. Such financial assets are known as close substitutes for money. 12. The only instrument of the